Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen. Namaste. Might I just remind all members to ensure that their devices are on silent. Even God operates in silence. Public business, government business, bills, second reading. Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Monday, October 9th, 2023, will be resumed. A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September, 2024. The members who have already contributed to this debate are Honorable Colum Imbert, MP, Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisessa, SC, Honorable Foster Cummins, MP, Mr. Arnold Ram, MP, Mr. Roger Monroe, MP, Dr. Rai Ragbir, MP, Honorable Adrian Leons, MP, Ms. Michelle Benjamin, MP, Honorable Stuart Young, MP, Mr. David Lee, MP, Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Mr. Rodney Charles, MP, Honorable Terence Dialsing, MP, Dr. Lakram Bodo, MP, Mr. Esmond Ford, MP, Dr. Richard Sicharan, MP, Honorable Stephen McClashy, MP, Mr. Ravi Ratiram, MP, Honorable Brian Manning, MP, Mr. Davindranath Tanku, MP, Honorable Simon Dinabraga, MP. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, honourable colleagues all. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to this debate, and I propose to do something which is not the norm. I propose to give a value for money statement of the money that was allocated to the ministry for the last financial year, to put it into context, to indicate the number of jobs created, the impact to society. And, Madam Speaker, coming out of that, I propose to give an analysis of how that system can be bettered. Then, Madam Speaker, I propose to go into the aspects of local government reform which are being operationalized as we speak, what the next steps of that look like, and then, Madam Speaker, to give an analysis in relation to some of the hindrances and room for improvement in terms of systemic reform that can be applied. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, to speak to my constituency, that of San Fernando West. Madam Speaker, I propose that my first order of business must be to thank the people of San Fernando West for allowing me to sit in this chamber and to represent them as we pursue the ambitions of us all collectively. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Rowley, for his confidence in all of us as members of this government to discharge our various aspects of work and performance. Madam Speaker, the appropriation bill, which we'll come to after this debate, proposes the release of some $68,384,229,740. Of that, approximately $17 billion does not form part of monies that the population will see or understand, because that goes to things like the sinking fund and repayment of debts, etc., that are off books, as we put it. Really and truly, we're talking about, in this budget, an account of what we did last year, together with an account of what we're going to do this year. So in terms of the numerical accountability, it is incumbent upon us to say what we received last year, how was that spent, what impact did it have upon people. This year, the budget proposes the release of $50,745,215,991. and the ministry which I head is due to receive $2,573,534,000. That, Madam Speaker, does not include the IDF monies of $76,508,000. In actuality, Madam Speaker, what we're therefore looking at as a release to the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is the sum of $2,650,042,000. Let me repeat that, $2.65 billion. For that, Madam Speaker, we're looking at recurrent expenses. Recurrent expenses are spread across personnel expenditure, goods and services, minor equipment purchases, transfers and subsidies, and transfers to statutory boards. And that recurrent expenditure is this year estimated to be $2,215,000, $215 million, and $271,000. So that's $2.215 billion. Last year, we had estimated that recurrent expenditure would be $2.291 billion. The revised estimate is actually $2.85 billion. So we're down about $6 million from what we estimated we would spend to what we actually spent in recurrent expenditure. So putting it very simply, Madam Speaker, last year we estimated $2.29 billion. We estimate that we will have spent $2.285 billion. This year, we estimate $2.215 billion. Now, Madam Speaker, let me make it clear up front, in anticipation of the Standing Finance Committee, that we must take conscious reflection upon the management tool that the Minister of Finance has left us with for every year, and that is the use of a mid-year budget. This budget, therefore, is intended to be a calculation of what we expect to spend in 6 months of our operations. We have the assurance of the Minister of Finance that we will be coming back for a mid-year budget, and Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has done so because he has plainly stated that with the state of oil and gas and the revenues of the country being such that it is a prudent tool to use the Constitution to have 2 appropriation bills and not 1. Madam Speaker, last year, the money that we spent to develop Trinidad and Tobago is something referred to as the development program. Part of that money comes from the consolidated fund, and part comes from the IDF, and that is the development fund, Madam Speaker. Last year, we estimated that we would spend $427,480,000. It turns out, Madam Speaker, that we will only have spent $284,335,000. This year, the estimate for the 6-month period that we have now before us, albeit that it's presumed to be a 1-year financial cycle, is $358,263,000. That money is going to come from the consolidated fund. Madam Speaker, last year from the IDF, we were extracting an estimate of $71 million. We actually spent $25 million of the $71 million. This year, we estimate that we're going to spend $76 million from the IDF. So in terms of accountability to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the first part is our recurrent expenditure. This year, we intend to spend $2.215 billion on recurrent expenditure. That is personal expenditure, meaning salaries, goods and services, minor equipment, transfers and subsidies to our state enterprises. Our personnel expenditure is roughly $102 million. Our transfers are $1.5 billion. That goes to the 14 regional corporations. Madam Speaker, goods and services, we expect to be at about $48 to $50 million. So, Madam Speaker, that's the recurrent expenditure. On what we are going to spend to make an economic difference in Trinidad and Tobago, we intend to spend, Madam Speaker, the sum of $434,771,000, Madam Speaker, nearly $500 million. So that's the statement of what we intend to do. Madam Speaker, let's get to accountability. Every ministry in spending a dollar appropriated from the taxpayer's pocket, Madam Speaker, whether it's from the Consolidated Fund or the IDF, Madam Speaker, and combined, every ministry produces results. This ministry, Madam Speaker, in terms of accountability, is comprised of the head office, 14 municipal corporations. It is also inclusive of the Rural Development Company, the CPEP company, and, Madam Speaker, I carve out, even though it's at head office, the municipal police. So we're looking at roughly 17 entities. Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the number of people that we employ across those 17 entities, Madam Speaker, is exactly this year 21,423 people. So, Madam Speaker, we spent our recurrent expenditure from the last financial year on 21,423 people. There were 1,924 monthly paid persons at head office. At daily paid, 3,707. Casual workers, 1,806. Contracted workers, 336 at head office. CPEP, across 335 contractors, 10,050 people were employed. CPEP head office, 105 people. RDC, Rural Development Company head office, 35 people. Forestry head office, 30 people. Forestry across 80 contractors, 2,400 people. Municipal police, Madam Speaker, 770 people, bearing in mind that we have additional numbers taking us to 930 people, which are not included in these numbers because they include recruits. Municipal trainees now coming on deck, 260. That's a total of $21,423. Madam Speaker, I can report that of the money that we spent in the development program, Madam Speaker, that is the $284,335,000 that we spent, Madam Speaker, we have in fact created jobs, Madam Speaker. And the number of jobs that we created is 6,996 jobs. Total number of contracts that we awarded out of the development program is 536 contracts. The number of contracts ongoing is 377. The number of jobs created, 6,996. The number of citizens benefited directly by those jobs being created is 745,426. Madam Speaker, you're probably wondering, where on earth is all of this information coming from? Madam Speaker, in the gazetted responsibilities given to me on March 16, 2022, I was charged with the responsibility of reforming the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Immediately, we set about upon a digitization program. Because, Madam Speaker, a lot of people in Trinidad are fed with bad news, are told that there are no opportunities. Many people, because of the way information is presented, don't understand the impact of jobs being created by dollars spent. But, Madam Speaker, to allow us to track with the precision that I have just laid on this table, and I have much deeper statistical information, Madam Speaker, because nothing that I am called upon to manage will ever be managed without statistics, be it in the Attorney General's office, legal affairs, and now in rural development. You will note that a hallmark of what I like to put on the table is statistical information, Madam Speaker. Cost of prisoner per head, number of people incarcerated for marijuana, number of people in motor vehicle and road traffic, because you cannot better a system if you can't measure it. So, Madam Speaker, we introduced something called the Executive Reporting Framework. We realized that rural development and local government, anywhere between 30,000 people and 23,000 people directly employed, carrying out the services of bettering your lives, from the movement of garbage, the delivery of water, the creation of roads, the creation of footpaths, sanitation. The very concept of how we live, Madam Speaker, is managed by rural development and local government. Planning, the creation of plans, the approval of plans, Madam Speaker, enforcement of the law, litter wardens, municipal police, breaches of planning permission which cause flooding, Madam Speaker. If we can't measure it, we're not doing our job. So, Madam Speaker, in introducing this executive reporting framework, we are in the position now with statistical information, line by line, solidly from every aspect of what we run, from the period of March to September 2023. And prior to that, we're backfilling the information. So the new process by which we operate involves us making sure that every single cent that is spent is uploaded, the contractor is identified, the number of persons employed by the contractor is identified, the impact of it. Madam Speaker, my friend from Couva South and I had to deal with the issue of the Carolina Bridge. It collapsed. A temporary work was put into place. There was a cutoff. That bridge cost over $2 million. That $2 million had contractors, had employees, but the people who lived and traversed there were impacted. This is the kind of value for money arrangement that we're putting in place. A landslip along our roadways, the movement and mobilization, the number of people affected by disaster relief. We're going to put these figures on the table because we're accounting to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in this review, aided now by the executive reporting framework, let me deal with the general principles of what was going wrong. The system of procurement in our country, in state organizations that are not state enterprises, involves spending money only when the project is done. There are no interim payments, advance payments are not there. In the private sector and in companies like Udicot, in companies that run on a private sector model, you have interim payment certificates. The whole of government cycle demonstrates that we get money for development every year, and if you look to the statistical information, you will see that some corporations are at 0% performance in terms of what they've actually spent. It's not because the work is not going on, it's at 0%, but the work is not completed, so it can't be paid for, so it shows at 0%. Now, Madam Speaker, there's an effect to that. It means for one financial year, not a cent from the government's pocket went to the hand of the contractor because the work was not completed, because the scope of the work was longer than the financial year. That means that citizens are denied the opportunity to receive money to have it circulate in the society. So, Madam Speaker, when I indicated what our expenditure was, we wanted to spend, Madam Speaker, we were estimated to spend in terms of the development program, Madam Speaker, listen to the number, $427 million on. We actually spent $284 million. Why did we spend less? Let's deal with that. Number one, flowing upon what I just explained, the works are in progress but cannot be paid for until they are completed. But, Madam Speaker, permit me to deal upfront now with a major issue of accountability which the citizens of this country demanded, and that was the implementation of the public procurement law. Madam Speaker, on April 26, 2023, the public procurement law was fully operationalized. The Minister of Finance and the Honorable Prime Minister and many of us indicated that it will be turned on and that the issues surrounding public procurement will be worked out. But, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that a significant portion of the money that we were bound to spend, Madam Speaker, in our development program, and that is precisely the sum of $128,764,712 was not spent because we operationalized the public procurement law. And that happened, Madam Speaker, because we went into a period of limbo. The public procurement registry, that is the depository, despite the public statements made by the previous head of the OPR that it was fully ready for proclamation, there were only 3,000 people in the depository. That is not a matter controlled by the Minister of Finance. The head of the OPR made a statement that they were fully ready. The government relied upon the statement. We proclaimed the law on April 26. But, Madam Speaker, the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago is over $150 billion. A public body under Section 3 of the Public Procurement Act is any body that spends public money. If you are an NGO receiving $1 from the government by way of a grant, you're a public body. If you're a state enterprise, if you're a ministry, if you're a statutory authority, you are a public body. Now, Madam Speaker, how on God's earth can $154 billion be spent among 3,000 people? That's what the country was faced with. And, Madam Speaker, in the while that it has taken for the public procurement law to kick in, the transitional provisions came in. The OPR took months to say what the transitional arrangements were to say, because, Madam Speaker, the public procurement law now has criminal sanctions. If you break the procurement rules, there is a jail consequence, there's a fine consequence. It took months for them to say, continue with your existing contracts, provided they meet the following criterion, and everything else, make sure it confines with the requirements of the law and it meets the requirements of the law. So, Madam Speaker, April, May, June, July, August, financial year September, for the 6-month period when the public procurement law came on, I can tell you the balance of allocations not spent under the development program is $128,764,712. Of that, Madam Speaker, I can tell you $39,517,489 was requested from the Ministry of Finance but not provided because of the requirements of meeting public procurement rules and vouching the record. So, Madam Speaker, I'm saying now, we have purchased with our eyes wide open, with no complaints because we learn and move the system along, we have purchased a delay of roughly $128 million out of $427 million, Madam Speaker. In other words, Madam Speaker, 30% of our money in the development program was not spent as a result of the public procurement law, and, Madam Speaker, 9.2% of that was requested but not released by the Ministry of Finance because of, again, the public procurement left-hand and right-hand matching system. Madam Speaker, in that regard, I can tell you that the Port of Spain City Corporation, and let me go into the details of how they performed, the 14 corporations. Madam Speaker, the Port of Spain City Corporation was supposed to have an allocation of $32 million. They expended $23 million. The Arima Borough Corporation was supposed to have $27.9 million. They spent $10.52 million. The San Fernando City Corporation was supposed to receive $30 million. They spent $26 million. The Point Fortin Borough Corporation, Madam Speaker, was supposed to receive $28 million. They spent $23 million. Madam Speaker, Point Fortin Borough Corporation, Chaguanas Borough Corporation was supposed to receive $24.6 million, they spent $16.7 million. Diego Martin Regional Corporation was supposed to receive $24.1 million. They spent $19.9 million. Samoa Laventil Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $31.2 million. They spent $21.5 million. The Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $28.3 million. They spent $24 million. The Sangre Grande Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $29.2 million. They spent $19 million. Cuva Tavaki Talparo was supposed to spend $28.2 million. They spent $21.4 million. The Mayaro Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $21.2 million. They spent $13.4 million. The Siparia Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $25 million. They spent $14.3 million. The Pinal Debe Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $23,950,000. They spent $20.2 million. Princestown Regional Corporation was supposed to spend $49 million. They spent $23.7 million. So of a total of $480,000, we spent $298,715,288. In other words, then, we spent 70% of the money on average. Now, Madam Speaker, what did we not spend money on versus what did we spend money on? What did we purchase for that money? Madam Speaker, in terms of a very summary approach, I can tell you that the municipal corporations spent, in terms of a total of $128 million odd as to one aspect of their money, across 1,154 contracts in the development program. That caused a job opportunity of $6,996, as I explained. Madam Speaker, under drainage and irrigation, we created 2,759 jobs. Under local roads and bridges, we created 2,954 jobs. Under recreational facilities, we created 357 jobs. Under cemeteries and crematoria, we created 131 jobs. Market and abattoirs, 57 jobs. At head office, we created 238 jobs, including a further aspect of 138 jobs in change agents. Madam Speaker, at the municipal police, in total with intake, we had 990 jobs. In the disaster preparedness, Madam Speaker, we dealt with 7,689 reports. We dealt with 5,159 victims. And Madam Speaker, we trained 4,500 CERT officers as volunteers. Madam Speaker, at the RDC company, we created 179 jobs, impacting 2,384 people. We built 7,295 meters of roads. We dealt 6 meters of crossings. We dealt with 1,136 meters of reinforced box concrete drains. We dealt with 80 meters of river clearing. We dealt with 1,350 meters of curb and slippers. We dealt with 28 meters of verge development, 18 culverts, and 11 retaining walls. Now, Madam Speaker, this is a very dry presentation because we're accounting for the money we spent. But let me start to speak in generalized terms now, stepping away from the data because the Hansard is important. The Hansard forms a record of what you intend to do. If I had my way, I would put up a presentation in this Parliament with your leave. I would give you a PowerPoint presentation showing all of the money, all of the work performed, what the variations look like, how much water we delivered in each month, how many rodents we dealt with in each month, how many markets and abattoirs we dealt with, how many cemeteries, verges, etc. Because, Madam Speaker, the money has been working for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Madam Speaker, it's very important when we look at details of expenditure. Look at recurrent expenditure. Our head office had, Madam Speaker, $744 million odd in recurrent revised allocations. Our expenditure was $669 million, or 90%. Madam Speaker, what does that expenditure involve? I can tell you, in terms of people that live off of the government quite properly because they're working there and providing services, our personnel expenditure was $76 million at head office. That's 990 municipal police, 934 public servants. A total of 1,924 people were paid with that money. Contract employment was $31 million. That's 355 contracted employees, chief officers, litter prevention wardens, public health officers, disaster management staff. Short-term employment, $8.849 million. That is 100 short-term employees, not including the 140 change agents. Of our money of $700 million odd, CPEP received $476,987. That is for 10,500 employees in terms of contracted labor force, contractors' fees and work. And of the forestry division, that is 2,400 persons contracted under the 80 contracts that are there. We spent $79,999,000 there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in other words, our position has been that every cent allocated to us has been explained, every meter of road that we developed has been dealt with, and Madam Speaker, what the data shows us are certain trends that are very important for us to understand. You see, Madam Speaker, it costs us to remove garbage roughly $16,000 per household across the country. Now, how do I get to that figure? It sounds extremely high. The actual figure per head is about $3 per head. But, Madam Speaker, because we run a blended system of owning our compactors in some corporations or renting them entirely in other corporations, the data now tells us that we have a few things to do. We have to run a blended system of ownership and rental. So let's get to the general ideas. If I may ask, Madam Speaker, what time does full-time end?
So your full time, your ordinary time, let me put it this way, your original time is 10:48:32. You will be entitled to an additional 10 minutes if you wish to avail yourself, which will carry you to 10:58:32.
Speaker, may I indicate that I wish to use all of my time at this point? Thank you.
Sure, you may.
Much obliged. So, Madam Speaker, if I look now to the takeaways as to what we need to do, if I look at what the data produces for us, Madam Speaker, if I look to the structures, let's get to generalized positions now, Madam Speaker. In the generalized positions, Madam Speaker, what I can see is that there is a need to reformulate the manner in which we spend money. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has introduced a term called burn rate. Burn rate is how fast we can spend money to cause an economic explosion on the ground. For instance, we, the head office, via RDC, decided to spend $2.1 million at the Chaguanas market, not the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. They have been sitting on their unspent balances for years. When we indicated that we were going to do that, if you go to the Chaguanas market right now, you will see a new frontage, new lighting, new stalls, and when you interview the people there with cooling systems, etc. added now, they cannot believe that a decision to spend $2.1 million could cause such impact. I was very pleased to see my dear friend, the mayor of Chaguanas, running up and down taking credit for the project. It's fine because the government has a job to facilitate development. But, Madam Speaker, what that testifies to, Madam Speaker, is that without fear or favor, malice or ill will, despite the exhortations of those opposite, the government spends money across Trinidad in the regional corporations. And, Madam Speaker, the heat map, meaning where the money is spent, is now available. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to remind, this country hears constantly from the Leader of the Opposition, all their friends and their family. In fact, Madam Speaker, I was quite surprised to hear the Leader of the Opposition single out the member for San Fernando East and myself, saying, and I'm going to paraphrase in her opening salvo, that we, sons of politicians, in the case of MP for San Fernando East, the famous Patrick Manning, and in my case, my grandfather Lionel Sukran and my mother Diane Sukran, the Leader of the Opposition said that we are disqualified from speaking on TV6 in commentary on the budget because we supposedly come from privileged families. So, Madam Speaker, one shot, the takeaway principle from the Leader of the Opposition is anybody who comes from a family that is engaged in public service, if you made the mistake to have a parent in Parliament, you can't serve. Now, Madam Speaker, what kind of example to the people of Trinidad and Tobago is the self-proclaimed mother of the nation, the MP for for Siparia, telling people, you, MP for San Fernando East and MP for San Fernando West, because your parents and grandparents decided to serve this country, and in my case, she omitted my grandmother, who served as well. Madam Speaker, we are disqualified from public service because our parents gave public service? What kind of insanity and equality is that, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, warning to everybody, don't they have children? Don't encourage them to engage in public service. Don't encourage them to be patriotic to their society, because according to the gospel of Siparia, you're disqualified. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm raising that in the context of value for money and contribution, because I was making the point that the expenditure that we have committed to in the 6 months of the last financial year and in every year go forward is now under the scrutiny of the public procurement law, Madam Speaker. And what does the public procurement law facilitate? Madam Speaker, there are reports on the outside coming in that for the first time, small and medium contractors feel that they are included in the system because, Madam Speaker, you now have the right to challenge the award of contracts. You have a right to the information. You have standstill periods. You have challenge proceedings. But, Madam Speaker, it makes a huge difference for us to know. Now, typologies, Madam Speaker. We hear about discrimination from members of the opposition. I've taken the opportunity to divide the performance ratios of expenditure between South, Central, East and West. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the distribution shows of the 1,555 contracts done between South, Central, East and West across a PSIP total of $371 million that we spent, Madam Speaker, that the number of contracts are evenly distributed, that the expenditure shows that pattern, Madam Speaker. It's there for the checking. I can say, Madam Speaker, that the 6,669 people employed is demonstrable and that there's a real economic impact. But, Madam Speaker, we are now in this expenditure not only under the public procurement law, but, Madam Speaker, we are now also in the middle of local government reform. And a lot of people are asking, what are the next steps? Madam Speaker, permit me to speak to that. The local government reform is a system where we say, let us empower a new system of governance resembling the THA model. We pass the law for that. We partially proclaim the law. And in partially proclaiming the law, Madam Speaker, we were told by the Privy Council that the law applies to future councils and not to incumbents. What does that mean? They said when you proclaim the law that unless the law specifically says it's going to apply to the people who are in office, that the Privy Council has said it applies to future councils. So, Madam Speaker, the next steps of local government reform have to be scrubbed in light of the Privy Council decision, because any decision relative to further proclamation has to be the subject of careful consideration by the Office of the Attorney General, by the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and then, Madam Speaker, the next steps on full-time councillors and other positions happen. However, Madam Speaker, what I can tell you now is that every regional corporation has been called to identify what physical requirements they require. That is the number of office buildings that they require for the location of their full-time councillors, their executive members. Every corporation has been analyzed to see what number of human resource input, what is the numerical number of human resource input that is required. That is how many people you need to hire to make the organizational chart work. Every corporation has been analyzed to see where money that is to be transferred from one head to the other will happen. And I'm very pleased that the Minister of Finance has populated a vote under every corporation as a starter to the property tax number, because local government reform is built upon the premise that residential property taxes are going to be directly collected by the regional corporations. The Property Tax Act was amended at Section 10 of the Property Tax Act, and it says that the regional corporations will collect property taxes. They will put it into something called the Corporation Fund, and the Corporation Fund will be expended by them. In a corporation such as Princestown, a small corporation geographically but the same number of residents as most corporations, you expect anywhere about $30 million in property taxes to be collected. In the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation, all the way from the North Coast to the Eastern Main Road to the highway lower down, you have approximately $60 million to be collected in property taxes. These property taxes are very modest numbers, approximately $3 a day if you're not exempt, a maximum of $10 a day for a mega mansion. But, Madam Speaker, when you look to the fact that a corporation like Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation will request $100 million to run itself and only receive $35 to $40 million, clearly gaining $65 million in property taxes bridges the gap to allow us to carry out the works, Madam Speaker, to make the corporations run. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Finance says, as he has, that we have crossed the threshold for the application of property taxes, we welcome it. Now, Madam Speaker, there's an interesting phenomenon in local government. The local government field is split 7-7. 7 UNC corporations, 7 P&M corporations. And we had a meeting recently where one of the UNC chairmen said to me, but Minister, I find you're a little rough with us about this property tax issue. Because in the meetings, the corporations are very much anxious, excited to receive property taxes. These are the UNC-led corporations, but they are afraid to say it publicly because it means going against the member for Siparia. So, Madam Speaker, you have a system of all of them anxious to receive the property taxes, and none of them prepared to say it publicly for fear that they will be fired, Madam Speaker. Not everybody is lucky to be fired like Caroni Central and brought into the Parliament, but other people have difficulties where they are afraid of things like that, Madam Speaker. So Gopal Luck, clearly and Paul Luck in this instance, Madam Speaker. All that I will tell the chairman of the regional corporations is, fear not. Principle is principle, and it is applied evenly, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of delivery of local government resources, one of the critical aspects for delivery is in relation to how you feel, and crime and security is a huge part of that. Madam Speaker, under Section 48 of the Municipal Corporations Act, The municipal police are given life. They are imbued with the powers, common law powers and statutory powers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. In other words then, Madam Speaker, they are police. Madam Speaker, we have 990 municipal police. The statutory strength established is 1,500. We have 220 people about to go into training. But Madam Speaker, I would like to report that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has designed a very important management tool for the municipal police. And that, Madam Speaker, fits on to a telephone. It is an app. It has been built. Madam Speaker, the app is in testing right now in rural development, local government. It allows every single police officer, only when on duty, to tune in, to log in, and then command center knows exactly where municipal police are. They are 6 minutes away, 3 minutes away, 2 minutes away. Madam Speaker, as part of the economic development and reform of local government, the municipal police will be invited to join as we go on a public tour about inviting homes to take advantage of tax benefits offered by the Minister of Finance to install CCTV cameras facing outwards. We are inviting the municipal police to work on something called open source reporting. The Evidence Act was amended, Madam Speaker, to allow CCTV evidence to stand as primary evidence. In other words, Madam Speaker, it was amended so that you don't have to go to court and point out somebody and say, I, Faris Al-Rawi, have pointed out John Brown as the culprit in a crime. The CCTV evidence will speak to that. Madam Speaker, we intend to launch, for consideration by citizens, something referred to as virtually gated communities, where CCTV cameras can be accessed when required and with permission of homeowners. Footage which will allow us to track crimes, Madam Speaker, to have reports, to see what the car looked like, what the number plate looked like, what the description of persons looked like, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, as a person whose own family members were the victims of violence, robbed at gunpoint in their own home, my in-laws, the persons were alleged to have committed the crime, were captured on the basis of CCTV evidence in the neighborhood. The cars were identified, the individuals' descriptions were matched, but it is because CCTV evidence operated that we were able to have that phenomenon. And Madam Speaker, that was no special treatment. That was just plain old evidence-based policing. You see, Madam Speaker, if you look to our newspapers, and if you take the front page of a newspaper every day, and you look at 365 days of front pages, you will realize that we are being fed a diet of negativity. That's fair in a democracy. The media, the fourth estate, has a powerful position. They can choose whichever angle they wish. But Madam Speaker, the diet of negativity that our country is fed is a constant and steady one. And I can't imagine the example of a parent constantly seeking to raise a child or making a child feel safe, where all you say to the child is, you're stupid, you can't succeed, things bad, you're home rotten, you're falling down, don't step outside. Because, Madam Speaker, if you comparatively look at other jurisdictions that are wrestling with the public scourge of crime, none of them report in the manner that Trinidad and Tobago does. I can't say more than that because that's our democracy. There is a freedom of choice inside of that. But as it relates to municipal policing, the use of our app is going to end up with data coming to head office. Disaster management, I've reported that we dealt with over 7,000 incidents of disaster management. 6,000 victims, Madam Speaker. Millions of dollars spent. We have designed an app for that as well. It's in testing. In the feature, you arrive at the home, at the location, a geopin is sent as to where the house is, pictures are recorded, and the form is filled out on a phone. It goes directly to the CSRs in the head office. They take it directly to the Ministry of Social Development, so people get away from the indignity of the experience of saying, well, look, I made a report, but I didn't see anything come about. And that's a fair complaint on their part. The point is that we have developed a system to manage that. Madam Speaker, we've designed an app called Local, L-O-C-A-L, fancy pronunciation, local. The app is a two-step registration process. The fields have been populated. Any incident can be reported in the field of incidents that you can go through: street light blown, road leakage, verge require cleaning, garbage issue, obstruction along the road causing flooding, Madam Speaker. It goes to the head office, it is fed to branches, and the customer, the client, sees it in red light, yellow light, and green light terms. It is being dealt with, it's green light. It's yellow light, we require an input, and from whom. Red light, it is stopped because of the following reasons. Now, Madam Speaker, what does that do? It allows us to continue the conversation of value for money. Because in the instance of streetlights, for instance, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, is in a serious exercise with TNTech to fix all streetlights. Something that we all love. I arranged as MP for San Fernando West to have streetlights in the Marabella area completely repaired. Young boy named calling himself Macamillion arrive as the truck going up, say, see what I do, see what I do. Now get a point first there, assuming the entire work order went on under himself. But Madam Speaker, same way the Mayor of Chaguanas was jumping up and down for the work we did, we're happy to see people jump up and down for the work that the government does. But Madam Speaker, my point is, that allows a conversation with the public. And the conversation, Madam Speaker, is quite simple. This is the number of streetlights blown, here's the cost. Because everybody in this country says, I don't mind paying my fair share, provided I get value for money. I feel it's going to be wasted. But if you know there are 100,000 streetlights to be repaired, and you know the cost is $40 million, and you only have 2, well, you know where you stand in the line. Because you have to pay for the goods that you're looking for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know I'm very close to end of time, so permit me to turn to the citizens of San Fernando. Madam Speaker, San Fernando is the subject of development like it has never seen before. Madam Speaker, for far too long, San Fernando was left to stand on its own. San Fernando West, I'm speaking about. Madam Speaker, I can report that we have spent $1.569 billion in San Fernando. And Madam Speaker, we have done so because with the opening of the Point Fortin accessway, 20 minutes from San Fernando to Point Fortin, Madam Speaker, with the influx of people expected, we needed to have our waterfront. We needed to have our urban revitalization. We needed to have our squatter regularization. And Madam Speaker, I can report to you that after 7 years of work with the EMA, we received the Certificate of Environmental Clearance for the reclamation of 3.8 hectares at the waterfront. That job will take exactly 6 months to fill. That produces, together with the 1.5 acres there, a significant landholding, much like the Movietown acreage, where redevelopment of San Fernando now becomes an anchor point. Madam Speaker, at the PTSC bus yard, Madam Speaker, we have removed all of the buses. We have taken them to OAS Constructura yard opposite the OAS, at the old OAS site, opposite the C3 Mall. Madam Speaker, nearly 300 units are in pre-sale there, about to be constructed. The wharf, which is now referred to in its old terms as Plaza San Carlos, that redevelopment of the wharf is going on. The Cabinet is right now considering the development of the land acreage around the Brian Lara Stadium for light industrial and the PTSC hub operations, Madam Speaker, freeing up the whole of that area. The fishing port contract has been awarded. The fish port, the abattoir at the wharf is 100 years old next year, Madam Speaker. We have built a new customs port at the reclaimed site, Madam Speaker. We have widened the Lady Hales Avenue. We have engaged in HTC redevelopment, Madam Speaker. But the project that I am most particularly pleased about, Madam Speaker, is the expenditure under the HVIP program. And Madam Speaker, the Housing Village Improvement Program means that for $175,000, maximum $200,000, Madam Speaker, where we started at $150,000, we are inside squatting communities, demolishing shacks and difficult areas on land that people have lived on for over 60 years and which they do not own. We have rebuilt it for $200,000. We have moved families back in. They are beautiful homes where they get the land in their own name, so they no longer walk around with the indignity of invisibility. Invisibility to the bank, invisibility to a will. You can't give it to your children. You can't get equity. You can't get a loan using your house, Madam Speaker. We are creating safer communities for people. Because, Madam Speaker, unless we go in to communities that have serious difficulties and bother to care about how you live and where you live, Madam Speaker, it will never happen. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. These projects and the acceleration of these projects in a burn rate environment that I've described, with statistical data, Madam Speaker, we now know how to target. We're supplying more money via property taxes. We're doing it under public procurement law. We're creating thousands of jobs. The 7,000 jobs that I have reported beyond the 23,000 jobs that we actually have, Madam Speaker, that is not in the Ministry of Labour figures. So the ministry which I have had command for in the last year has created 7,000 jobs, Madam Speaker. And every one of us can report on that. Madam Speaker, these are new days. The irrelevance of conversations coming opposite is a matter of our democracy. I'm not concerned about the personalities and the same old comments. I have tracked a trajectory that will allow us for a better future with accountability. It includes municipal policing, it includes better planning and permission, it includes law enforcement. I'll end by saying, expect new vesting orders on the table of this Parliament so that all lands not previously under corporations, last actually updated in the year 2000, will now become outdated, so we have greater responsibility. I thank you for this opportunity to contribute.
Member for St. Augustine.
Oh dear. Madam Speaker, there is a technique in cosmetic surgery called liposuction, and it describes the removal of excess fat from under the skin. It is not something that many surgeons recommend. But every year, it seems that the Minister of Local Government has no problem with liposuction, because it's, metaphorically speaking, that is what the minister has performed on our regional corporations. Every year, systematically liposuctioning funding from every regional corporation until they are unhealthy and gaunt and unable to perform their core functions. The minister said, he wish he could have sent a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe next time he could save us the trouble, post it on the website. Because much of what was said this year was said last year. We could have just clicked on the link. Last year, the minister said he launched an app to track complaints. This year, he launches another app concerning municipal police. But when he was describing an app that was in the design stage, and then he called the name and I realized it was the same app he described last year. This is another app that is being designed and in testing. Is this app going to use the free Wi-Fi that the government promised to have nationwide, that we are still waiting for? If you continue to announce apps without application, people will begin to think of you as the app man. The minister spoke about a diet of negativity coming from the population. That, Madam Speaker, is a diet of truth, because the review on the performance of local government under the PNM and on the government as a whole is negative, and it was proven in the results of the last local government elections where you lost. You lost. The minister is referring to Macamillion. John Michael Ali-Bokas is the councillor for the Marabella West area. And between Sasha Ali, who is the councillor, between Sasha Ali and John Michael Ali-Bokas, they beat the PNM in San Fernando West in this local government elections. So when the member speaks about, development, and clearly the people, the population do not feel it because they did not vote for you in the last local government elections. You boast about a waterfront. 7 or 8 years now, you acquired the land there, and all we see is the place dig up. Is that your performance? San Fernando West's only complete development in the last 8 years is an expensive car park where they spent $132 million. That is their development. Madam Speaker, it is very clear, after listening to the previous speaker and to the Minister of Finance, that the PNM really does not care about local government. It really is a superficial thing, as far as I see it continues to be. The UNC government has always been very people-focused. Our policy has been to strengthen local government, and our policies have really been centered around improving the lives and the standard of residents in every area. That is our foundation quality of life. You want to know what the PNM's foundation quality of life is? Turn to page 51 of the budget presentation. And the minister said, and I quote, "Madam Speaker, as a foundation for quality of life, we have invested in our road network." End quote right there. Everywhere you go in this country, the road network is in total disrepair. You have landslips, you have potholes, and that is the demonstration, that is the illustration of the PNM's foundation for quality life in Trinidad and Tobago. And it is a very appropriate illustration, because that is what we see around us, disrepair and shambles. The only way we as a government can improve Trinidad and Tobago is by understanding what the needs of the people are. And that is why I salute the leader of opposition, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, for having multiple nationwide consultations throughout the country. And you know what that did? It allowed every one of us who are elected members of Parliament, and even those in the Senate, to listen to the opinions of residents, members of the public, stakeholder organizations, unions, business chambers, get their written submissions. I heard members on the opposite side loosely quoting unions, loosely quoting business chambers. The thing is, we have thing in writing over here. We deal with substance, not hype. So when we as parliamentarians speak in this debate on the opposition side, we speak representing the voice of the people who elected us. Has the PNM held any consultations with the public? You are spending taxpayers' dollars, billions of it. Have you consulted with the public as to what it needs? You continue to make decisions in a bubble. During the recent local government campaign, the UNC spoke about improving communities. And rather than understand how we could make communities safer, how we could create employment, the PNM chastised the UNC for running a national campaign, speaking about national issues. Because the most burning issues that the people had, which were crime and unemployment and safety and so on, were issues that they felt local government did not have the power to deal with. The UNC does not believe that we should shelve local government as something less important. We understand that national objectives and local government and community objectives must tie into each other. That is why we support restarting community comfort patrols in your community to make the country safer. We support our proposal to increase legal gun ownership for law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. When we say stand your ground, it is not only about legal gun owners who shoot and kill a bandit or a person who invades their home. It is about standing in our communities and continuing to make our communities safe in spite of the government failing at their responsibility. We support a nationwide plan to restore and improve street lighting in our communities and take back control of our streets, make our streets safer. We want municipal police to be used in local government to partner with schools and the primary and secondary schools to make schools safer. The PNM promised to expand the municipal police by putting 1,000 additional police officers in every regional corporation. The minister comes to boast about 700 new municipal police officers, the same thing he boasted about last year. But there's not another 700, it's the same 700 he's describing, recycled promises, and he has failed to reach his original promise. We want secure homes. We want citizens to be able to defend their families. We want secure neighborhoods, and local government play a role in that. Local government plays a role in securing the economy. You undermine local government to the extent where it is crippled to support your call for property tax. And I say, we in the UNC say now is not the time for property tax. You speak about all these initiatives and you leave local tourism sites totally neglected. You know, there's something called religious tourism in this country, and I just want to take a moment to mention. You have festivals such as the Sipari Mai, where both Roman Catholics and Hindus participate. You have shaving sites at different watercourses, rivers, and so on, that ought to be developed by local government, provide the amenities, and so on. And when you have increased activities in these areas, you will see micro-entrepreneurs emerging. You will see people in the communities coming out, and so local government should be supporting this. What has the minister done towards local economic development, towards local tourism development, towards supporting communities? He has failed to say that in his presentation. The minister, as well as the Minister of Finance, spoke about local government reform. Well, Madam Speaker, if you do not live in Trinidad, you will think that this government is really performing on the top of the game, because the words coming out of their mouth does not match their actions at all, at all, at all. The minister in the budget spoke about executive councils becoming more effective in regional corporations. And the government has yet to proclaim the section of the Act to make executive councils a reality. You have not done that. In fact, in 2021, the law was passed, the miscellaneous provisions on local government reform. And since that, the only section that this government attempted to proclaim was the section to postpone the local government election by creating a 4-year term instead of a 3-year term. And they failed at that because it was challenged and struck down in court. They have not proclaimed any section of the Act after that. They have not presented to the regional corporations a plan of action to make the reform a reality. And you know exactly what they are doing now is exactly what has happened with the procurement legislation. The minister spoke a bit about regional corporations, and I take umbrage to the minister blaming regional corporations. And I felt that he was bringing these corporations into disrepute. When he spoke about 0% performance, I challenged the minister, name the corporation that has performed at 0%. There's not a single regional corporation that did 0 projects. You may have a percentage of projects incomplete, but a lot of times the regional corporations, they know what their challenge is? When they commit funding to a project, they have to wait for the Minister of Local Government to confirm the availability of funding before they award a contract. To do so will be improper in terms of financial practices. How many corporations have been awaiting releases for months? I have numbers here, and I am willing to share. And as time passes, I will continue to share this information because I feel that the minister is either misinformed himself or misleading the population when he tries to throw the blame on the regional corporations. We have seen a number of repeated promises year after year. The minister spoke about the local app, the 1,400 municipal police hired across regional corporations. Madam Speaker, previously in my presentation, I said the minister promised 1,000 municipal police per regional corporation. I just want to correct that. It was 100. 100. So it's a total of 1,400 municipal police officers hired across 14 regional corporations. That was promised since 2015. It was repeated in the 2016 local government election, again in 2019, again in 2023, and to date, promises never materialize. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance and the Budget spoke about the executive councils. I just want to remind the government that when you had elections on the 14th of August, the councillors were elected under certain terms and conditions. They were elected as part-time representatives because that is what they are considered now. Within the 4-year term, it would be ill-advised for the government to change the councillors' terms and conditions from part-time to full-time. It would mean that this government was going to put our councillors in a position where they have to either resign from their job. We have councillors who may be teachers, who may be public servants, who are business owners, attorneys at law, on both sides of the political divide, both PNM and UNC. They would have to resign, stop their professional practice if they are an attorney at law or an engineer, for example, in order to be a full-time councillor under the new law if that is proclaimed. Or they can resign as a councillor and trigger a by-election. Why would you want to operate with such chaos? Do the thing properly, proclaim the law, and put things in place before you go about boasting and thumping your chest. Madam Speaker, in the previous budgets, in the previous elections, we were promised secondary road rehabilitation. 200 million went from, it started with 100 million from Ministry of Local Government. They gave them an additional $100 million. All of us were excited because the roads are in a terrible condition. Apparently, they felt that maybe they felt the Minister of Local Government wasn't performing. Since nothing was done with that special roads rehabilitation special purpose company, they moved it to the Ministry of Works. And again, we have not seen the result of $200 million allocated for roads. And all the roads in Trinidad and Tobago are either bad, worse, or worser. Madam Speaker, we speak about flooding, poor drainage, potholes. That is now the order of the day. The minister spoke about garbage collection, and it called, a very high price in terms of the number of dollars spent for collection and disposal of garbage. Garbage collection and sanitation is one of the areas that this government and this minister has liposuctioned money out of every year. They have forced the regional corporations now to reduce the number of days that they can collect garbage. And you know what is happening? I am on the ground. We are out there. We are seeing it. You have, because the trucks are not servicing the area, mini dumps being created, dumping sites where garbage is starting to pile up, and regional corporations are now forced to get equipment, trucks and backhoes and so on, to go and clean up those mini dumps. And it is because the truck service for the house-to-house collection of household garbage as well as bulk waste is not what it used to be. Right now, within the Tunapuna region, throughout St. Augustine constituency and in some other areas, the chairman of the regional corporation, Josiah Austin, recently became the chairman, is also aware because his district is also affected, where in a number of areas the garbage collection is really off whack. And it is because you have liposuctioned the money out of the votes to deal with garbage collection. You have been dismantling local government. When I hear about an app here and an app there and everywhere, app, Madam Speaker, we hear about these things as though, you know, all is going well and we now want to streamline it and make it digital. But the truth is that the government's handling of the Ministry of Local Government as well as the state enterprises related to local government has raised serious concerns. So, for example, the Community Improvement Services Limited, CISL, which was closed in 2017 under this PNM government, received a sufficient budget of 60 million in the fiscal year 2022. Similarly, the Public Service Academy for Excellence Limited, the PSAEL, was moved to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and now with a new mandate for that is really creating some confusion and inefficiencies in its operations. This brings us to the issues regarding CPEP. It really is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, that for the period 2016 and 2021, CPEP has not submitted any audited financial statements. And particularly in an environment where there have been accusations or allegations that very close relatives of senior government officials have received contracts from CPEP. And we had our very own Senator Wade Mark commenting on that situation, and he said, and I quote, "This is totally indefensible. It is inexcusable and it is intolerable." He said, "I think CPEP has now gone rogue. You have spent close to $1.5 billion from 2015 to 2021, and you have to spend another close to $300 million or thereabouts in 2020-2023. And what we have on the ground is a reduction in areas being serviced by CPEP under the PNM compared to what obtained under the UNC-led government. You have many areas where critical maintenance of the community cannot take place. When we have a flood, we do make requests and the CPEP would come, but really, if we have the maintenance before, we could prevent the flooding. So where is the $1.5 million that CPEP has utilized in this time? The government has come with numerous false achievements. One I have spoken about before is the superficial name change to create the borough of Diego Martin and the borough of Siparia. Madam Speaker, do you know that not a single cent was given in this budget to transform Siparia or Diego Martin into borough status? I recall the former chairman of the Siparia Regional Corporation, Mr. Dinesh Sankar Singh, estimated what the cost of just the name change alone would be to the corporation. He spoke about the need to change signage on vehicles, signage on streets, the signage on the facilities, the stationery, and so on. And he said it was, I can't remember the exact figure, but I know it was over $1 million. And that was only for the name change. But have you seen a developmental plan, something substantive that would transform these regions into boroughs. I thought that this would have been the ideal time for the minister to lay out some sort of plan to tell us that, when we said it was a superficial name change, that we were somehow wrong. I was hoping to be wrong. And we have not seen any sort of substantive plan being put forward in terms of delivery of goods and services for these areas to match the name change. When the PNM came into office in 2015, Madam Speaker, I'm just remembering, they fired hundreds of litter prevention wardens that was hired under the UNC government. Fired them, they were protesting by Kent House, local government headquarters. And now the minister comes to speak about garbage pile-up after you fired the litter wardens. The minister is speaking about creating jobs. Tell us how many jobs you vacated. Tell us how many people you fired from 2015 to now because they were hired under the UNC government for plain political victimization. Tell us that first before you tell us how many temporary jobs you are creating by these contracts and so on that are seasonal. Madam Speaker, the pain and suffering of the results of the incompetence of the minister is apparent to every one of us. Because when our citizens face flooding that devastates areas like Bamboo and Woodland, damaging houses, vehicles, infrastructure, in my own constituency, I've been pleading for flood relief grants. The Minister of Social Development and Family Services is in the chamber, and I have had to be, over the last year, in contact with her on numerous occasions. But the truth is that $10,000 maximum, it's often less than that, compensation that is given to flood victims, it is not enough. You know what the people want, the flood victims want? They want the flooding to stop. They want the government to put an end to the needless suffering of flooding year after year. Families have lost their homes, their livelihoods, because of inadequate drainage systems. And you know what? The Minister of Works has an allocation, which I know my colleagues who shadow that portfolio will delve into. But I just want to mention, the Minister of Works had about $34 million to spend on drainage and flood reduction, and he spent $3 million. People of Trinidad and Tobago have to hear over and over about it have money. Madam Speaker, under the People's Partnership Government, a lot of our achievements didn't cost much in terms of dollars and cents. What it took was dedication. We had training, we had the provision of state offices for the first time and secretarial staff for every councillor. You know what you have now? Councillors being evicted from their offices. You have a challenge where councillors are being told that their landlord, who gets $2,500 in rent, has to be registered with the procurement regulator. You have workers being told that they can't pay them traveling allowances or worker allowances and so on for their tools. You have workers who cannot get proper safety equipment to work. That is what you have now. We had the devolution of authority and resources within national policy guidelines to tie in local government performance to the central government's objectives. We had community development in housing, social welfare, sports, planning, and the environment. We had equitable financial allocations to all regions. Madam Speaker, I heard the minister trying to dispute the accusation of discrimination by region, geographic discrimination. I want to ask the minister to just do an analysis of the population of the UNC-controlled regional corporations and the PNM-controlled corporations. You'll find that it's very close, about 49 to 51%. And I want you to compare the total funding that goes to regional corporations under UNC control and under PNM control. I'm giving you a little homework. I would like you to come back. And maybe you have to come back and admit your mistake, but at least you could correct it. UNC corporations are grossly underfunded under this PNM government. That is political discrimination. Madam Speaker, the Minister speaks about jobs created. A lot of the jobs he described are jobs where you have contractors doing work, construction, box drains, and other projects. Those jobs really are not permanent jobs. You don't have job security. You don't have continuity. And what we need is the security of jobs in this country. So boasting about these jobs after you fired thousands of people really, to me, makes no sense. The Minister spoke about the training of CERT volunteers. CERT is the Community Emergency Response Teams. The training of CERT volunteers is nothing new. The People's Partnership government trained hundreds of CERT volunteers. Madam Speaker, we also effectively integrated them into disaster response. I am a certified CERT volunteer, and I thank God for that, because in the time of disaster, we did not see the Ministry of Local Government or any other agency out there with us. We had no help. We had no shelters, and to date, we still have no shelters. We had no emergency response. And thanks to our training, we were able to get resources from volunteers, get assistance from outside, and in some cases, make up our own thing to go out there and literally save lives. There were people who could not come out of their homes who needed medication. We couldn't get any help from any ministry. So when the assessment for flood damaged persons takes place and people wait for over 9 months for flood compensation, by that time they get more flood, you know. Recently there was a fire in St. Augustine Constituency, and the Tunapuna Piako Disaster Management Unit was contacted. As we always do, we contact them for assistance. And it is my belief that the Disaster Management Unit of the Tunapuna region does not have the resources to deal with that entire region. I am affected because I represent St. Augustine Constituency, which falls wholly in Tunapuna region. Not because I am a former chairman and because we function very efficiently, but because, Madam Speaker, it is a bit falling apart. The people they are politically appointed, they may not want to say, but they really are not getting the resources that is required. I am amazed, Madam Speaker, when I hear the minister speak about regional corporations and public procurement and what he identified as a hindrance. Whose fault is that? Let me elaborate. The Ministry of Local Government and every state agency had sufficient time between the Public Procurement Act being passed and the proclamation that made it effective. During that time, it is the responsibility of each state agency to set up their procurement units and put the administrative measures in place to be compliant with the law whenever it is proclaimed. Did the minister set up procurement units? No. Did the minister appoint procurement officers in every regional corporation? No. Did the minister appoint clerical staff in every regional corporation? No. Did the minister put IT support? No. Did the minister engage the public contractors and suppliers to become registered on the according to the Procurement Act and become a procurement regulator? You know when they started to do it? After the act was proclaimed. And the Prime Minister, I remember, in this Parliament, gave a statement indicating that CEOs, or they will designate an appropriate person in the regional corporation to act as a procurement officer, because the Act provides for a person to be designated as a procurement officer within the state enterprise. So that is what they did after the fact. And due to the poor leadership and poor management and incompetence, which squarely falls on the shoulders of the Minister of Local Government. That is why regional corporations are in this predicament. And it is the same setup you are heading for when it comes to local government reform if you do not put things in place. So, Madam Speaker, what is the issue with procurement in regional corporations? What happened is that when the section of the Public Procurement Act was proclaimed, the regional corporations were now in a bind because they were told that it would be improper, it would be illegal to, for instance, award a contract to a contractor who is not on the registry and to not follow the guidelines provided for in the Procurement Act. But because they did not have the administrative structure to comply, they had to stop awarding contracts. It meant that even as they went into a period of local government elections where councils were dissolved and so on, the regional corporations could not award contracts to sufficiently spend the monies allocated from the Ministry of Local Government. I think most of them did very well in spite of the failure of the Minister of Local Government. So I say, when you come and you read about who didn't spend money and who couldn't spend money, ask yourself why. Ask yourself who is responsible. And if you take responsibility, maybe things will get a little bit of things will get done. Madam Speaker, I think I've spent enough time on the Minister of Local Government. I really want to move on to the constituency of St. Augustine. Madam Speaker, I was born in CPEP, in the heart of St. Augustine constituency. I was a councillor for St. Augustine South for 10 years. St. Augustine is family, St. Augustine is home. And when I speak in this parliament or in any other place about St. Augustine, I represent with humility, I represent with all my heart. And so I move to the issues surrounding St. Augustine constituency. It is no secret that St. Augustine was terribly affected by flooding. At the end of November to the first week of December last year, we were, really devastated from Bamboo all the way to St. Augustine South, some areas in CPEP and so on. I have sent several letters, email, made public calls, telephone calls to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Her office may have gotten fed up sometimes of me calling, sending follow-up emails and so on. One of the challenges we have that it is important for the ministry and the government to address is that when people get flood in December of 2022, September 2023 should not meet them waiting for compensation. The government really failed on that one. And there have been occasions in the past, not only in St. Augustine, but in other areas, where persons affected by natural disasters were addressed and compensated within a shorter space of time. It is clear that the Ministry of Social Welfare has some inefficiencies to address. I was out on the field with the disaster management units. Regional corporations from other areas sent their units. They did the assessment. The assessment was not done by Khadija Amin or any constituent or any political organization. They did their assessments, they took photographs, we did everything. We did everything. Madam Speaker, I said before that $10,000 is not sufficient. When a person gets water to window height in their house or neck height inside their house, trust me, they don't want $10,000 compensation. That is not enough to restore life. And when you have the additional indignity of having to call every minute to beg for the money, I am pleading, let's try to fix whatever led to this long period of time to giving the compensation. But the people of St. Augustine really want the flood to stop. I want to ask the Minister of Works, what is the status of the major project that the government boasted about in the previous budget, the St. Joseph River the Wyabal River, and so on, that was designed or proposed to stop the flooding in Bamboo, in Valsayn South, in Spring Village, in St. Augustine South. We still have several leaking floodgates that have not been repaired. We have residents who risk their lives going to repair those floodgates to save the village. I want to pay tribute to Mr. Lal and others from Bamboo. Mr. Lal ended up in hospital last year. And I am asking the minister, if you care a little bit self, go and fix the floodgate, please. During the flood relief in Bamboo and St. Augustine and Valsayn and so on, officers of the Ministry of Social, the Ministry of the various disaster units, the municipal police and so on, they were meeting by eye shops in Bamboo. You know why? Bamboo number 2 does not have a community center up to now. There was one years ago, severely dilapidated, pigeon infested and so on. I want to say special thanks to Mr. Ryan Rajkumar, the owner of iShops, who made his space available because of the failure of the government. I am highlighting this need for construction of a community center in Bamboo number 2, and the same applies for the Spring Village Community Center in Calbu Street, which is due for refurbishment. Both of these areas are within or close to flood-prone areas, and they will benefit the community not only for community events and community development, but in time of a disaster, these can be the official shelter. So I am pleading for the community center in Bamboo number 2 and Spring Village to be renovated. These communities in St. Augustine suffer flooding, and the Ministry of Drainage and Irrigation. Madam Speaker, I called a number earlier in my contribution, and I have it written here now. I just want to say, to correct the record. $24 million was given to the Ministry of Works, Drainage and Irrigation for major river cleaning, flood mitigation, pumps and floodgates. You know how much they spent? $3.5 million in the last budget. That is what they spent. Total failure by the Minister of Works while people get flood. The people of the St. Augustine constituency, though, continue to inspire me to continue to fight. In some areas, it's considered at risk. You know, I have this new phrase, at-risk areas. When you call an area at risk, it is really because the Minister of National Security has failed the citizens in that area. That is what it is. In Orapun Gardens, Madam Speaker, through community partnership, the Orapun Gardens has seen a decrease in violent crimes, housebreaking, and criminal activities. They used to average 6 homicides, 6 murders per year. They are now down to 1. They now are solving more of the crimes that take place in the community. The Orapun Police Youth Club, Mr. Kevin Greenidge, the other NGOs, and they have really come together to try to treat with some of the root causes and make the community better and safer. That is standing your ground, Madam Speaker, in spite of the failure of the Minister of National Security. In order to treat with the root causes of crime, Orapun, like other at-risk areas, such as St. Augustine South, require the provision of opportunities for training, for development, and for employment. We have a community center and a commercial center in Orapun Gardens. There was a sod-turning ceremony at the beginning of the year, I believe. We have not seen the start of construction. I am appealing to HDC to at least tell us when construction of these 2 facilities will begin. We want to see the Orapun recreation ground that really is just an empty space right now developed. Right now in Orapun, there are thousands of residents, and you know where they vote, Madam Speaker? In a pavilion. They walk across a muddy savanna. People in wheelchairs, you have to lift up the wheelchairs for people to go and vote because they have no school, they have no community center, they have no commercial center, you have no facility in that community that could be used for a community event. So I am asking the relevant ministries to please pay a particular attention to this. I want the Ministry of the HDC, the ministry responsible for the HDC, that is responsible for the Oropun Gardens area, to consider agriculture initiatives where the spaces within the community can be used to get young people involved in growing food in a more organized way. Many have been doing it on their own, but I am asking for the Ministry of Agriculture to partner with existing farmers, with young people in the area, and with fellow residents, so that we can have, even within an HDC development, agriculture and the ability to feed our own families. There is not sufficient services there are insufficient services in the Oropun area as well. I would like to see maintenance contracts, whether it is through CPEP or HDC, in terms of cutting the grass at the side of the roads and in the public spaces, the collection of garbage. You have piles of garbage, rats, cockroach, snakes, and it is just a daily occurrence because of insufficient garbage collection. I really would like us to beautify the environment with floral plants, parks and benches and so on, so that you will have a greater sense of community pride, but you will also provide employment and opportunities for some of the young people there. Madam Speaker, in St. Augustine South, well, St. Augustine constituency as a whole, there are a few bridges that I have been begging for. I don't know if they're waiting for the bridge to collapse before something is done. Dry River Bridge in Orange Grove Road, Bassey Street Bridge over the Blackman Ravine in Spring Village, Blackman Lane Bridge in Curep, and the Dry River Bridge on the train line. I don't want these bridges to collapse like everything else is collapsing under the government. I am appealing. You recently, you visited, you see the need, you have done estimates. I'm asking you to deliver. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Works recently constructed a bridge on the Golden Grove Road in Aruka, after it collapsed, by the way. And that same road south of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway falls in St. Augustine constituency. In the area from TT Post to Caribbean Airlines, the road really is in need of being widened. There's no shoulder. In an emergency, you have any incident, there's a traffic pileup. It is a route to the Piarco International Airport, to cargo and so on. There's sufficient land, vacant land there. I'm asking, the airport would have their annual drill, and I'm sure it would have been identified as a weakness. I am asking the Ministry of Works to consider urgently widening that road to make it safer. Madam Speaker, the St. Augustine constituency was once designated under the UNC government as an education city. This was when we had a forward-thinking government led by the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar. St. Augustine
Member for St. Augustine, the original speaking time is now spent. You're entitled to 10 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish. You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, St. Augustine is the home of the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. There are several campuses of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, several private tertiary level institutions, and numerous secondary and primary schools. Under the PNM government, even for the basics, the very basics for schools are lacking. This is the third consecutive year that I am pleading for Curep Presbyterian Primary School for the work started under the People's Partnership government to be completed. Last year, 5 million was allocated. Whatever work that did not allow the classrooms to be utilized. So we are still in the same situation. The children are jam-packed in the old school. The former Curep Junior Sec, which is now St. Joseph Secondary, I have a number of constituents that go there. It falls in the constituency of St. Joseph, but it seems that the member for St. Joseph didn't have time in his presentation to mention that that school has not yet been reopened. It's still overgrown. The Bamboo Early Childhood Center was designed, an area was already allocated. I am asking for the Ministry of Education to consider the Bamboo Early Childhood Center. The Bamboo Settlement No. 2 Government Primary School. Madam Speaker, if you see the condition of this school, it was originally painted white. The condition of the paint and the walls from the moment you walk into that school, I mean, it looks really bad. But that is just a very prominent indication of the minor repairs and so on that is needed. The school is badly in need of painting and major repairs before it gets more dilapidated. I'm also concerned because this thing is either mildew or moss and so on, and the health implications of that for the children. Madam Speaker, there is a school called Tunapuna Boys RC School. It is a little school behind Tunapuna Cemetery, and sometimes I think it is forgotten. That school is in need of some repairs, so I want to ask the Minister of Education and the Minister in the Ministry to consider the possibility of doing some repairs there. The principal will be very happy. We also must consider the possibility of a primary school in Uropun Gardens. I believe land was allocated for that in the development, but I see more and more children, and they are contacting me as the Member of Parliament to ask about PTSD bus services, because their children go to school outside of the area. And really, with so many people living there, I think it is now time for a primary school in Uropun Gardens. Madam Speaker, the UTT Valsain campus, which was formerly the Valsain Teachers College, falls in St. Augustine constituency. That now houses St. George's College, or from Barataria. I must declare that St. George's College is my alma mater, one of the best schools in this country. Madam Speaker, for a number of years, St. George's College was temporarily closed because the school collapsed due to the ministries not having the proper maintenance and so on. So the partial collapse of the school, which is located on 6th Avenue in Barataria, has seen the relocation to UTT, Valsain College, which was supposed to be temporary. Since then, the parents have given numerous dates in terms of when the construction will be completed. It has been postponed several times. I am asking the Minister of Education to provide some information in terms of the status of the repairs to the school, the estimated date for completion, and when students can expect to go back to the original St. George's College School. Madam Speaker, a feature of the St. Augustine Education City area disbanded by this government was sustainable solutions to traffic management. In the El Dorado area, the Cora River Bridge, which is on the eastern main road in Tacarigua, just before the St. Mary's Children's Home, that eastern main road is the boundary between St. Augustine and Tunapuna. That bridge, that area is a bottleneck. Those areas are densely populated. Dinsley, Tacarigua, Cora, El Dorado, Tunapuna areas. A study was conducted under the People's Partnership Government identifying solutions. One of the solutions was a bridge over the same Cora River further upstream to provide an alternate route. I am asking because I heard the member for Tunapuna referring to the area as an education hub. It is an education hub. But it is your government who disbanded the St. Augustine Education City Committee, which would have supported the needs for this education hub. And so when I heard the member for Tunapuna speaking about a housing development to take place, can't remember if it was for providing houses or providing votes. But the truth is that you have to consider alternative routes. And the government continues to plan and build houses in marginal seats with their own specific aims in mind, not thinking about the supporting infrastructure. And if you really are concerned about the development of Tunapuna and the surrounding areas, you will put an alternative route, put an additional bridge over that Cora River to ease the traffic in that area. I feel so ashamed to know that, when I heard the member for Tunapuna speaking about something he said they were going to open in El Dorado. But the bottom line is, it is this government that closed down the nursing academy in El Dorado. Closed it down. I have no doubt that my colleague who shadows education well, I could say Minister in future, MP Anita Haynes, will elaborate more on how the government has dismantled education. The member for Tunapuna in listing projects and saying that every constituency has an equal share. Madam Speaker, that is not true. The member for Laventille East in this parliament told the truth in his contribution because he said that the delivery of government resources is done through the PNM offices. That is the truth, you know. Government resources are surreptitiously distributed by PNM offices through losing candidates who the PNM rejected.
I just ask you to withdraw that particular word and find another way to say that, please.
I presume it's the word surreptitious, so I will rephrase.
And again, when you do that, please don't mention the word. Okay?
Thank you, I will rephrase.
Okay, and while I'm on my legs, I was going to make the announcement after, but I'd like to remind you and all other members, when you're referring to members again, remember, try to distinguish between here and how you speak to them outside. So it will be the MP for Tabaklit.
Certainly, I corrected that, and thank you very much for your guidance. Madam Speaker, the truth is that government resources have been distributed via PNM offices through losing candidates who the population rejected, and that must come to an end. So when the member for Tunapuna mentions projects, I want to remind them that projects awarded by political priority will end up in disaster because rain does not fall by political affiliation. When you build a water course to relieve the flooding from the people in Tunapuna, and you drop all the water over the main road, and it abruptly ends there, and you promise a phase 2, you just dumped all the water and continue to flood Back Street, Makoya Road, and Makoya Extension, and so on. Madam Speaker, I hear the government speaking about regularization. I want regularization for residents of Duki Singh Street and Page and so on, former citrus growers' lands in LSA in Bamboo Valsain. Madam Speaker, the issues in the constituency of St. Augustine that the government have failed to address are too numerous for me to articulate in this budget debate. And there are other places where I will continue to vociferously represent the people of St. Augustine and the people of this country, because it is very clear that the PNM is disconnected from reality, disconnected from the people. And they are not even seeing that they lost the local government elections. Thousands of people voted for the UNC over the PNM. They lost seats. The UNC won more local government seats than the PNM did. And the writing is on the wall for them. They have lost Tobago. They have lost Trinidad. Is only the and again remaining. Thank you.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2023-2024. And I wish to congratulate the Honourable Minister of Finance for his comprehensive budget presentation and his team at the Ministry of Finance, who often go unrecognized and unheralded for their hard work, research, and preparation that assisted the Minister. I would also like to thank the Minister of Planning and Development and her team for their contribution as well with regards to the PSIP. Madam Speaker, the theme of this fiscal package for 2023-2024, building capacity for diversification and growth, according to the Minister of Finance, speaks to the government's commitment to building capacity, developing resilience, and maintaining responsiveness in the public sector. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will ensure that we continue to help and empower our clients so that they will develop the capacity and resilience required to this point where there's little or no need for the ministry's intervention. The entire thrust of the Minister's presentation is consistent with the ministry's declared intention to align all its programs and policies with government's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, as well as the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, through the Sustainable Development Goals. Both frameworks fully support the thrust to achieve social inclusion among the vulnerable populations by promoting strategies for sustainable livelihood, leaving no one behind. Indeed, we are even more grateful to hear from the budget presentation that there are measures to strengthen the social safety and protection network of our citizens. I am also happy to know the Honourable Minister articulated our government's plans to allocate $5.5 billion to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to achieve these initiatives. It must be acknowledged that all of the social safety and protection programs do not reside within the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, but are implemented also by other ministries. And this provides evidence of the whole-of-government approach adopted under the astute leadership of our Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. It demonstrates that the challenges we face in this country are not insurmountable, but when we put our heads together and commit to arriving at solutions for the greater and common good of all our citizens. We applaud the programs articulated in the budget presentation, which supports the vulnerable, and some of these include funding for the Adult Literacy Tutors Association to expand remedial education, strengthening the technical and vocational education component of our school system, providing book and uniform grants to students in need, continuing support for the school feeding program, while providing guaranteed markets for local farmers and, of course, the return of the Market Food Box Initiative, continuing to sustain existing public assistance programs. So, Madam Speaker, we on this side can say without fear of contradiction that there are few countries in the world that provide a suite of grants to their citizens as obtains here in Trinidad and Tobago. The 17% increase in the minimum wage, which will impact the pockets of approximately 190,000 citizens, was another clear signal that this government listens to the voice of those who are often considered poor and vulnerable. It is important to make the point, Madam Speaker, that this is a minimum wage, which simply means that no employer can offer anything below that to their employees. It, however, does not stop them from offering a higher wage. And as I listened to the opposition leader and subsequent speakers, and even before her, the members of our trade union movement, all of whom were arguing for a larger increase, I could not help but wonder if they live in the same country as I do. Because this is a country, Madam Speaker, where the price of bread increased and doubles increased by 20% when the price of flour increased. And though flour prices have decreased, the price of bread and doubles have remained the same. This is a country where the price of transportation increases, and with any increase, of course, of the price of gas. So can you imagine what would happen if the minimum wage was increased by approximately 43% or 71% as suggested by the trade union movement? There is no doubt that food inflation will skyrocket as the increased cost of wages will undoubtedly be passed on to the consumer, thus defeating the primary purpose of increasing the minimum wage in the first place. It is for this reason we on this side must constantly caution the general public about the positions adopted by those on the other side. Madam Speaker, in the last fiscal, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services held firm to its course and persisted in its responsibility to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago, specifically our vulnerable clients, all in keeping with our social protection mandate. During the past fiscal year, the ministry remained resolute in our determination to provide the necessary financial assistance to the various vulnerable groups in society through a suite of grants. The cost of this to the taxpayer was approximately $5.6 billion as at September 2023, and this facilitated the improvement of the socio-economic standard of living of a wide cross-section of vulnerable citizens who access the following grants. Social assistance, known as public assistance, as at September 2023, there were 16,269 individuals in receipt of the public assistance grant, of which 2,410 were new beneficiaries in 2023. So the total expenditure of that grant to date is $324,602,811. With regards to our food support program, as at September 2023, there were 20,063 households in receipt of food support. The total expenditure on that grant as at September 2023 amounted to approximately $136,445,946. During fiscal 2023, the Minister approved a total of 1,632 applications under the General Assistance Grants Program at a cost of approximately $28,812,130. And these are grants available for persons who are vulnerable and in dire need of temporary assistance due to a crisis or an emergency situation. And these include clothing grant, dietary grant, education, funeral, medical equipment, pharmaceutical, prosthetics, rental assistance, and school supplies grant. Madam Speaker, $19,452,400 were distributed to flood victims for the replacement of household items destroyed during the flood. A total of 2,504 applications were approved, impacting 8,811 households. So 258 children received the school supplies grant also. A total of 3,02,200 was expended on the school supplies grant. Let me read that over. A total of $302,200 was expended on the school supplies grant, and this was because of emergency situation like a fire or flooding. Our National Social Development Program. This program is a social intervention that seeks to improve the standard of living conditions of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago through the provision of basic infrastructure for essential utility services. The program offers minor house repairs assistance grant, which provides up to $15,000 in materials, only for the repair or upgrade of dwelling houses, and up to $20,000 in materials only to effect the upgrades in the event of a disaster. Sanitary plumbing assistance grants, which provides up to $15,000 in materials only under normal circumstances, and in the event of a disaster, upgrade of toilet and bathroom facilities for a dwelling house. And this allows for the upgrade of outdoor toilet facilities, also latrines, to indoor facilities where space permits. Madam Speaker, in fiscal 2023, 231 households benefited from these grants at a cost of approximately $1,014,252. So with an eye on building capacity and increasing empowerment of our clients, the ministry continued its sowing empowerment through entrepreneurial development program, which provides a mechanism for citizens who are considered vulnerable but have an interest in starting or improving their businesses. Many existing clients of the ministry who receive welfare grants have been able to start micro enterprises, which foster positive values such as independence and, of course, self-sufficiency. And for fiscal 2023, 59 beneficiaries received grant funding in the sum of approximately $194,974. And this is certainly one of our success stories, as our primary objective is to ensure that as many clients as possible be weaned off sponsorship as their circumstances improve, thereby allowing more persons the opportunity to get assistance. Our senior citizens grant, there were 111,735 senior citizens in receipt of our pension. And of this figure, 9,814 persons were added to the database as new beneficiaries in fiscal 2023. So at the close of fiscal 23, the total expenditure stood at $4,462,487,545. So in addition to this grant, all recipients now have the opportunity to submit their completed life and residential declaration forms via TT Connect. The completion of the life and residential certificates can be conducted at either of the 11 local assistance boards or at the 7 TT Connect offices. And this initiative is one between the Ministry of Social Development and the National Information and Communication Company Limited, IGovTT, through TT Connect. It allows senior citizens to utilize TT Connect's toll-free numbers and e-appointment system to make an appointment to submit their completed life and residential declaration form. As at September 2023, there were 21,828 persons in receipt of our disability assistance grant. 1,745 are persons who were added in fiscal 2023. The total expenditure paid as of September 2023 amounted to approximately $551,955,238. Our disability assistance grant for minors for the period October 2022 to September 2023, a total of 3,483 persons received our disability assistance grant for minors, and of this number, 756 were recorded as new clients for 2023. So the total expenditure on this grant was $64,299,945. So, Madam Speaker, you will recall that last year the Minister of Finance announced during the budget debate that a one-off transportation grant in the sum of $1,000 would be paid to recipients of the various key grant programs. So a total of 150,422 clients of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services received that one-off transportation grant in January at a cost of $150,422,000. And this one-off payment was implemented to alleviate the effect of the increase in the price of fuel. So a breakdown of this payment is as follows. Senior citizens pensioners, we spent $109,523,000 in transport allowance. Social and public assistance grant recipients, $21,978,000. Disability assistance grant adults, $15,978,000. And disability assistance grant minors, $3,004,000. So, Madam Speaker, in the last fiscal year, for grants and services overall, we spent over $5.4 billion. In the past 8 years, we spent close to $45 billion. And this does not include the transportation grant that was given out. So, Madam Speaker, all our efforts at the ministry have been focused on the prudent management of the funds that are allocated to us. We are persistently strengthening our internal controls in order to increase accountability, transparency, and increase checks and balances in order to root out corruption. During fiscal 2023, the ministry's Investigations and Compliance Unit consistently advanced its efforts in combating error, fraud, and corruption within the ministry. And specifically, in fiscal 2023, the unit recorded a decrease in the number of incidences of fraud and corruption within the ministry. The clear evidence suggests that most of these cases examined originated from previous fiscal years. Madam Speaker, the commitment of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to protect the most vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago from the scourge of error, of fraud, and corruption in the delivery of social services. We, this administration, under the astute leadership of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, stand as guardians of integrity and champions of accountability. And in our pursuit of this noble mission, we must acknowledge that the path has not always been clear. And I will say in a few minutes, some of what I will say in a few minutes emanate from the desire of this government to shield the vulnerable from those who would exploit and undermine the social safety net. Criminal activities, as we have come to know it, Madam Speaker, does not only occur at the end of the barrel of a gun. We have therefore adopted a zero-tolerance position to any crime or evidence of criminal activity uncovered at the ministry. And like our Honorable Prime Minister will say, let the chips fall where they may. I have had cause to assemble at the ministry a formidable team of investigators and compliance officers dedicated to the cause of unearthing and eradicating fraud and corruption within the ministry. And we have joined hands with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service because we recognize that their work is not only about enforcing the law, it's also about restoring faith in our social institutions, instilling confidence in our citizens, and in securing a brighter future for all. So together, our mission is clear and our cause is just. Madam Speaker, of 109 completed investigations under the error category, the unit was able to restore benefits to 90% of the beneficiaries. The ICU, which is the Investigation and Compliance Unit, identified 123 cases of fraud from 2021 to 2023. These cases involve cashing of large checks at supermarkets. Using identical birth certificates, we have found to access grants. We have found persons with the same birth certificate accessing grants, receiving grants while residing abroad, and the emergence of ghost beneficiaries on the payroll. Madam Speaker, during the 2022 Christmas period, 56 counterfeit checks under the guise of public assistance grants were discovered by the central bank. And this information is in the hands of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and they are actively investigating as I speak. And we are hoping to bring this investigation to a close soon. And this tells us that we have to protect the vulnerable populations from the scourge of criminal activity. It also speaks to the stewardship of public funds, as these activities erode public trust in government institutions. But this is not all. Madam Speaker, the unit also discovered disturbing trends and instances of corruption within the system. Checks returned to local boards upon clients' demise were being cashed, raising questions about internal controls. Similarly, checks returned by TT Post to the Social Welfare Division for deceased or unclaimed individuals resurfaced as cashed, indicating potential collusion between employees of the ministry and business establishments, including supermarkets. And particularly concerning is the manipulation of disbursement checks intended for first-time clients, with retroactive lump sums. These checks are being misappropriated by unauthorized individuals, both internally and externally. Our investigators unearthed collusion between employees of, I mentioned, and supermarkets, where checks belonging to the deceased clients were cashed. Information submitted to senior management revealed the presence of approximately 28,064 ineligible recipients, leading to an estimated possible monthly leakage of approximately $11 million. Clients were reported as deactivated from the system when they were still kept on the system for payment. Also, the unauthorized use of food cards by unnamed employees of the Social Welfare Division was also identified. But this is not a new thing. It seems as though this has been in the system for a long time. This has been happening a long time. And I want to draw your attention to a deeply troubling discovery, namely of a prepaid MasterCard program introduced by the PP government, led by the current opposition leader, member for Siparia, during its administration. The prepaid MasterCard program was created by Cabinet Minute 2377-2012-0906 to allow for the production of 2,300 reloadable prepaid MasterCard for a one-time grant payment of $510, which was to commence on September the 3rd, 2012. For ease of reference, let me quote the Cabinet note. Section 4A of the Cabinet Minute agreed to the provision of a one-off grant of $510 to a total of 2,015 needy children, comprising 50 children to be identified by each of the 41 members of Parliament for the purchase of school supplies for the school term commencing September the 3rd, 2012. And Section 4B of the Cabinet Minute established that the Minister of the People and Social Development be responsible for an additional 250 one-off grants of $510 for the allocation to very needy children, including those identified from within the databases of the Ministry of the People and Social Development. And let me state that the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services investigated these reloadable prepaid MasterCards, which were found in a cupboard in one of the cupboards in the Social Welfare Division. The application form which accompanied the MasterCards stated that the cards could load up to a staggering $30,000 per day. This simple arithmetic reveals an alarming fact. 2,300 cards multiplied by 30,000 per day equals a potential daily sum of $69 million that could have been laundered through this program. This inconsistency between the cabinet minute and the $510 one-off payment and the contract application form, which showed that $30,000 could have been uploaded per day, is of significant concern. On the application form, it says the prepaid card account can be loaded or reloaded up to a maximum of 3,000 per day with a maximum of 2 reloads per day. The maximum amount that can be accessed per day is TT $30,000. The maximum number of purchases per day is 15, up to a maximum value of TT $30,000. The maximum number of ATM cash advances per day is 5, up to a maximum of TT $30,000. The bank may, in its sole discretion at any time, from time to time, vary the above without notice to the card holder. So we found the cards, some of these cards, we don't know where the others are, where they went, and some of the cards have a name on it. The card has names, and the application form was now being sent to applicants. So I don't know how the name is on the card and the application form is blank. Okay, so there's a blank application form and a TT MasterCard. And I have it in my possession. I have some in my possession. This isn't just a financial figure. It is a moral and ethical concern and a massive red flag for financial impropriety. The sheer volume of funds that can flow to these cards is astounding. The questions that beg to be answered are as follows. And I know the member of Parliament for Chaguanas East will follow me. So therefore, there are some questions that I would like answered. I also want to note that the timing of these cards, 2012, the Member of Parliament for Chaguanas East was a member of staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services in the same department. Why did the PP government decide to issue a one-off grant payment on a reloadable MasterCard to the value of $30,000? After the cabinet approval was for $510. We have the cabinet note. Was this about serving the people, or was an underlying nefarious agenda lurking beneath the surface? Who were these cards truly intended to benefit from this scheme? Was there a manipulation of beneficiaries, meaning beneficiaries could unknowingly participate in this fraudulent activity? The card already had names, and then it was attached to an application form, so it means that persons did not apply for the form. Weren't there other ways that the regime could have provided the grant without creating a reloadable prepaid MasterCard? Wasn't there at that time an already existing framework which had the necessary policy, procedures, and controls to guide and facilitate this one-off payment of $510? Was this MasterCard system chosen and preferred to avoid scrutiny, bypassing restrictions, controls, and auditing procedures? Was this an avenue for money laundering, as reloadable prepaid MasterCards can be used to move illicit funds more discreetly without detection? Prepaid MasterCards can be used to move illicit funds more discreetly without detection. Why did the PP government introduce such a complex system that had the capacity to facilitate a high level of money laundering? As the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, charged with taking care of the vulnerable, I cannot and will not let this matter and these lingering questions go to the wind. And stay with me as I tell you about the intricacies, anomalies, and inefficiencies created by these MasterCards. Financial impropriety is not a victimless crime. Madam Speaker, I am sure you will agree that our democracy rests on transparency, accountability, and the trust we place in our leaders. A deeper scrutiny of Cabinet Note 2377, 2012-0906, where this bewildering move with unnecessary complexity was made by the PP government, which produced these 2,300 reloadable prepaid MasterCards for a one-time payment of just $510. These MasterCards were addressed to named beneficiaries and left either in the care of the Social Welfare Division, head office, or some constituency offices along with an application form. And let me establish up front that at this period, I was a member of Parliament for Laventille-East-Morva. And during the relevant period, at no time did I participate in or was aware of that prepaid MasterCard program. So we talk about discrimination, and it would appear as if that this only went to PP members of Parliament, because I was in the, I called a few of my colleagues who were members of Parliament at the time, and I asked them if they remember anything about this card, and they know nothing about it. All my colleagues. So we received none, but yet the Cabinet note stated that all members of Parliament were supposed to receive 50 of this card. We continue to look in the ministry for the evidence with regards to distribution of these cards. No evidence could be found. But the cards were issued because we checked with the bank. Madam Speaker, I would like to know who received these 2,300 cards. And I want you to note the card before the horse in this story, because, of course, they were left in the care of Social Welfare Division or a constituency office with the applications form for beneficiaries who were already named. How can something be created and sent to a beneficiary who has yet to apply? It should be noted that the application form which accompanied the cards did not identify the $510 TT limit per beneficiary. And this raises questions and concerns about transparency and informed consent. Beneficiaries may not have been even aware of the limitations on these cards, which could lead to unintended misuse. Investigations conducted thus far discovered 40 of these cards still in the possession of the ministry, addressed to the named beneficiaries, and of course, the head office, social welfare office, or constituency. And let me reiterate, the card was to be loaded with a maximum of $510 according to the cabinet minute, but the application and card was sent to the beneficiary with the possibility of loading $30,000. So between 2012 to 2015, that's the year the reloadable prepaid MasterCards that has since come into my possession was expected to expire. There was a potential to launder 69 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars per day if all 2,300 cards were loaded with the maximum allowed. And this amount is significant and highlights the severity of the risk associated with the reloadable prepaid MasterCard in question. And more concerning, is that the minister who sat as Minister of Finance in the cabinet at that time was the past CEO of the bank that approved these cards. And I say nothing more on this matter. A similar scheme was executed in 2014, which is also under investigation. But I hasten to add that election was called on June 13, 2015 by the then PP government, and Cabinet went on to agree on July 2015 to provide 4,000 prepaid cards, repeating the same scheme as was done in 2012 and 2014. Where are these cards? Madam Speaker, creating reloadable prepaid MasterCards for a one-off benefit payment defies logic, as prepaid card programs typically come with various expenses, such as card issuance costs, processing fees, activation fees, distribution costs, administrative overheads, maintenance fees. So these extemporaneous costs would have been well known by the then Minister of Finance. So, Madam Speaker, if it may have been more prudent to use any of the existing grant payment methods which were available at the time, such as check, direct deposit, bank transfers. Madam Speaker, you know that people like to say, if you know things, send it to the police. Well, we have done just that. And as I stand here to make my contribution, there has already been collaboration with the police on the issue of potential fraud and money laundering activities that may have taken place during the implementation of this MasterCard fiasco. As a government, we cannot ignore the potential implications of this ruse. It is our duty as responsible citizens to hold our governments accountable for its actions and decisions, and we must ensure that our systems are designed to protect the interests of the people and not to facilitate illicit activities. Madam Speaker, only this week, 5 persons have been charged with conspiracy to defraud the government of $900,000, almost $1 million, for the purpose of operating a bogus home for the older persons. And one of these persons is a former employee of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And this is one of many cases that is receiving the attention of the officers of the fraud squad. The challenges with corruption in the ministry are real, but our efforts to combat them are not insurmountable. It is our duty to address them head-on, and we are committed to doing so. And as the Investigations and Compliance Unit continues its work in the ministry, it will continue to investigate all cases of fraud, corruption, and error. And our goal is to follow up on all cases reported to the police. And the work of the unit is only just beginning. I want to reiterate that our commitment to protecting the most vulnerable citizens of Trinidad and Tobago is unwavering. It is a commitment rooted in our values, and it drives us to work tirelessly to ensure that every citizen can live a life of dignity and security. Madam Speaker, I move on to speak a little about NGOs. I know someone mentioned the NGO units. I'll move on to the NGOs. In the ministry's drive to fulfill its mandate, we have continued to support vulnerable groups through the provision of financial assistance to NGOs, through annual subventions or financing for one-off grants for specialized programs or projects. For fiscal 2023, the sum of approximately $51,920,000 was allocated to 22 NGOs, inclusive of 3 statutory boards, to support the work of these organizations and to facilitate the delivery of specialized services for our vulnerable clients. It must be noted, however, as part of the ministry's value for money approach, several NGOs that previously received a subvention were not complying with the cabinet-approved mandate and the other requirements for funding. And we have been working with these organizations to ensure compliance. Of the 22 NGOs, 17 and 3 statutory bodies received financial support for fiscal 2023 in the sum of $38,285,898. And these NGOs primarily deliver services in the areas of support for socially displaced persons, support for women and victims of all forms of violence, psychosocial and clinical interventions, and services for persons with disabilities, and several youth organizations. The ministry also provided support for special projects and programs by NGOs that were aligned to the ministry's overall mandate via the provision of one-off grants. As of September 2023, the sum of $66,500 was spent on one-off grant funding to support key areas such as support for persons with disability, assistance for transitional housing programs, education and wellness initiatives, targeting senior citizens, family intervention programming with a special focus on healthy marriages and the family unit, support for victims of domestic violence, grief support for widows, and mental health first aid as a means of treating with suicide ideation. Initiatives were also undertaken to support social sector NGOs through capacity building, knowledge exchange, and information sessions, as well as to promote deeper partnerships with the ministry and other social sector NGOs. These included virtual knowledge sharing initiatives, which facilitated the transfer of knowledge and learning opportunities to NGOs on best practices for operational and programmatic development. Sessions included tips and tools on navigating virtual environmental safety, specifically as it pertained to vulnerable groups such as older persons, children, and youth, how to safeguard themselves from online predators, romance scams, and financial risk, and orientation and sensitization on sign language inclusion for NGOs towards more inclusive service delivery. Approximately 63 NGO participants benefited from this session. Additionally, the ministry partnered with Cropper Foundation for World NGO Day this year, and 80 NGO representatives participated in the virtual discussion and NGO information sharing on challenges and experiences in a post-COVID climate, digitalization efforts, and opportunities for civil society. During fiscal 23, the ministry conducted a careful review of the clauses of the Trinidad and Tobago Disability Bill, plus invited organizations that work with persons with disabilities and government ministries, a representative from UE to provide feedback. Persons with and without disabilities were able to provide feedback through this process. And it is our desire, Madam Speaker, that when we bring this bill to the House, it would have gone through a rigorous process and review so that it will be unanimously passed by both houses of this Parliament. To date, 15 ministries and 9 organizations that work with persons with disabilities responded and provided comments to this bill. So we don't believe in the top-down approach. We believe that persons with disabilities have a voice and must be heard. We believe in their motto, nothing for us without us. And this means that they must be included in the discussions about anything that is being proposed or implemented for them. We value their opinion, and this is why we took the approach to hear from them before we move forward with the bill. In fiscal 2024, the ministry will finalize the outfitting and the refurbishment of the National Therapeutic and Resource Center with therapeutic equipment to facilitate the treatment, rehabilitation of the various categories of disabilities. Tenders went out to facilitate the outfitting, and I believe that we should be awarding a tender with regards to the continued refurbishment of the center. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I want to say that there has been some information out there which is erroneous, because I understand that Mr. Philip Metivier has been out there stating that the ministry put out the persons who, children with disability who use there. The first thing that I would like Mr. Metivier to provide for me is where he got the authority to utilize that building. Because the building is not fit for persons to be there. It's under refurbishment. From August the 3rd, 2022 to March 16, 2023, the Ministry of Work has been there conducting the fire and safety works at the building, right? So it begs the question, how did he get in there? Who gave him permission to use the building? That is not a building that is supposed to be used, because at this point in time, the works are ongoing, and therefore no one should be there. That is a risk, and it is a risk for the children with disability. So I would like him to bring the authority to me, because he has been going from media house to media house saying that he was put out. I want to know, when did he get in? And where is the approval that he got in writing from the permanent secretary, who knows nothing about him being in that building, okay? Because that is a serious risk if something happens to those children, all right? And I would like to find out that information from Mr. Metivier as he go about creating mischief. At this point in time, the tenders actually just went out with regards to the outfitting of the building, and therefore we are working assiduously to try to have it in place as soon as possible. We recently signed an MOU with Digitalization Foundation, and they are assisting us with the outfitting of the building. That MOU was signed 2 weeks ago, and therefore we are moving past pace ahead to try to get it ready as soon as possible. I also would like to say that the center will serve as a multidisciplinary resource center for persons with disability. It will provide assessment, therapy, and training. A community-based therapeutic approach will be used in order to improve the quality of life experienced by persons with disability, and they will receive adequate and effective habilitative and rehabilitative services. The suite of services will be offered in phases, where phase 1 would include speech and language therapy, occupational therapy, and behavioral therapy. Phase 2 would offer aquatherapy, physiotherapy, music, art, and drama. And further, parents and caregivers would be equipped with necessary skills to continue therapy at home, and students, social workers, and therapists will have the opportunity to be trained there. So we have a whole program in place. We have a team of persons who is in charge of that building, and therefore we are moving ahead. We have not put out any children with disability out of the center. It seems as though that Mr. Metivia has been illegally occupying the center. I move to social displacement. During fiscal 2023, the ministry turned the sod for the construction of an assessment and temporary housing facility in South Key. This 5-story facility that our homeless citizens can now call home is located on a site area of about half an acre with a floor area of 62,000 square feet, spread over 5 stories. It will host a minimum of 200 homeless persons and 25 staff at a time, with adequate accommodation for a 6-week minimum assessment period. Because, of course, they have to be assessed first. If persons are found to be, substance abusers, then they would be taken for assistance. If they are ill, they'll be taken to the hospital for treatment. If there's a mental issue, then we will organize with the mental health persons to assist them. The grounds of the building will include parking, a hard court, courtyard, green space, vegetable garden. Level 1 will include a reception, an assessment center, a day user facility with activity center, and a night user facility with a shelter, washrooms, and laundry. Shared communal space includes dining hall, gathering space, counseling, and meeting rooms. Levels 2 and 3 and 4 will house male and female dorms, including TV rooms, gathering space. There will also be administrative offices and family dorms with shared living, kitchen, and laundry services. We also will have a library. The cost of construction and outfitting with tamper-proof furniture and fittings is approximately $55 million. The price tag of this facility, where I saw some persons mention that it was just too much for persons who are socially displaced, I don't understand that, but whatever we are doing, we must do it to the best of our ability, because it's people, it's human beings that we are catering to. But if cost extends far beyond mere numbers, it represents a profound investment in humanity, in compassion, and in the transformation of lives. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will continue to help, empower, and transform the lives of the poor and vulnerable among us. We will continue to fight against corruption. We will ensure that there's a high level of accountability and transparency when it comes to spending the money that has been allocated to all the persons who are currently beneficiaries of the ministry's grants and programs, which we continue to give our grants the full amount and on time every month. And those that will be the beneficiaries in the future, and we are committed to ensuring that no one is left behind. I thank you.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. As I continue this good fight, as I continue this lobby for my constituents of Chaguanas East and the people of Trinidad and Tobago at large, as I enter this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2024, Madam Speaker, I stand ready to be called pessimistic, but I am firm in my belief that I am here to fight for the poor and vulnerable and be their voice by expressing the realities of what they face in this country. And Madam Speaker, this budget represents an abject failure on this government's ability to address the real challenges affecting citizens. Madam Speaker, have some respect. Madam Speaker,
Member for Laventille West, please oblige with the observance of Standing Order 53. Member for Chaguanas East, try and not be distracted. Remember that you are addressing the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must commend my colleagues who would have spoken before for their strong contributions, and most importantly, the leader of the opposition, who provided a sharp rebuttal in expressing the realities of what our citizens are experiencing. Her clinical dissertation represents what an administration on this side would undertake with immediate effect upon assumption of office. Madam Speaker, I dare say we did it then and we can do it again. Madam Speaker, and we will do it again. Madam Speaker, I just had the pleasure of listening to the previous speaker. And I want to say that I am not here to defend myself, but I am here to set the record straight. Madam Speaker, I sat for the last couple of days and listened to all the speakers who contributed from the other side. And they have all come here patting the backs of each other. Some were even engaged in giving vote of thanks, Madam Speaker, whilst they claim they are doing the best for the vulnerable and leaving no one behind. Madam Speaker, is this the same government? And was that the same minister who spoke before, who told the population that they were being greedy and not needy? Madam Speaker, is that the same government who would have asked our citizens to forsake their macaroni pie? Madam Speaker, is this the same government who asked our citizens to use a coal pot and ride a bicycle? Madam Speaker, this government has shut the doors on the disabled in this country. Madam Speaker, now they are coming for your food cards, and I say to the citizens.
I love the fact that you can hear, but and I'm not at all trying to curtail your passion, but maybe you could control the volume a bit, please.
Sure. My passion is really strong today. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and in trying to justify why they are coming for our citizens' food cards, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services would have just made some serious allegations, bringing my name into it, Madam Speaker. But what I want to say here today, Madam, I have lived a life of service. And nothing will throw me off, Madam Speaker. And yes, Madam Speaker, I worked under the Targeted Conditional Cash Transfer Program. I started off as a caseworker in late 2012. And then I graduated to a liaison officer position. Madam Speaker, the minister's behavior in this honorable house today can be described as nothing but irresponsible. Madam Speaker, I dare say I know nothing of what the minister spoke about here today. And I want to tell the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, do not ever try to dirty my name. Madam Speaker, I have worked with both in my tenure working at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I have worked with both PNM representatives, UNC representatives. Ask any one of them, they would have received the best service from this liaison officer when I worked at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Madam Speaker, I would have worked throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago under the ministry's guidelines. Nothing else but the ministry's guidelines. Madam Speaker, since 2015, this government took office, and today in 2023, they come in to talk about some MasterCard, which I know nothing about, So what happened to the previous years? You now decide to dig in a cupboard? Madam Speaker, this is their justification for their plan to take back the food cards from our citizens and to cut the food card program. Madam Speaker, the minister's contribution and what she stated about me as working in the ministry can be, I really am very upset about the situation. Madam Speaker, it was heavy on insinuation and low on facts. Madam Speaker, if the minister has information like this, then she should take it to the police. And if you are saying it was taken to the police, then you are compromising an investigation here today. Madam Speaker, I want to share something with you and for the purposes of the population air. When I began working at the Ministry of Social Development, do you know the first 3 months, Madam Speaker,
Everybody who hasn't spoken will get an opportunity once they catch my eye. But we owe some respect to the member for Chaguanas East. Please continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the first 3 months working at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, when I recognized the workload, I saved every cent of those 3 months, the salaries I would have received for those 3 months, every cent without lunch, drinking water to fill my belly, to purchase a vehicle to do the ministry's work. So when they come here to tell me about I worked and this happened and that happened to try to dirty my name, I say check yourself and get in line. Madam Speaker, what the minister should have been answering today is how under your tenure, so many checks went missing. So many food cards were missing and stolen from a cupboard in the ministry. But you come here today to tell me about cupboard and MasterCard. You cannot even account for food cards missing from a cupboard in a ministry, but come in here to dirty my name. Madam Speaker, I waste no more time on that because, as I said, I do not have to defend myself. I have given my life to national service, hence the reason I am here today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the presentation of a budget or any suite of government fiscal measures should be a much anticipated event, eagerly awaited upon by the population. It should create excitement, happiness, and eagerness, since some tangible development, Madam Speaker, tangible development policy should be contained in its delivery. However, Madam, at any given budget delivery in this country and the ensuing days under P&M administration, it is usually associated, or let's say predicated, on shock, anxiety, and general depression, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for example, look at gas stations on budget day because of the fear persons have for this government's fiscal measures. Madam Speaker, this period, and I refer to the budget period for citizens, as currently obtains, is replete with a discouraged population mirrored in doom and gloom, whilst digesting these depressing measures as contained in this 2024 budget presentation. Madam Speaker, what positives exist in this budget? And they are claiming positives exist. What positives exist in this budget for those families post-COVID-19 who are on the breadline? Madam Speaker, there's an absence of sustainable job creation measures. What positives exist in this budget for those families struggling to make ends meet? Madam, the farcical minimum wage increase cannot address their misfortune, and we must face the facts. Madam Speaker, what positives exist in this budget for senior citizens who are in throes of depression as they stretch their inadequate pension checks beyond what is humanly reasonable? Madam Speaker, what positives exist in this budget for the plethora of young persons of school age wiping windshields and engaged in huckster activities at the various intersections along the nation's major roadways? What hope does this budget offer for them? Madam Speaker, what positives exist in this budget for the farmers of Chaguanasis and this country to encourage increased food security? Madam Speaker, absolutely none. Rather, Madam Speaker, there continues to be old age problems with no incentives or solutions in sight. Madam Speaker, this budget may be good for them on the other side, but not for the population. Madam Speaker, this budget and the PNM government promises continue to fail miserably in addressing the existing and emerging social problems plaguing the nation. Those opposite continue to live in some type of paradise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today this country is beset by the following: lowering of real incomes, beset by the following: rising unemployment, rising cost of living, continuous escalation of criminal activities, deterioration of the social fabric of the society at the level of family and community. Madam Speaker, despite the country being ravaged by these factors, since the PNM assumed office, it has now dawned on them to develop themes and medium-term goals as stated on page 14 of the Social Sector Investment Program. Madam Speaker, they are now looking at the national social situation and trying to put together goals 1 to 5, then 1 to 3 in terms of themes as it relates to dealing with the real issues that affect people. Madam Speaker, in other words, what they have now recognized is that poverty, crime, health, and education is the cornerstone since they have created their visionless 2030 document. Madam Speaker, and where these emanate from, all of these emanate from the failed policies of the PNM. Nothing but the failed policies of the PNM. Madam Speaker, this society that we currently live in is a society where the common concerns would reflect that we are all second-class citizens. And the reason for this is that the government has never pursued policies in the function of real democracy, social justice, and class equality, but they rather pursued policies solely dedicated to keep them in power, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is quite stunning that in the face of social deterioration and the collapse of the social services and even the collapse of the society, that this government has the temerity to commend themselves for fiscal prudence and economic foresight as stated in page 12 of the budget statement, when over their history, Madam Speaker, they would have frittered away the wealth of this country. Madam Speaker, it is about time that we examine the reality and look at what is in this budget 2024. Madam Speaker, where in this budget is there provisions that the sick and elderly can afford vital and basic drugs from the pittance they receive as old age pension? Remember CPEP, Madam Speaker? CPEP is a failure because at most times the medications are unavailable for whatever reasons. Madam Speaker, now you know what they're saying. Sometimes when you go to the health institutions, the pharmacies at the health institutions, oh, that is expensive. We cannot provide you with that. And I get that a lot in my very own constituency. Madam Speaker, this is not me saying this. Guardian article dated March 21st, 2023. Headline, pensioners worried as hospitals run out of chemo drugs. And we must listen to Mr. Lewis, who said, after spending his teaching life, Woodbrook pensioner David Lewis is now worried about his fate as public hospitals are out of the much-needed chemotherapy drug Xeloda. With senior citizen pension at $3,500, Lewis says it would cost him $4,000 for a regimen of tablets for just one of 3 sessions. Madam Speaker, at times, our senior citizens, they are forced to forego medicine in order to buy food, since the cost of both are extremely astronomical, Madam Speaker. Yet those opposite delude themselves that everything is okay. We are doing well. This government is doing well. They delude themselves, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what about labor when we examine the realities? Where in this budget is there provisions for labor? How many citizens are unemployed? A situation that has exacerbated post-COVID-19, Madam. How many graduates and young people are underemployed and or seeking to migrate to potential greener pastures, thus compounding, Madam Speaker, the brain drain issue plaguing this nation. And Madam, again, this is not me saying this. Guardian article dated 7th, 2023. Headline, unemployment rate leaves people distressed. Job seekers, and I quote, job seekers from across the country said that the labor market feels hopeless, with many people who have degrees forced to take up jobs that they are overqualified for. At fast food restaurants, Madam Speaker, or security agencies, just to make ends meet, Madam Speaker. And yesterday, the Minister of Labour wanted to come here and tell us about Eat Our Food in the OJT program. Eat Our Food, Madam Speaker, really, Minister of Labour? Madam Speaker, if these people have no choice, what are they expected to do? Sit at home and look at their degree certificate and say, when would I get a job, boy? Madam Speaker, they are left with no choice but to head to these establishments. And you have heard it for yourself. Fast food restaurants and security agencies. Madam Speaker, on a weekly basis, I am doing, you know how many MTS letters of recommendations for persons holding nursing certificates and so on, just to get a job. It is real, and it is the reality existing out there. Madam Speaker, how many are working for minimum wage, even taking into consideration the new $20.50 per hour, which falls well below what is required, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, and you would have remembered the Leader of Opposition mentioning her recommendation that the minimum wage be raised to $25 per hour. Madam, this increase by the PNM in reality means that a person will earn $164 between 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., bearing in mind the 1 hour for lunch is not paid. Madam Speaker, but I'll deal with this later on. How many, Madam Speaker, are being retrenched, rotated, and redeployed at lower positions with reduced earnings? And this is not me again. I refer to a Loop TT article dated November 10th, 2022. Nearly 2,000 retrenched during the COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker. 2,000 retrenched, reported in Loop TT, yet those opposite delude themselves that everything is okay in this country. Madam Speaker, as I deal with the realities again, what about the status of children in terms of inclusion in this budget? Where in this budget meaningfully addresses this problem? How many have to work for a living rather than be schooled, Madam Speaker? How many cannot attend school because their parents cannot afford food, books, clothing, and transportation, which has gone beyond the poor and vulnerable earning capacity, Madam Speaker? This is not me again. Guardian article dated April 9, 2023. Girl 14 pleads, I want to go back to school. And I quote, the children were forced to leave school or be absent frequently due to the parent or guardians not having jobs, food, or money to send them to classes to achieve an education. Madam Speaker, how many children are abandoned, homeless, and living on the streets? How many children are selling and taking drugs and alcohol? How many of them are now joining gangs and even committing crimes, Madam Speaker? This is the reality of what we are facing in this country. Yet those opposite, Madam, delude themselves into believing that everything is okay in this country. Madam Speaker, reality is, what about housing? Where in this budget are there meaningful provisions and measures for housing? I listened to the Laventille East Morvad MP speak, and I wondered, Madam Speaker, based on what he said, I am not imputing anything, but based on what the member said, whether his focus as a minister in the Ministry of Housing is on P&M strongholds, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he said so much, but I awaited to hear something for Chaguanas East and other places in this country. Madam Speaker, the reality is they mentioned housing, and I know they would come to say that. Many persons have applied for housing, are waiting 20 years, Madam Speaker. Then somehow or the other, you write for them, they get an interview, and that's the end of that. You get that they are awaiting allocation, and they are on a lottery system. So when would we deal with the vulnerable awaiting housing, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, is this government aware that in some circumstances, up to 10 persons are living in one room? Madam Speaker, how many citizens have had to relinquish their homes because they can no longer afford mortgage payments or rent payments, Madam Speaker? How many are living in subhuman conditions, Madam Speaker? And this is not me again. Guardian article dated August 8, 2023. Headline, Madam Speaker, family in one room. Madam Speaker, how many can realistically afford water and electricity bills? Can you imagine the impending increases, Madam Speaker? How many people can afford to live in this country given the astronomical cost of living? Yet those opposite continue to delude themselves that everything is okay and in this once prosperous nation. Madam Speaker, what about the escalation in crime? Where in this budget is there provisions? Madam Speaker, is the government aware of the increases in robbery and home invasions, especially in Cunupia? The Minister of National Security spoke to this before. Madam Speaker, they are now even attacking schools. And I refer to a Guardian article dated September 19, 2023. Just last month, robbery and break-in at the Cunupia Secondary School. Madam Speaker, how can this government, through whatever strategies, save the life of the next 13-year-old from being raped and, when reported, murdered along with her uncle? Madam Speaker, how many citizens were robbed with aggravation? Those opposite should answer these questions, yet they want us to believe that everything is okay and the delusion continues unabated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite all that has been put before, they continue with this charade through propaganda and public relations. Madam Speaker, all that has been echoed during this debate is fluff and propaganda. Madam Speaker, what I have recognized is the Minister of Finance, once the book's looking good, the Minister of Finance is good. Madam Speaker, where are the facts? And today I want to quote from a Calypso classic, namely the Mighty Shadows immortal classic, Poverty is Hell, Madam Speaker. Where the lyrics state, Madam Speaker, the poor man living in a twinny-winny hut, the children hungry and nothing in the pot. He gone by the neighbor to beg for some rice. The neighbor under pressure, boy, thing and nice. Madam Speaker, if these words are not the living embodiment of the living existence of the population today, nothing else is. How prophetic, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you see, in this country there lies an inequality at the heart of our financial and economic system, wherein maybe 10% enjoys a proper standard of living, whilst the rest barely can stay afloat, and the mass of poor people struggle to stay alive. Madam Speaker, according to the CSO website on poverty, they have defined poverty as a lack of income to ensure sustainable, the most important word, sustainable livelihoods. It includes hunger and malnutrition, limited access to education and basic services, as well as social and economic discrimination. Madam Speaker, the opposite are quick to shout out that the opposition is engaging in politics when we call them out for creating increased poverty levels in Trinidad and Tobago, but it's not us. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad Express newspaper article dated August 8. Headline, "Family in one room, mom pleads for help." And I quote Raquel Richardson, "Johnson's mornings begin with a plea to the heavens, the mother of three praying to God that her family of 5 will escape the grip of financial turmoil, which she says has ensnared them and made it nearly impossible to survive in recent times." I quote again Guardian article dated July 19, 2023, "Family with newborn triplets struggling to survive." And I quote, "It is a precarious trek from the family's plywood house perched on a hill. The waterlogged bridge leading out of the house sinks as Rubley walks across it. She then had to climb up an almost 45-degree incline of oil sand and mud to get to the road, which is in a dilapidated condition and cannot be accessed by emergency vehicles." Madam Speaker, I quote again Guardian newspaper article dated July 3, 2021, "Growing poverty in TNT. Low-income people have smaller chance of survival in the pandemic." And listen carefully, one man was reportedly selling galvanized sheets off his roof to buy food recently. Mr. Deputy Speaker, children have dropped out of school as parents are unable to provide regular meals, to pay electricity and internet bills to ensure they access online schooling. Mr. Deputy Speaker, poverty is real hell, to reiterate the words of the mighty shadow. However, the government are elected by the masses because in most instances, they lobby the electorate for their support under the pretext that they will alleviate poverty, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But what strategies exist for the elimination and, let's say, the reduction of poverty in Trinidad and Tobago? Madam Speaker, the reality is this must be undertaken within the context of a comprehensive approach. And the minister spoke about all of government approach, but never went into detail. So let me go into some details. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of a comprehensive approach, I want to deal with increasing access to education. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is crucial in the fight against poverty, since it can provide individuals with the skills and knowledge to elevate themselves by securing good jobs to improve their economic prospects, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a mere one-off grant of $1,000 to needy children via the means test would not lift them out of poverty. And let us face the facts. And they know that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And stop acting as though you are giving the vulnerable something. The leader of the opposition, since during the pandemic, would have asked you to give those seeing hard times, as we may say it, a one-off grant to assist with school supplies. You are now coming in 2024 to do that. So don't act as though you are doing something so great. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there must be sustainable measures which are evidently absent in this benign set of fiscal measures, which from page 3 of the budget statement simply outlines a series of fanciful economic and financial micro and macro statements which are merely designed to distract the average citizens from the realities that the 2024 budget is devoid of any developmental policies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which can improve their current standard of living and ease the burden of hardship imposed by this indifferent regime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I quote Guardian article dated November 20, 2022, education must be government's top priority. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of a comprehensive approach or all-of-government approach, economic growth, another strategy that this budget ought to address was economic growth, which would create jobs and increase wealth, which will catapult people out of poverty. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refer to page 8 of the budget statement 2024 by the Honourable Minister of Finance. Our domestic economy grew by 1.5% in 2022. Further growth continued in the first quarter of 2023 at a rate of 3%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, economic growth. Given those hollow pronouncements, the population wants to know how many jobs were created. Has the wealth of individuals increased? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the answer is a resounding no. And I quote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I quote from Express newspaper article dated April 17, 2023. Unemployment, listen carefully, poverty causing crime, Mr. Hines, in this case referring to the member for Laventille West. This headlined article, wherein the Minister of National Security said, in Trinidad and Tobago, jobs are not easy to come by. So money will automatically be an issue that now certainly will impact living comfortably in TNT. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where is the evidence of jobs? Those opposite cannot provide empirical data. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move to income inequality, all of government approach if we are speaking that. Income inequality exists where some people have more wealth than others, conversely reducing middle income earners' capacity to sustain themselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the property tax will become an additional burden when operationalized. Middle income households are the ones who suffer the brunt of government's taxation policies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The minister belatedly, after strident calls, adjusted the minimum wage by $3 per hour. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refer to page 127 of the Budget Statement 2024, and I quote, Madam Speaker, I propose to initiate action to minimize the country's socio-economic imbalance and stimulate consumer spending aimed at economic expansion. To achieve this objective, I propose to increase the minimum wage by 17% or $3 per hour from $17.50 to $20.50 per hour. This measure will benefit approximately 190,000 persons in the workforce. Mr. Deputy Speaker, he claimed he was initiating action to address the socio-economic imbalance. But what is the reality of this minuscule, this tiny increase, Mr. Deputy Speaker? For anyone, it is the equivalent to $24 daily. You know what this government has granted the working class, Mr. Deputy Speaker? A sandwich loaf costs $14.80. A tin of sardine costs $12.25. This sandwich loaf and a tin of sardine totals $27.05. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you minus the $24 daily, you are still short and have to borrow $3.05 to access this bare necessity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of bread and sardine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is what will benefit 190,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Social Development wondered if we live in the same country as she does? Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes, we live in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but one thing I'm sure about is we don't get the pay the Minister of Social Development and Family Services get. And many persons outside there do not get, or they would wish to see that pay the Minister of Social Development and Family Services get. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move on to point 4 in terms of comprehensive and government approach, all-government approach in terms of provision of financial assistance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Poverty can only be addressed or ended by financial assistance such as grants and food support. Financial assistance programs usually provide a safety net for persons experiencing financial hardships, enabling them to afford the basics of life such as food, housing, and health care, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This would help persons falling deeper into poverty. Where in this budget are such provisions articulated? They come here to justify and use my name today. They attempt to hoodwink the population. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance even stated, and I refer to page 103 of the Budget Statement 2024, and I quote, specifically in 2024, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will be mandated to restructure the food card program to include a mandatory market box component. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time I wish to dissect some real concerns that I have noticed in this 2024 budget, and I have extracted some figures from the draft estimate details of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2024 under Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, General Admin salaries and COLA, $1 million increase. General Admin subhead 01, item 001, sub-item 01. Salaries and COLA, a $1 million increase. General Admin 02, 001, 16, contract employment, a $12 million increase. General Admin 02, 2022, short-term employment, a $200,000 increase. Division of Agent 02, 16, contract employment, a $650,000 increase. Social Welfare 02, 16, contract employment, $790,000 increase. Social Welfare short-term employment 02, 2022, $3.8 million increase. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in total, in terms of employment, $18,460,000 increase. Mr. Deputy Speaker, yet, when superimposed against the core deliverables, which are the initiatives that defines the Ministry of Social Development, in other words, they exist for the following. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to go a little bit on the core deliverables. And listen, households, sub-item 0402, senior citizens grant, no increase, no decrease, same. Households, social assistance, an increase of $1 million. Households, urgent temporary assistance, a decrease of $2 million. And yet still people are waiting so many flood relief grants in Trinidad and Tobago. Household rehabilitative program, an increase of $500,000. Household 0408 disability grant, same, no increase. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a total under the core deliverables, you have a net decrease. What is alarming, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is there's a net decrease of $500,000 in terms of the core deliverables. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the alarming sting in the tail is the $18,460,000 allocated to the employment votes. So no increase to the core deliverables. Actually, you have a decrease, but you have an increase in the employment votes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from these figures, am I to infer that a greater number of employees will be required to administer the social services grants, which reflects an overall reduction? Mr. Deputy Speaker, this cannot be fiscal prudence, or as the Minister stated at page 64 of the budget, relative to another endeavour, that the government conducts its business in a sane, sober and sensible way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not evident of sanity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not evident of sobriety. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not evident of sense in any way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these sums have not, and we are not against employment, but employment increased and the deliverables the deliverables decreased. Something is definitely wrong. Mr. Deputy Speaker, could these sums have not been used to increase social benefits across the board, even if at the rate of the minimum wage? There's something amiss, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that those opposite are not saying. Is it, or is that deliberate or by accident, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask? Today I call upon the Minister of Social Development to immediately review this serious disparity in the allocations and implore her in tandem with the Minister of Finance to immediately regularize this abnormality. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 10 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, social services grants must be increased. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under our administration, we increased the senior citizens' pension from $1,950 to $3,000. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we increased the disability grant and the public assistance grant, the funeral grant, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I can go on and on. You, on the other side, in 2015, you met a society that was resilient, and you broke it down. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to quickly look at the social sector investment program in terms of the NSDP. What is really mind-boggling, and I just spoke about the core deliverables, is that at present, under the National Family Services, the NSDP, not the National Family Services, rather, NSDP, the annual salary and allowances for this department totals a whopping $1,221,000 for only 7 persons under contract of employment. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you heard my colleague from St. Augustine. And I want to ask, what did this department achieve? I'm not against employment. However, there must be some measure of cost-benefit or grants or so for our citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, minor house repair grants in an entire financial year, 42 grants were approved. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in an entire financial year, under sanitary plumbing assistance, 17 applications approved, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Really? Mr. Deputy Speaker, house wiring assistance, an entire financial year, 11 grants were approved. And this is from the social sector investment program, so nobody could say I'm speaking an untruth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 42 grants, 17 grants, 11 grants in an entire financial year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, not value for money. No wonder our citizens are out there crying out for help, yet they are saying it's okay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to quickly move to the National Enrichment Center. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister said she wants to ask Mr. Philip Metiver how did he end up there. I want to refer to a question answered by the then Minister of Planning, where the ministers responded to a question and said there are 4 main NGOs that serve persons with cerebral palsy and who utilize the National Therapeutic Center. There are the care helpers, the Cerebral Palsy Society of Trinidad and Tobago, the Cerebral Palsy Association of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean Kids and Families Therapy Organization. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Social Sector Investment Program, the Minister said works are being done at this center. The Social Sector Investment Program reflects that works have been completed. The minister in her speech last year indicated that works at this center have been completed. How the minister is coming here today to tell us that works are taking place at this center? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I received a letter last week, and I kept that letter from the Cerebral Palsy Society of Trinidad and Tobago, asking me to assist them in acquiring a facility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was trying my best. I'm still trying my best. Based on what the minister has said, you have the Cerebral Palsy Society of Trinidad and Tobago went to the facility to utilize it, and they were told, I am told, that they were told that they can no longer utilize the facility. The facilities, someone in the name of a facilities manager have been liaising with them to tell them they can
Silence, please.
They can no longer utilize the facility.
Silence.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, so when the minister asks who gave permission, you gave permission. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today we publicly call upon the government to immediately provide access to the therapeutic center for these persons requiring these assistance in Carsonfield forthwith. This humiliation must end immediately, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move to my constituency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every one of us would have lost someone close to us through the criminal scourge. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of National Security has finally found some common courtesy and decency to offer an apology to Trinidad and Tobago. But really and truly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not common courtesy, you know. He's trying to save face, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I ask how much time I have? 5 minutes. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You finish at just about 1:33:44.
Sure.
Just about
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituents are crying out for help. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the former Minister of National Security, Mr. Edmund Dillon, the people of Enterprise have been clamoring for a police post with no answer from this Minister of National Security. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the former Minister of National Security, Mr. Edmund Dillon, promised in this House that Enterprise will get a police station. To date, nothing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at least if you cannot give us the police post, eventually you may see me coming in this House. We asked for the police post, we didn't get it. We asked for more resources to the police, we didn't get it. Eventually, I may be coming here asking for a police officer. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am asking the government to please look at a mobile unit at a central location, possibly the Price Plaza area within the Chaguanas district immediately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, immediately. Mr. Deputy Speaker, citizens are looking on, demanding all 41 parliamentarians to provide tangible measures to address this crime situation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to quickly deal with the traffic situation in Chaguanas and inform this government that they need to address the perennial problem of traffic congestion in Chaguanas, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I note the junior minister in the Ministry of Works during the election coming to Chaguanas trying to claim the work of the MP for Chaguanas East by saying that they are dealing with the traffic situation. A bridge which he never visited in his life, Bridal Road Bridge in Gillingham. Mr. Deputy Speaker, even accusing the UNC of building a walkover, wasting money, accusing the UNC that we wasted money for a walkover that is used once a year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the residents Express article October 15, Arjun Ramjatan of Shagonas. I want to let the goodly minister know. Arjun Ramjatan said this new walkover will help plenty people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister arrived when works have already been done, so tread on the right path. Be careful of huffing the work of the MP for Shagonas East. Mr. Deputy Speaker, flooding. I want to tell the Minister of Public Utilities that my constituents look at the Parliament channel and they have observed your responses as it relates to the Wassa line at the S-Bend, and you need to address this issue as soon as possible. Some of my constituents have even described the water situation, no water in their taps, as ridiculous, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to quickly, the GAP program, the Minister of Youth Affairs, one of my constituents died awaiting a caretaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wrote him twice, and he came here and said that he's doing so much in terms of the GAP program. One of my constituents died awaiting that program. Mr.
MP,
caretaker.
you have just about 2 minutes.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my constituency office staff as I get ready to close. They work tirelessly. They work 24/7, 365 days, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to ensure that we give the service required to the constituents of Shagonas East. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the business community, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as well as all stakeholders and groups who have been assisting me in my tenure to serve the people to the best of my ability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would have seen the results of that in the local government election 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these fiscal measures might appease the vulnerable for today, but not tomorrow. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government must accept total responsibility for the failure, suffering, and pain inflicted upon the mind, body, and soul of our citizens. What have they done? What our citizens have done to deserve this callous treatment, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, all I can end by saying is they laugh at our state of emergency. All I can end by saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is in a state of undeclared emergency, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute in this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after listening to the member opposite who spoke before I did, there really is nothing to respond to. What I hope the member would have spoken about is covering the fraud that took place in the ministry that she's shadowing. Instead, she took the time to try to defend herself, giving us her personal stories and speaking of her character and so on. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Member? No, member for St. Augustine. You continue to have to repeat every time. Please. Member for Shagonas East, please. Please. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the thing collapsed a long time ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They have no leadership, no direction whatsoever over there, but I'll let that pass. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said, there's nothing to respond to.
The member was caught off guard. The member walked up there in a frazzle like a wet fowl, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And there really is nothing to respond to.
But, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
today,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on
they know
48-4.
nothing.
48-4.
Yeah.
Offensive or insulting language, not from her.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
One second. Right. Naparima, Couva South, Couva North, and also Barcha Sanmon. Which one stand in order?
48-1 and 48-6.
Right, thank you. All right. Again, Honourable Member, I would like you to just retract and say that if you care to say it over differently, or you can move on. Either or, but I just need you to
Mr. Deputy
retract.
Speaker, thank you. I retract. The member is unsettled. The member is discombobulated.
48-4 and 48-1 and 48-6.
All right, thank you.
I
All right.
am not
Hold on.
discombobulated.
No.
Nobody talking about
Okay,
you.
I will overrule on this occasion. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the member stated, they know nothing about what they are speaking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, their response is, we were not there. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are those of us who were there. I'm standing in this parliament. This is my 13th or 14th year of service. I was there when they were in government. So we have seen and witnessed most of these atrocities. So for them to stand here to tell us that they are new and they don't know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's nothing to respond to. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago remember.
There.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Hold on. Again, no members, please. Again, the standing order are there for a purpose, and if, as the Speaker, it is being abused, I will bring it to your attention. Member for Naprima? Fair enough? Right? But I'm not saying you cannot use the standing order, but again, use it wisely as we go along. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the previous speaker accused the government member of trying to dirty her name. Nobody needs to help the UNC to dirty its name. The UNC does it all by itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I proceed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I represent the mighty constituency of Tobago West. I heard some member over there on the opposite side said Tobago West rejected me. Tobago West voted for me over and over again, resoundingly, and there was no need for any recount at any time. I have doubled votes on my opponents not once but twice, and I shall do so again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we in the constituency of Tobago West, we moved from our Spring Garden office to Scarborough to better serve our constituents. We are now in a central location. The traffic has been good. We've been reaching out to constituents, and they've been enjoying the service of the constituency. I want to say thank you to my constituents first and foremost. If it weren't for them, I would not be here. It is a pleasure to serve the people I love. We are still walking each and every week, talking with our constituents, learning from them, loving them, and doing what we ought to do as a representative of Tobago West. We've had the usual Christmas and Easter festivities. We take pride in educating our constituents, so we have initiatives like women empowerment sessions and the human library and so on. We recently just delivered a book support service to over 120 students for this school year, and I want to thank the parents who had the confidence in Tobago West MP to do so. We continue a weekly walkabouts or roving public day, forms day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is one of my favorite initiatives, where we bring the constituents who have forms to fill out, we help them fill out the forms so that they can access grants and access the service of the government and the Tobago House of Assembly. I'm pleased that this government have seen it fit to expand and to support ALTA in adult literacy, because that's a major problem. I know not only in my constituency, constituency, but across Trinidad and Tobago, helping constituents understand forms, helping them read, helping them fill out forms. So I'm happy to have Forms Day, and that is one of my most successful initiatives in the constituency. I cannot make my contribution to the budget without speaking a little bit as to the state of affairs in Tobago. As you know, the leadership has changed in Tobago, and I must say that our people are suffering at the mercy of a hapless, hopeless bunch of miscreants. They led us to Watson Duke, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it has been chaos from day one.
I want to rise on 48.
Mr.
The member is clearly referring to persons of another elected house.
Show me the standing order.
48.8, please.
Mr.
Okay,
Deputy.
one second. No members. Okay, member, I'm sure you can say that differently. I'll appreciate.
Mr.
Again.
Deputy Speaker, all people in Tobago are suffering at the mercy of a hapless, hopeless bunch of people. Yeah? This bunch of people led us to Watson Duke. And they told us that he was our Messiah and our Savior, and they were coming to fix things in Tobago, and that has not been the case. It has been total chaos. And we in Tobago have been in the news for the wrong reasons over the last year. Anybody who is alive and well and see what's taking place in Tobago know that the place is heavy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it is not what it used to be, that there are people who are afraid to speak up and speak out. They are being victimized politically. You can't even speak on social media to say you have a different point of view. They are being bullied, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They are losing their jobs and being placed on the breadlines. Tobago contractors are being made to suffer. They are being sidelined for work in exchange for providing work and development to Trinidad contractors. And that is the truth as to what is taking place in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So when I speak on behalf of the people of Tobago West. And as an MP, I have public day each and every week. And these are the concerns that come to my table, that come to my desk, that come to me in Tobago West, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, the budget exercise, it's not only about speaking to the figures, but each and every member stood here today and spoke about what is taking place, the state of affairs in their constituency. And if I'm supposed to speak openly and honestly about what is taking place in Tobago, that I will do, and that I must. That is what I was elected to do. But at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite being bulldozed by keyboard bullies and those who discriminate and those who tell falsehoods to try to, discriminate against the people of Tobago, they say if you look like a PNM, nothing for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that has been the experience. But I want to remind you, I am confident that I serve a calm, conscientious, and courageous people. We may be laid back, but we're not backward. And when the time is upon us, we'll do what we must. A word to the wise is sufficient. I am happy that my constituents will benefit from the minimum wage increase, the $1,000 book grants provided by this government, back pay to public servants as promised. At least they're going to get that before the $1,000 ex gratia payment that was promised to them. The tourism accommodation upgrade program, we have extended that program as government to help tourism accommodation entities, not only in Trinidad, but more so in Tobago. I remember when I assumed duties as Minister of Tourism in 2015, the tourism upgrade program was not offered to Tobagonians. Although the bulk of the tourism business was taking place in Tobago, the tourism accommodation upgrade program was not offered to Tobago by the UNC, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it took this People's National Movement government in December of 2015 to extend that program to the business people in Tobago who are into tourism accommodation. That has been so since December 2015 to today. where they can get 40 to 50% off as they upgrade their rooms and so on, and receive the different incentives from central government. That was not so before December 15th, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So it's really interesting to hear the member from Moruga as she made her contribution about what tourism in Tobago should be, and it's a shame that tourism is not what it should be. When they had their turn, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Crown Point Airport needed upgrade and refurbishment, and they turned a blind eye to that. It took this Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley administration to follow through on the promise that was over 30 years old to expand and refurbish the Crown Point Airport. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Crown Point Airport, the belt that you carry, that the luggage is transported on, was not working, and they provided a slide for people to slide their bags down. It took this People's National Movement government to come into power and to make those changes and to fix the airport, and that $2.1 billion project is taking place today after so many years of promises. We are the government that brought sandals, the offer of sandals to Tobago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this opportunity would have provided top-class, world-class rooms to Tobago, improving our product, improving our advertising, which our government could not possibly afford. We know the kind of advertising that Sandals does for its destination. So as much as I heard her compare the figures to Barbados, which has 2 Sandals and a St. Vincent and so on, when you compare our room stock to what is available up the region, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's chalk and cheese. And I'm not saying that the answer to our tourism problems is Sandals, but it would have certainly helped, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So to sit here and to cringe and cry about what you think tourism should be in Tobago when it was your turn, you did precious nothing. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our Tobagonians would also benefit from the improved security that we'll be providing at our ports, $80 million towards police vehicles. I know some vehicles have already come in earlier this year, and the Minister of National Security had seen that some of those vehicles had been transferred to Tobago to serve the police in Tobago. The adult literacy program, I spoke about that earlier. $400 million in agri-incentives. And it's interesting because Tobago farmers get 2 bites of the cherry. We get to apply for grants at the Tobago House of Assembly and get grants at the THA and get grants through the Ministry of Agriculture here in Port of Spain. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've worked with the Minister of Agriculture in providing earlier this year grants from the ministry in Trinidad, paid for by central government to farmers in Tobago who have benefited both from the Tobago House of Assembly grants and the agri grant from the Ministry of Agriculture. So we get 2 bites of the cherry as it relates to many grants, whether it's sports grants, cultural grants, support from NLCB and so on. Just like we have the Elite Athlete Fund in the Ministry of Sport. Here in Port of Spain, there's the Leland Gordon Fund in Tobago, and I don't know how much the Tobago House of Assembly has really used that fund to support its athletes, but I know a lot of the application come to the Ministry of Sport and we serve and support to the best of our ability. More specifically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's talk about the allocation to Tobago, $2.585 billion. And that is $64 million more than what we received last year. It's the usual roughly 4% of the budget. However, it is $64.2 million more than we received last year. Of course, every department, every ministry, and in Tobago, we will call for more funding. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the central government will continue to fund other projects like we usually do in true PNM fashion for the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remember when we were in opposition 2010 to 2015, when the UNC read its budget, there weren't any extra projects for the Tobago House of Assembly. When they gave us our allocation, it was 4.03% flat. If they could take a penny and cut it in 0.3, they would have cut it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is how exact the allocation was. So this year we've gotten $4.4 million. I would say nothing to shout, 4.4%. that, I would say, nothing to shout about because it's the usual, but I am appreciative for the additional works that are going to be done in Tobago through other ministries, whether it's the $400 million to be spent on the airport, the $1.9 million to be spent on the Roxborough Fire Station, works being done at Rockley Bay, at Magdalena, the works that are going to be done at Dwight York Stadium, the contribution towards the desilting of the Hillsborough Dam. That's another 30-year-old promise to the people of Tobago that was finally delivered by this administration. Desilting of the Hillsborough Dam, a $60 million project not paid for by the Tobago House of Assembly, but coming out of the allocation from the Ministry of Public Utilities. And if our memory serves us right, and if we want to be honest about central government contribution to Tobago's development over the years under the People's National Movement, we would speak to the $1 billion project of the gas pipeline down at Cove. We speak to the $132 million project for improving electricity capacity at Cove. We speak to the $2 billion spanking new ferries funded by the central government. We'll speak to the Roxborough Police Station that was promised by the UNC year after year after year. They kept telling us we'll get it soon. We got the Roxborough Police Station, we got the Shervan Police Station, we got the Roxborough Fire Station, done by this People's National Movement central government. We fixed the Magdalena breakwater, refurbish the golf course at Magdalena, refurbish the Magdalena hotel, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The wastewater plant, the wastewater treatment plant for Southwest Tobago, I was there when Minister Hines was Minister of Public Utilities and commissioned that project, delivered that project in collaboration with the IADB. And the list goes on and on and on. So I cringe when I hear members of the Tobago House of Assembly trying to mislead Tobagonians, telling them that central government has done nothing for you, have made no contribution to your development. It is untrue. It is insulting the intelligence of Tobagonians, and that ought to be condemned and decried, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I cannot sit by idly and watch that happen, because it is such an embarrassment to the intelligence of Tobagonians who have been wrong. As a government, across many ministries, we continue to cover the cost of national programs to the benefit of Tobagonians, whether it's the pension that is coming out of the Ministry of Social Development allocation, that doesn't come out of the Tobago House of Assembly allocation. Pensioners in Tobago are paid by the Ministry of Social Development. Your public assistance grant, your disability grant, GATE in Tobago is covered by the Ministry of Education, not the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Again, you all are free to go behind the speaker chair and have the discussion. Members on both sides, you all are free. Right? Thank you. Right. Proceed. Sorry for that interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I get injury time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the running of the airport authority, the running of the port in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all funded by the central government of Trinidad and Tobago. NEDCO grants to Tobagonians, sports grants under the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, culture grants from the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, YTEP program in Tobago, all funded by central government. NLCB grants to support sport and culture activities in Tobago. The OJT program in Tobago is funded by the Ministry of Labour, central government. So to try to build this story that there is no help and no support coming from central government and all you do in Tobago is funded by the 4%, that is not true. I'm a Tobagonian, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm all in support of internal self-government, improve autonomy and authority for the people of Tobago, and increase allocation to match with that autonomy and authority. The bills are before the House, and we hope to get the support of the Tobago House of Assembly, the opposition, and the independents in passing that said bill so that we can grant to Tobago improved and increase internal self-government. But when we lie to the electorate, when we mislead and provide false information, we are destroying our democracy. Because democracy is something that must be preserved and protected. And people, we have said, each person gets a vote and each person could choose who they want to lead them. But what good is your democracy if the people are being fed false information? They are not being allowed to choose honestly and wisely because they are being provided with false information. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the whole Russ advertising and the Do So movement, that is still very much alive and well in Trinidad and Tobago today. And some may say, what does that have to do with our development? It has everything to do with our development, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you're clouding the minds of the electorate, preventing them from making an informed and educated choice and decision because you are flooding the airways with lies and hatred. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that cannot be a right thing to do. So,
I know, member, I know I've been giving you a little leeway, but I would prefer, you just used, right? I prefer
like
you use
too.
a different word, yeah.
Yes, so Mr. Deputy Speaker, flooding the airwaves and filling people's head with untruth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have heard from those opposite. They're making announcements telling the people that it's $1 million tax and so on, and they know very well that it is not true, and they continue to make those announcements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these figures and these measures and all that we do as leaders and as a government will mean nothing if the people out there are being fed hatred and untruth and being riled up to fight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I witnessed, and I'm sure many other members witnessed, earlier this week for the reading of the budget, the UNC supporters gathered outside, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and a member of this parliament is lining them up and telling them, oh, look, Foster coming, boo, boo, boo now. And they will boo. And that member went further as to put the strikers or the people who are out there of Indian descent in the back line and pull those of African descent to the front line, trying to send a message and trying to wreak havoc and promote hate. When we come in here to work on a budget as leaders, both of us, government and opposition, we come in here and we call ourselves honorable. You're out there on the sidewalk doing that. Honorable nothing. Honorable nothing. So you preach a message of empty your trigger and that kind of thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and then come here to complain about crime in your community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to set the example. It is we who have to bring this thing back. We are the parliamentarians who these youngsters and people look up to. And for you to bring busloads of people down in front of the Red House and tell them to boo and line them up based on racial orientation in this country, where we say every creed and race find an equal place, you do that for a budget exercise? As I said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been here for 14 years and I'm saying the standard has dropped tremendously and we are not setting a good example for our constituents when we do things like that. That must stop. And you are not to act honorably just when you come in here. When you're out on the pavement representing people, you are to act honorably too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to return to my presentation. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Tobago House of Assembly received this allocation, 4.4% of the budget, and I'm saying they received their full allocation last year. And I want to know, what did the Tobago House of Assembly do with its allocation last year? I think Tobagonians need to know that. As much as we say the allocation for this year is not enough, one thing that we're forgetting to tell the Tobagonian public is that the Tobago House of Assembly recurrent and development allocation, they can move left, right, up, down as they like. So money is allocated for recurrent. While we can't move it around freely in Trinidad, in the Tobago House of Assembly, they can take monies from from recurrent and utilize it for capital expenditure. In addition to that, when we don't spend our recurrent or monies at the end of the fiscal year in a ministry, that money goes back to the consolidated fund. In Tobago, when you don't spend the monies in recurrent expenditure, or when you don't spend your money, you can keep it for another fiscal year. How much of last year's money did the Tobago House of Assembly saved? How many contractors, Tobagonian contractors, did you give work? How many new Tobago contractors did you develop? How many opportunities you provided for small businesses and giving them grants and so on? How many Tobagonians did you fund to go get scholarships and so on to go to university? I understand that, yes, the Tobago Carnival is upon us. We finally got a budget of 12 million. I understand that the Tobago House of Assembly is also subsidizing Carnival costumes to the tune of $1,000. Must be nice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but at the end of the day, it's the Tobago House of Assembly spends its money based on its preferences. So when they receive their allocation, they can decide whether they want to develop a Tobago contractor to build Scarborough Secondary School or whether they want to spend it building a stage in the sea. That was their priority, to build a stage in the sea. And they told us it's the only one in the Caribbean with such a beautiful backdrop. And that's where they prefer to spend their money. It's on the Tobago House of Assembly to decide whether they want to provide jobs for Tobagonian students who went out and got their degrees and came back looking for proper work to help to lift Tobago's status, or you want to give it to people to troll and to shape the narrative and give them healthy, hefty salaries. That's your decision. That's your prerogative. So at the end of the day, we like to say other people standing in the way of development, but oftentimes we also are standing in our own way of development. I remember being a part of this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Early this morning, it has been said that, again, all mobile phones on silent or switched off, please. Again, would not be tolerating any more noises from mobile devices.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I remember coming to this Parliament as a part of this government and bringing for the first time the opportunity for a measure that allows the Tobago House of Assembly to borrow for the first time. When Mr. Orville London, former Chief Secretary, was head of the Tobago House of Assembly, he did our credit analysis and so on and said, okay, we are fit to borrow. We came here and we made the case so that we can be allowed to borrow up to $300 million. The former PNM borrowed accessed 165 million. Therefore, $135 million is left there to be accessed. We want to find out, why didn't the Tobago House of Assembly access this money? Fiscal 2021, 2022, fiscal 2022 to 2023. That money is supposed to go towards development. And these are the conversations I believe the House of Assembly needs to be having, not only with Tobagonians, but also with the national community when we make these cries for more monies and so on. It's all about the same transparency and accountability that you call on central government to show. I think the people of Tobago deserve that same kind of accountability and transparency in the management of our affairs. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, nonetheless, we have central government. We continue to advance Tobago's development and to make our contribution by contributing to the Tobago economy. Projects that would advance the Tobago economy, the expansion of the airport, making sure we have proper working ferry service, the cargo services between Trinidad and Tobago, and I know Minister Sinanan, Minister of Works, would speak more as to the cargo situation and the plans that are afoot, the building of the marina, the plans to build the marina. Hopefully we get the support of the cooperation of the Tobago House of Assembly, etc. So we are continuing and advancing in our journey to build a nation. It's not about focusing on the next election. It's about providing opportunities for the next generation. And that is what this PNM administration is all about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue with our work in providing support for the UTT campus in Tobago, the Tobago Technology Center, the National Energy Skills Center in Goldsboro. I've worked hand in hand with many ministers to deliver services to Tobago. Recently, I worked hand in hand with Minister of Public Utilities, and we delivered projects to improve the water supply in Tobago. The pipeline project at Lowlands, Lambo, Mr. Deputy Speaker, booster station for Culloden, Cothill, French Fort, the installation of a 450-meter pipeline at Mason Hall, pipeline also at Canaan. I remember the booster station and the work done in the Shervan area, which has improved the water supply in Tobago West, Southwest Tobago considerably, providing much ease to the tourism accommodation, the hotels and so on in Tobago West, and we are very, very pleased about that. We provided, working hand in hand with Minister of Public Utilities, lights to the first time to Big Stick Gully in Bethel, lights for the first time to Pigot Trace in Camby, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I speak, we worked on the 2 water wells in Tobago, in Mary's Hill and in Signal Hill. And as I like to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they have produced significant water to bring us to a point of getting closer and closer to 24/7 water supply in Tobago West. And that is the work. After promise, many years, administration after administration, that's the work of this People's National Movement delivering to Tobago. And there are those who would like to sing another story and put in the heads of Tobagonians that, oh, the Prime Minister doesn't support them even though he's from Tobago and he's working against them. They are building a political campaign based on hatred, and that doesn't take a country and a people anywhere. If you make the comparison, Prime Minister after Prime Minister, government after government, it is this Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley administration that has delivered to Tobago projects that other governments thought were too expensive and too pricey. You know how long we've been promised the refurbishment and expansion of Crown Point Airport, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Along with so many other different projects, the fast ferry. We're owning for the first time in our history these 2 fast ferries. Top class, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No other government did that for us. No other Prime Minister did that for us. And the investments made in Tobago, Roxborough itself is a new town. New police station, new fire station, new administrative complex, Mr. President. Oh God, if they did put that in Tobago West. Anyway, Roxborough has developed tremendously, and I don't know if they recognize what has taken place under our watch or if they're willing to acknowledge, but those who have eyes to see would see. Nonetheless, we continue doing our work, which is to advance the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn my attention to the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. This has been a watershed year for sport in Trinidad and Tobago. There are many who say, well, we didn't medal at the World Championship. Yes, there are older crop of athletes who have been around longer, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, we perform outstandingly at the CAC Games. We performed outstandingly at the Commonwealth Youth Games. And I say it's a watershed year because we're seeing new athletes, young, fresh athletes, blazing a trail and making their mark and making their names in their respective discipline. As I speak today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to salute all the athletes who performed, those who medaled and those who didn't medal at the Commonwealth Youth Games, at the CAC Games, and the many different international competitions and leagues that took place this year. I want to especially recognize athletes like Dylan Carter, Nicholas Paul, blazing a trail in cycling, the only one of his kind from the English-speaking Caribbean. Kwesi Brown, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to salute young Nikolai Black, Junior World Champion of the world, Mr. Deputy Speaker, coming from little Trinidad and Tobago. I want to salute athletes like Zarek Wilson, and I want to salute, I recognize in tennis we have little Miss Campbell Smith blazing her own trail and making Trinidad and Tobago proud. So it's a young, new, fresh crop of athletes who are out there shining their light and making the world know the better part of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I salute the national governing bodies who are doing amazing work with our youngster, from Sandra Johnson in chess, taking chess into the different schools and into the communities. Sandra Johnson, the president of Trinidad and Tobago Chess Association, took chess into the prison system of Trinidad and Tobago, and our female prisoners were ranked in number 1, 2, and 3 in the world in those types of competition. And that is what it's all about. It's about maximizing the full potential of sport, utilizing sport to help to develop better students, to develop better communities, and to touch the lives of many of our residents throughout Trinidad and Tobago. There has also been a shift where we as government have directed much of our funding to community sports. We are partnering hand in hand with community groups to deliver football leagues, community cricket leagues, you name it, Sport and Family Day. You have groups like GT Fitness doing amazing work in communities like Maloney, and they're heading to Tobago soon, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You have Santa Cruz. There's a football club in Santa Cruz also doing outstanding work. I worked with member Rambali, with a group in Chaguanas, and they are utilizing sport to lift and to build new cricketers and instill new good values in these youngsters through sport. So that is what it's all about, utilizing sport as a tool to build and to lift, to unite, to improve capacity, to enhance the development of our people. And that's what it's all about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Tobago Youth Football League, Oceanos what do you call it, power, they did the canoeing, the rowing, and so on. They went abroad and they won in their category, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we're doing a lot of work with communities. It's not always about winning medals and going to the Olympics, but utilizing sport as a tool for development, for transformation, for touching hearts and changing lives in a positive way, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the last fiscal year, our total contribution to national governing bodies, to individual athletes, to community groups, and so on, has been at least $70 million directly into the hands of our athletes and into the hands of our national governing bodies in hosting sporting activities nationally, regionally, and internationally, bringing the world to Trinidad and Tobago. We've ramped up our efforts in physical projects. Now you can speak to swimming pools in areas like Maloney, in Mova, in Sogrin Trace, Laventille, and we are building one right now in Malabar. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is working hand in hand with the Ministry of Sport and Community Development to bring services to our youngsters, to train them. Right now we have work taking place at, we've completed phase 1 in Diego Martin. In Coquet, you have the schools in the south using the pools in Coquet. We've done phase 1 work in Siparia. And as we go into the new year, we received the report from the specialist engineer as it relates to the swimming pool in Couva. We received the report at the end of July, and the scope of works would be passed, I think it's around the 16th of October, and then we go out to tender towards fixing the problem at the Couva swimming pool. And we go from communities to community, developing southern This year we'll see the refurbishment of indoor facilities like St. Paul, southern indoor facilities, southeastern indoor facility, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's about bringing sports into each and every community, promoting sport for all, working with community groups, working with the Defense Force to develop sports throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We've refurbished the Hazley Crawford Stadium for the Commonwealth Youth Games. Hazley Crawford Stadium, which had been left to run down year after year, administration after administration. It took this government to do it. We are going to be refurbishing the Jean Pierre complex in this fiscal year. Manny, Ramjohn Stadium, and Larry Gomes, we're starting with the lighting and then doing the other works during this fiscal year. Works have already started at the Atto Bolden Stadium, where they are refurbishing the field and doing some structural work also. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's about utilizing the facility not only for those communities, but to promote Trinidad and Tobago as a hub for sport tourism in the region. If our facilities are up to standard and we encourage our national governing bodies to invite more and more persons and groups to come to do these different tournaments and so on, we'll be a better place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's about providing opportunities for our athletes, for our officials, putting Trinidad and Tobago on the map, because these same athletes and their parents would come back another time to experience Carnival, to experience the Tobago heritage. Commonwealth Youth Games, we hosted for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, the first time in the Caribbean, and it was a resounding success. The president of the Commonwealth Games Federation said it's the best youth games that she has ever seen. And this was the 7th Youth Games, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The government made an investment of $35 million in that project, and so far the TTOC has spent about $27 million, and their bills are still coming in until we get to the $35 million. In Tobago alone, we spent at least $8 million in the hands of hoteliers to house these people for Commonwealth Youth Games. So it's all about, and that's funded by central government. It's bringing business to economic activity to Trinidad and Tobago, putting heads in beds, providing opportunities for all people to benefit from the goodness and the greatness of sport. We've also hosted this year different tournaments in tennis, whether it's the Davis Cup, American Group 4, the ITF COTEC. We hosted the Archery Federation just last week in Tobago. They had a conference for the Americas. We hosted Caribico in badminton at the National Racket Center. The list goes on and on. We also did some CONCACAF games here in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's about expanding new horizons for all youngsters, for all people, for the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Our sporting programs continue. Pink Rain campaign promoting women and girls in sports. We have Girls Run TT taking place as we speak, where we sponsored over 300 girls to get up and move and make 282 miles between March to the 30th of September. We're working with BAFA Sports in doing and national governing bodies in introducing chair, dance, karate, and these different sporting disciplines to women and girls. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we worked with the Jamaican government this year, and more specifically with GC Foster, towards improving our delivery of sport in schools. They provided training for us, they provided technical assistance to us, and I really want to salute Miss Babsy Grange, Olivia Babsy Grange, Minister of Sport from Jamaica. She has welcomed us with open arms to see what they're doing in Jamaica, and we're now working hand in hand to develop our school system in athletics in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to express sincerest condolences to the GC Foster family on losing Mr. Gibbs Williams, who was one of the key architects in developing the training program for Trinidad and Tobago. They sent to us in the July-August period 10 technical staff to work with 65 of our sporting technical people in Trinidad and Tobago to provide support to the schools. He was shot last week Friday, and the sporting fraternity in Trinidad and Tobago extend our deepest sympathy to the government and the people of Jamaica. I want to move swiftly to community.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 10. You care to avail yourself?
Yes, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to move quickly to community development. Community development is a very important part, or has been a very important part of our government framework since our inception. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Dr. the Honorable Eric Williams saw community development as a fundamental part of our development as a people, and found ways to develop that ministry and build community centers throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you search up the Caribbean, I'm sure you'll find that Trinidad and Tobago has the most community centers in the Caribbean. We boast of over 300 centers. And when these centers were set up, the intention was to empower the community so that they can earn their own income and pay their own bills and do their own refurbishment and so on of the community centers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, here we are 60-something years later, and the ministry is still covering the full bill. We continue to work with village councils. We continue to work with community groups towards establishing self-sufficiency. But I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's an uphill task. This year, we trained 6,984 persons in our short skills program, whether it's in making oils, soaps, bread, giving them different skills so that they can go out there and establish their own businesses, so that they can improve their hobbies and work towards self-sufficiency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that has been a resounding success. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have with these hands where we help some of these persons to develop their own businesses and even give them seed funding so that they can start up. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Export Centers Company, which falls under the ministry's remit, they work to help our artisans get on the international market. We've developed Craft Hub TT and Parlor TT to provide something like Amazon that allows them to put their products online to sell to people in the diaspora and those who are willing to purchase. We've established a new community development policy where we work with private sector companies like Digicel and NGC to bring community projects from the ground up in different communities. In Bozejo partner, we delivered the dirt oven, and they are building a tourism project around that. In Marabella, we deliver the ICT center. We work with Digicel also to deliver ICT centers in areas like Maracas, and there are many other programs or projects that are coming, working hand in hand with the private sector and the community, just like, for instance, a fish fry project in Marabella and so on. This year, we celebrated 60 years of the Prime Minister's Best Village competition, and we saw over 200 groups from the 10 different districts come out to support. We had over 980 Junior Best Village campers. We had 38 queens enter the Laren Rivet competition, and that has been a success also. However, we all know that Best Village is not what it used to be. In the month of November, we start consultations in Tobago, in North and South Trinidad, towards getting feedback from Best Village fraternity towards improving. CRC projects, community recovery projects, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a project of is a program of this government where we're working with specific communities to improve their standard of living and how they see life. Empower TT, we work specifically with young men, teaching them life skills, exposing them to different skills and the world of work. This year we worked with over 300 young men from different communities, particularly East Port of Spain, Arima, Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we're going to have that program again in this fiscal year. The Youth Lead Project, we give internships to youngsters from these troubled communities, expose them to the world of work, and give them a startup to start their own business and get back to school and so on. As I close, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all our stakeholders because it truly takes a village. So whether it's YTEP, Digicel, AFET, Bankers Association, teaching our residents in our communities how to manage money and so on, we've been working with a number of different groups and agencies to empower and educate Trinbagonians, and I want to thank them all because it takes a village. As we close, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say again, these fiscal measures mean nothing if we cannot carry ourselves properly and generate and promote a culture of love and unity in Trinidad and Tobago, if we can't keep the peace in our communities, if we can't carry ourselves as upstanding, honorable members, if we're still in this day and age bringing truckloads of people out in front of the parliament to strike and line them up along racial and ethnic lines, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are in a sad, sad place, and no budget could save us. No budget could save us if that is the attitude. We on this side will continue to do our work. It's about building a nation. It's about providing opportunities for each and every Trinbagonian, where every creed and race find an equal place, and you would hear from every member, we deliver projects and programs to benefit each and everybody. We don't go out there and say this is for PNM, or this is for Indian, or this is for African. The People's National Movement has always been a rally for all. It has been so since inception, it is so today, and no amount of hatred and nastiness from anybody, opposite or otherwise, could stop that. We are a love party, and this is where the love is. And Trinidad and Tobago could continue to rest and rely on the People's National Movement for intelligent leadership and for fairness and for proper representation, because we serve a good people, and good people deserve good representation. And you find that in the People's National Movement. One more time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard the members from Superior tell the people of this country that, oh, now, in order to see them, you had to buy a ticket for $1,500 to go to Hyatt, pouncing on our fundraising event to raise funds for a party. We raise funds for a party, honestly and earnestly. And I know no other representatives that walk their constituencies like we do. We are in our constituency day to day, week to week, seeing, serving, loving, touching people, and to try to create this impression that we are out of touch and out of reach. Those who know us know us. And that is why they vote for us over and over again. And there are those who say we lost here and we lost there. But at the end of the day, it's not about the next election, but the next generation. And we will continue to make the hard decisions and take the necessary action to lift all of Trinidad and Tobago as a country I love. You can find that in the People's National Movement. And I can rest easy knowing that as we show up each day to Cabinet, to Parliament, we are doing what's in the best interest of Trinidad and Tobago, no matter how they paint us. In the end, nothing wrong though lasts long, as Ms. Beard from Boko told me. And all that they're trying to do to overturn and to wreak havoc in this country, everything in the dark would come to light. Half of them before the police and facing the courts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You don't find that over here. And we will continue to raise up that standard in this country, because we are held to a different standard. We are the People's National Movement. We're not afraid of that. And we will continue to live and govern this country with a standard that the people could depend and rely on us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for my time spent here. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's make the change that we want to see in Trinidad and Tobago, and continue to love and lift our constituents as what we want Trinidad and Tobago to be. Mr. President, with that, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I seize the opportunity to join this budget debate here this afternoon. And firstly, I want to take the opportunity to commend the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Superior, for her outstanding response to the budget presentation of the Minister of Finance in the context of a thought-provoking analysis and her analysis over the state of the economy and the decadence which we are in terms of the state of Trinidad and Tobago as a result of the PNM's government or governance of this country under Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley for the last 8 years. And the presentations or the contributions which have been placed on the record by my colleagues who have spoken in this debate here during the last couple of days, and they put in the contributions of the members for Caroni Central, Komoto, Manzanilla, Maruga, Tableland, Pointe-a-Pierre, Faizabad, Caroni East, Oropouche West, St. Augustine, Couva North, and Naparima, clearly has demonstrated that we are indeed prepared to govern Trinidad and Tobago once again whenever the general elections are called. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues on both sides for the words of condolences and the sympathies that have been extended to me and my family on the passing of my late mother, Mrs. Tara Jasmantine Darsingh, who departed this life on the 29th of September 2023 and was laid to rest on the 4th of August 2023 when she was cremated on the banks of the Caroni River. October. And in the many tributes paid by family, friends, and well-wishers during the course of her passing, my mother was recognized as a woman who could have made a dollar stretch, with this skill being perfected out of necessity given the financial hardships faced by many households of her generation. And she and many other mothers and parents have laid the foundation through struggle, selflessness, love, and fiscal management for my family and current generations to enjoy the successes which we can enjoy today. It is in reflecting on this acute ability held by my mother to make an efficient use of households' scarce finances that I lament the budget presentation made by the Minister of Finance, who instead of making a dollar stretch, could only stretch a budget speech with rehashes of spend promises and data incongruent with modern realities, so as to make himself appear that he's doing an acceptable job. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm taken aback in relation to the use of language by the member for Tobago West in relation to how the member spoke to of her political opponents in Tobago. For me, it reflects the disdain, the contempt of which the PNM has for its political opponents in Tobago, and it also reflects a political tabanka that they cannot deal with the blows that was inflicted upon them in the last Tobago House of Assembly elections. And they still continue to tote the feelings which have been clearly demonstrated in the presentation made by the member for Tobago West. Instead of advocating for a sense of camaraderie and unity in dealing with the stakeholders of Tobago, I get a strong feeling that it reeks of what I would call total contempt and arrogance for the people of Tobago. And once, as you are outside of the fold of the PNM and you are politically opposed to them, they cannot see anything for a better and unified Tobago. And the central allocation, the allocation from the central government as it relates to the budgetary allocation for Tobago signals it is nothing groundbreaking, it is nothing out of the ordinary, Mr. Deputy Speaker. it signals to us that it is business as usual, and indeed, there is no autonomy on the horizon for the people of Tobago. What they want is that the people of Tobago must accept a watered-down autonomy bill, and there must be no robust legislation, really, to govern the relationship between the people of Tobago and the central government of Trinidad. That has been the track record of the People's National Movement in meeting and treating with the people of Tobago. Because it was clearly demonstrated when the minority leader in the Tobago House of Assembly stated that the Chief Secretary should not complain about the budgetary allocation. And for me, that statement is indicative that they want the continued abuse of the people of Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in relation to the affairs or the outline which has been stated in the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance, it has clearly demonstrated to us on this side, and I think the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that the issues on the sister isle still continue to exist and still continue to afflict the people of Tobago after 8 years of our wee boy being the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. The Sea Bridge dysfunction has not eliminated itself, or it has not gone away, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it is a matter of deep concern for us in the opposition because frequent cancellation, delays, unreliable ferry services have serious consequences for the economy of Tobago. It has also had an impact on tourism. The Sea Bridge's unreliability negatively affects Tobago's tourism, a critical source for revenue on the island. And tourists and investors alike are deterred by the uncertainty of travel to and from Tobago, leading to a decline in economic opportunities and growth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought that the member for Tobago West would have addressed or sought to address some of these issues which are indeed impacting on her constituents and those of the member for Tobago East also. In fact, it is afflicting the entire population of Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nothing about agriculture and commerce and the inability to transport goods and produce efficiently between the islands has dire consequences for Tobago's agriculture and commercial sectors or commerce sectors.
Teacher.
Farmers and businesses face significant challenges in getting their produce to market in a timely manner. What about the economic growth? Because without reliable transportation links, Tobago's potential for economic growth and diversification will remain severely hampered, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And then, what about the air bridge issue? Again, it is symptomatic in the context of what I've stated as it relates to the Sea Bridge issue. Flight cancellation, delays, fears, and so on. High fears, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we heard nothing about tourism competitiveness, transparency and accountability, and investing in Tobago's future. Instead we heard of that political tabanka. And you know what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? The member for Tobago West, in her act of desperation, attempted to wade in the UNC about the UNC assembling members outside of the Parliament in budget debate before the budget presentation commenced, and bordered on accusing the UNC of creating a sense of divisiveness along racial lines in Trinidad and Tobago. And
again, members, please. Only Couva South is recognized at this time, please. Only Couva South. Proceed.
And I want to tell the member for Tobago West, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the people of Trinidad and Tobago who voted for the United National Congress in the last local government elections and who continue to support the United National Congress, and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago, can indeed see through the utterances of the member for Tobago West. And today, I condemn such sleight of hand utterances designed to create hatred and divisiveness in the society along racial lines. The United National Congress is one of the most unified political parties that represents the diversity of Trinidad and Tobago under the leadership of Kamla Persad Bissessa, and no member of the UNC on this side we will have none of that divisiveness which is being promoted here. And I will sit down and allow any one of them to get up and tell me that if indeed that is what the PNM stands for in promoting divisiveness and racial hatred and tension in Trinidad and Tobago.
Standing order 48-6, please.
Okay, member, I'm giving you a little leeway. Proceed. Just be careful as you continue.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not being irrelevant. I am being relevant in the context of what emerged in this Parliament today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And enough is enough. Enough is enough. That is our role and responsibility in the opposition and members on this side. We must not sweep things under the carpet. When we stand to speak, we must have the strength and fortitude to call a spade and call out the PNM whenever they go outside of the established norms and stray and attempt to create this divisiveness in the society.
Wickedness.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and as the member for Couva South, I represent a constituency, and all of us on this side, the 19 members, we represent constituencies with a sense of equality, and here every creed and race find an equal place. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will move on because after 8 budget presentations, we are into the 9th budget presentation from the member for Degomati Northeast, the Minister of Finance. And I just want to present to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a snapshot of some of the headlines which have been making the rounds in Trinidad and Tobago over the last couple of months. And only last Saturday, in the Express newspaper, last Saturday, the 7th of October 2023, guards slain on duty, gunshots ring out at Brentwood Mall, 3 in court for bank workers' death. Municipal police hold vigil for murdered children. Supermarket owners urged to form alliance against crime. Murder rate worsens, 60 killed in September. Detection rate stagnant, 18 more murders than September 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, KFC delivery drivers are being robbed of chicken and chips. Places of worship are being robbed. Horses are being stolen. Citizens are being robbed, raped, and brutalized in their homes, murdered. Home invasions have become the order of the day. Extortion and gang violence is the order of the day. Persons are shutting down their businesses and migrating. And when businesses are shut down, persons continue to lose their jobs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure has collapsed in this country to the point that in every nook and cranny, driving your motor vehicle in this country has become like if you're navigating an obstacle course. And of course, citizens cannot get water in their taps. In fact, the headlines was recently, suffering in Cedras, frustrated residents without supply. And even in recent times, you could never even get something as simple as a bird paper in this country. And one headline was, fire service crisis, too many stations without appliances, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that will lead me straight into some issues that was unfolded in this debate. And the front page of today's newspaper was one entitled, splashed broadly across the newspapers and headlines. And I referred to the Minister of National Security and the member for Laventille West. And the headlines was, Heinz hurt. Minister says it pained him to see video of woman dragged in city street, apologizes to all victims of crime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know when an elections is in a general elections is on the horizon. Probably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the last retreat that they had down in Cruising, their public relations handlers told them that indeed they are under pressure. They have failed the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When the Minister of National Security came to make his input or contribution in this budget presentation, he was hamstrung. In fact, he was straight-jacketed. Apparently, they produced or they prepared a speech for him, and they told him, don't go out of line, because he has been an abysmal failure as it relates to the handling of crime. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the citizens of this country, they do not want apologies after 8 years, they want action. And you know what would have given, probably would have given the population of this country a sense of satisfaction yesterday? not apology, because any time a government is elected into office, it is to look after the well-being of its citizenry and improve their quality of life and standard of living. And if into your 9th year you come to apologize to the country, it tells you, or it tells me, in fact, that you are trying to soften or create a soft landing so when the general elections are called, the people will buy into your propaganda. The only thing will work is either you resign or call the general elections, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the population has had enough. And whether it is for roads, whether it is for a lack of job creation, whether it is for hospitals, the education system, the lack of opportunities for young people, the collapsed sea bridge, the collapsed air bridge, the inability, people now going back to the days of barrel and bucket under the member for Lopino Bonnet West. Nothing will save you, and we will accept no apologies from any minister of government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we on this side, as I said, we will not fall victim to any crocodile tears or any half-baked apology. Because we will never forget, it is the Minister of National Security who told the country, who told all of abiding citizens, it was not his job to make people. It was not his job to make citizens feel safe. And he could check with Fazir Mohammed if he needs. If he needs, I will not attempt to legitimize the truth. He could check with Fazir Mohammed to legitimize. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it leads me to the very important issue too, because of whether there is a crisis in the fire services of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as I said, for 2023, if my data is right, I think that 13 persons have already died as a result of fires. Unfortunate, tragic. We do not like when those situations occur or unfold itself. But it is our responsibility, Minister, to get you to do your work. That is the role of the opposition. This is not about politicizing. This is making a case for voiceless persons who have been harmed, who have been traumatized, families which have been traumatized as a result of the inaction and incompetence of the Prime Minister and the entire cabinet. It is not the opposition's fault whether there are not enough fire tenders or not enough breathing apparatus and so on for firefighters who are going beyond the call of duty in serving the people of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in some instances where these fires have occurred and the 13 individuals have died, in some instances, persons have died because fire stations within the range of victims were not properly equipped. And yesterday, the Minister of National Security, in his wisdom, maybe well-intentioned, but I do not know if he got his facts wrong, or he was not properly briefed and so on. I am just asking these questions in the context of the law-abiding citizens, the tax-paying public of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as it relates to the state of affairs within the fire services of Trinidad and Tobago. Because the minister told, and I stand to be corrected, that fire stations throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, they are properly equipped, and also they have the appropriate breathing apparatus. He said every fire station in Trinidad and Tobago has the appropriate breathing apparatus. And then, being as responsible as I am, I looked and I came across a social media post where a fire officer by the name of Keon J. Guy, who I am reliably informed was attached to the San Juan fire station, took to social media, and I quote, "While I sit at home and attempt to recover from partial thickness burns to my face, injuries I received due to the lack of critical component of PPE breathing apparatus, the Minister of National Security uses the cover of Parliament to falsely indicate that every station has its full complement of breathing apparatus sets. The only thing worse than being injured in the line of duty and then being forced to line up at public institutions for assistance is the minister's false statements, which unfortunately means that no meaningful relief can be expected. The lives and quality of life of both fire officers and the citizens they have sworn to protect are unfortunately put at further risk when efforts are focused on covering up critical shortcomings as opposed to dealing with them head-on. End of quote, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that leads me to the very important issue. Someone in their winding up, the Minister of Finance, probably not someone, but the Minister of Finance or someone on the government side should get up and tell us really and truly in the interest of all of our citizens of this country, indeed, whether the status of breathing apparatus in the Northern Division are as follows. Shakarama Fire Station, 0 in terms of breathing apparatus sets. 4 Roads, 1. Woodbrook, 0. Belmont, 0. Mova, 0. San Juan, 2. Santa Cruz, 0. Tunapuna, 2. Arima, 2. Sani Grande, 2. The headquarters, 4. And I am reliably informed that at least the minimum should be at least 4 sets of breathing apparatus in each fire station, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is woeful. This is incompetence. This is a lack of care. After having the full knowledge that 13 deaths were as a result of fires in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government needs to act. And the Prime Minister, in responding to a question that I posed some months ago in this very said House, accused me of politicizing the issue. This is not about politicizing the issue. This is a responsible opposition which has a sense of duty and care for the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And if it means raising it again and again in and outside of this Parliament, we will fulfill our duty on behalf of the voiceless. And that is why the opposition, led by Kamla Persad-Bissessar, went throughout the nook and cranny of Trinidad to engage in meaningful discussions in relation to our level of preparation in responding to the government in relation to this budget presentation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today is the 10th of October. Is also, we are commemorating World Mental Health Day. And mental health is a universal human right. But under 8 years into their 9th year of governing Trinidad and Tobago, it is a fact that mental health issues have continued to escalate. And we must ask why. Crime is causing anxiety and trauma. Unprecedented job losses are resulting in mental stress and agony. Record retrenchment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Young people have no opportunities. And I want to tell you that the leading cause of mental health stress in Trinidad and Tobago is the People's National Movement, led by Dr. Keith Rowley and his incompetent government for the last 8 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the budget 2024, titled Building Capacity for Growth and Diversification, they have presented 8. There has been no economic growth and diversification in this country for the last 8 years. And then they want us to believe, the Minister of Finance wants us to believe that after 96 months, 12 8s and 96, that economic growth and diversification will start in the 97 month. They want us to believe that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from where I sit, diversification is merely a buzzword with this government. And it is doomed to fail, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the budget does not encourage any forward thinking. It does not focus on proper, what we would call, thorough investment in education and skills development. It promotes neither sustainable practices or focuses on sustainable practices, as my colleague, the member for Carinese, would focus, or in relation to the environment and future generations and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's an absence of a clear roadmap for economic growth. It is a disappointment that which cannot be understated, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And all I could say is that the people of Trinidad and Tobago must know that if our economy is to grow, then the PNM government must go, because mediocrity is a luxury we cannot ill afford, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Labour, I wouldn't say much on the Minister of Labour, because he did not have much to say yesterday during his presentation. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Labour in his presentation alluded to the minimum wage, and he alluded to the minimum wage and the industrial relations front and so on. And he said that the increase in the minimum wage helps to guarantee those of the lowest end of the earning, who will help to meet their basic need, and it will help the most vulnerable in the society, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the trade union movement have rejected in a very unified approach the minimal, or what we would call the meager increase in the minimum wage. Because we in the opposition, we stand for the blood, sweat and tears of workers. We have always been on the side of workers. We have always agitated for improving their standard of living and their quality of life, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what is of concern to us in the opposition will be what will be the realistic power of this increase to workers earning the minimum wage. Because in the upcoming fiscal year, the Regulated Industries Commission have already signaled, because apparently political pressure is being applied from the central government, that there will be impending rate increases as it relates to water and electricity. Property tax will be imposed on the entire population, and it will continue to erode in terms of the ability of minimum wages workers to survive on a daily basis, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And just to illustrate, and I quote the position adopted by the joint trade union movement, and I quote, "While some may argue that it is better than no increase at all, one must look at the fact that the figure is woefully low given our economic realities. The rental of a 2-bedroom apartment goes at a minimum of $2,500 per month, which means that workers are left with a balance of $1,053. In other words, the government is asking the majority of the population in this country to live on $1,053 per month. And that is why we have continued to articulate that there should be a discussion around a subsistence wage or a living wage, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the United National Congress, when we return to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we will facilitate discussion via social dialogue and tripartism to have a discussion that is centered around what we would call a subsistence wage or a living wage to facilitate meeting and treating with the vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, then the minister attempted to piggyback on what was presented by the Minister of Finance as it relates to the state of industrial relations and the collective bargaining process. And the Minister of Finance, during his budget presentation, boasted that the trade union movement accepted a 4% wage increase. What he did not tell you is that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago hijacked the collective bargaining process. It was not free, it was not fair, it was not independent. It was negotiated in the public domain, with both of them consistently moaning and groaning about the size of the public sector and the need to reduce the wage bill in Trinidad and Tobago and the implications for outstanding back pay and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I want to tell you that also the trade unions understood that if they went to this special tribunal, because the last time the data and the history will tell you that when trade unions went to the special tribunal, they got less than, I think, 1% per year. So based on the history and based on the antecedents and understanding what it means in sending a matter to the special tribunal, it was one of really being bullied and cornered. So it was never free and fair collective bargaining. But you know what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Also, the minister should have addressed the very important issue, because this is for a 5-year period, and there is an outstanding period that is to be addressed in the context of 2019 to 2023 and beyond, and what will be the government's approach to the entire collective bargaining process, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will it be fair? Will it be independent? Or will it be allowed in the context of the chief personnel officer will have a true role in meeting and treating with the unions in Trinidad and Tobago along the lines of what we would call the collective bargaining process, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in that context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a headline because they spoke under the broad heading of industrial relations and meeting and treating.
Yes. You have just about 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 10 minutes. Do you care to avail yourself?
Certainly, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Proceed.
And they spoke about industrial relations. Good industrial relations practices will tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that you need to meet and treat with unions along the line of mutual respect, not bullying and intimidating and negotiating in the public domain. And today, I am of deep concern. It has caused me a great sense of trepidation, because yesterday there was an article in the Trinidad Guardian that which states that a TALPA source, it read that pilots are resigning as the state moves to decertify TALPA source. Pilots resigning as state moves to decertify union, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is shades of the PNM since 1965, anti-worker, anti-union, anti-people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one only has to throw their minds back to the administration of Prime Minister Manning, when there was a move to decertify the Transport and Industrial Workers Union at PTSC and decertify the Communication Workers Union at TSTT, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I call upon the Minister of Finance, and also who has the line responsibility for Caribbean Airlines, and the Minister of Labor, if he has any decency and respect for the trade union movement in this country and workers alike in this country, clear the air on whether the government is moving to decertify the Pilots Association, who are the recognized majority union. And indeed, if they are decertified because of the high-handedness and disrespect for the workers of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I assure you that an incoming UNC government, within due process and the means within the labor laws of Trinidad and Tobago, will re-establish a recognized majority union status for the body or association representing the Pilots Association. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, very quickly I move on to the state of affairs as it relates to this $4,000 for public retirees or retirees who have served the people of Trinidad and Tobago in the context of the public service, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you listen to the Minister of Finance, you will think that this $4,000 one-off payment is the best thing since sliced bread. But I want to read into the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm trying to just find my notes, and I think Madam Speaker has returned to the chair. Madam Speaker. And I want to ask the Minister of Finance, because in 2019, if you read page 40 of the budget presentation of the Minister of Finance, I quote, I propose to review public service pensions with a view to indexing these pensions at an appropriate level. This review will be completed in fiscal 2020. Madam Speaker, this again is a minister of promises, a minister who continues to mislead the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when he comes and he tells public servants, retirees, take $4,000 as a one-off payment, what it really means is the minister has been deceptive. The minister has failed public retirees. And I ask public servants who have retired, and today I challenge the minister to tell us what is the status as it relates to reviewing the public service pensions. Where is the report, Minister? Your deception, we will not tolerate it, Madam Speaker. And in that regard, old age pensioner, a retiree, sent me a WhatsApp message last Friday, 10 o'clock in the night, 10 o'clock, concerned about the deception of the Minister of Finance, and he said, and it read, it is over 10 years since old age pensioners have received an increase. The last time this was done was under the government of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar. While many government retirees, he said, while many have also benefited by moving up to $3,500, there are those who were above that point and have received nothing. They have received nothing for 20 years now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I retired in 2002, and I believe the last increase was given only to those government retirees who retired on or before 1999. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and he lamented in his message, pensioners have to pay bills, groceries, car, gas, rent, mortgage, medical bills, and so on. And why is there no apparent consideration for pensioners, and why this government has consistently neglected government retirees for the last 8 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, this increase, so this payment of $4,000 to retirees, government retirees, while we welcome any money for any person in this country because of the pain and suffering, it is a one-time mamagai, Madam Speaker, and we reject the deception of the Minister of Finance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, I have to deal with the very important issue of the National Insurance Fund and the board, the National Insurance Fund, and this system has been allowed to rot. It has been allowed to decay because of the inaction of the Prime Minister in his entire cabinet. We must not only train our guns on the Minister of Finance because they were warned.
So, member, so it may have been automatic to say that, but I'd ask you, in the whole context, I think that's unparliamentary. You can do better than that. So withdraw that and find another way to say it, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure you I will not knock it on him. It is important. Certainly, I will never go against your guidance. I withdraw. I withdraw, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important for us to address this very critical issue of the status of the National Insurance Fund and to plug that $1 billion gap and more. And we have not heard from the Minister of Finance because they granted 2 amnesties. We were not told how much revenue that brought in. to the fund. We also were not told what they have done with the compliance department as it relates to the delinquent and errant employers in this country. And at the end of the day, they could tell you, they could deceive you and tell you that we are engaged in consultation with the people of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to the way forward, but it is already a done deal. The consultations are ongoing fast. The government has decided that they will move or increase the retirement rate or the age to access this pension to 65. But what they are not telling the population is that if you take it at 60 or 61 or 62 and so on, you will reduce approximately 6 years of your full 6% of your full entitlement, and you will have what we would call a reduced national insurance pension. That is this thing in detail that they are hiding from the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, very quickly too, as I come to my final couple of minutes in my presentation, I am concerned, the opposition is concerned about the status of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. We reject it because it will lead to further unemployment in Trinidad and Tobago. The government has not said what will be the method of employment. They are creating two parallels in terms of they are reducing the established public service, and they want to create a political public service in Trinidad and Tobago where they want to ensure that there is employment by contract, where ministers will have the sole prerogative and authority to create political party groups in the new Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. And that is why we are saying we reject the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. And from a constituency point of view, Madam Speaker, the woes are numerous. It has been stated by all of my colleagues. Potholes, poor infrastructure, no water. The education system is in shambles. I hope the Minister of Education can find money to build the Sonilado Early Childhood Education Center. I hope that the Minister of Works and Transport can find the appropriate monies to fix the Phoenix Park Road or the UTT Road. You hear my good friend who is about to enter in this debate, the Minister of Trade and Industry, who has the responsibility for the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. She will come, the Minister, Madam Speaker, will come during her debate and boast about the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate and hundreds of millions of dollars. But what she will not tell you is this sad state of the road that leads to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. A road that is traversed by all, which leads you to the port of Point Lisas. It leads you to the UTT campus. It leads you to the Saboneta station, fire station, Madam Speaker, and also the Point Lisas Business Park. But you know, recently, when they carried the Prime Minister to turn the sod for the solar park, where they got the name wrong and they don't even know the geography of Trinidad and Tobago. If they want help, they could ask me. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the Phoenix Park Road should be built by the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
The Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me say it's always a pleasure to come to the lower house to speak in the budget debate. This particular budget debate, 2024 Fiscal Appropriation Bill, building capacity for diversification and growth. And let me start by dispelling any notion of deception which the last speaker spoke about in reference to the Minister of Finance. And instead, I want to say that the Minister of Finance must be commended for the delivery of a comprehensive, a targeted, and a very purposeful fiscal package at a time when we continue to feel the effects of global economic shocks from international events, including the pandemic, supply chain disruptions, the ongoing war in Ukraine, and the high global inflation. Let me also just say to the member for Couva South, just one comment. TTRA is not about losing jobs. It's unfortunate you see the negative side all the time. TTRA is about gaining revenues for the country. And I also would take the opportunity to thank, obviously, the Prime Minister, the Honourable Keith Rowley, for his very astute leadership as we continue on the path to sustainable development, growth and development. In fact, these two gentlemen, the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, have demonstrated their commitment to develop and strengthen the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. In contrast, last Friday we listened to the Leader of the Opposition. It really was nothing new, nothing constructive, nothing positive to offer, same old rhetoric. But what I noticed is that she regaled us, the member regaled us consultation after consultation, word for word from every organization in Trinidad and Tobago, including Alcoholics Anonymous, right? And I want to remind her that consultation is what we do in the budget process. And as soon as the budget is finished, it's a cycle. Consultation begins with all institutions. And what we do is not come to the Minister of Finance, will not come to the House and read from every organization or person who has written. They have all written to the government as well. What we will do is we would listen, we would distill the information which is put before us, and together with government policy, we would produce for the nation our short and medium-term plans, which will fit into our Vision 2030, 2030 development plan. That is where our consultation goes. And I can tell you from the Ministry of Trade and Industry's point of view that we have a strong relationship with all of the chambers in Trinidad and Tobago, from Point Fortin to Sandy Grande to Port of Spain, and they are all strong partners in the development process, and consultation is an ongoing agenda, right? But instead, I can say that the Leader of Opposition, the only accomplishment was the demonstration that with the right spirit, the member can stand on her 2 feet and speak for 4 hours in a manner that will tell us that she belongs no other way, the member belongs no other place than Leader of the Opposition. And as I thanked everyone, I have to thank all those accounting officers, budget officers as well. I forgot, everybody worked assiduously into the night to bring our accounts to the close and facilitate this process. But, Madam Speaker, this government continues to steer Trinidad and Tobago on the path to economic recovery. And this was demonstrated in the Central Bank's July 2023 Economic Bulletin, which reported an improvement in domestic economic activity in the first quarter of 2023, and a trend which is expected to continue into the year, bolstered by activity both in the energy and in non-energy sectors. And I go straight to the trade outlook. Trinidad and Tobago's trade surplus with the rest of the world increased by 145%, from 19.5 billion to 47.6 billion over the period 2021-2022. And that shows you strength and resilience. Total exports increased by 54%, from 58 billion to 89 billion, and our products produced in Trinidad and Tobago are now in 143 markets worldwide. And on the non-energy side, and I'm giving you the figure for non-energy exports, excluding petrochemicals like methanol, urea, and ammonia, that increased by 15%, from $15.6 billion to $17.9 billion. So that I want to say that demonstrates that the manufacturing sector showed stellar performance. There was exceptional strong GDP growth in 2022 in the manufacturing sector, and I'm talking output here, coming out of COVID, at 6.1%. And when we look at the breakdown, of the main driver of performance within the manufacturing sector, it is the food and beverage and tobacco sectors, which showed a 31.7 increase in output. I'm speaking output. And the fact is that these sectors are expected to grow a further 10.5% in 2023. Check your review of the economy. Again, the textile, clothing, leather and wood paper and printing increased as well by 15.8%. Very promising output in terms of the manufacturing sector. But I want to look, Madam Speaker, at where they left us. And I want to compare. So I go back to 2015 and I looked at manufacturing, including petroleum and chemical products, using GDP at current prices. And using GDP at current prices in 2015, the manufacturing sector output was $24.4 billion. And where are we in 2022? $45.1 billion, a whopping 86% increase. And when petroleum and chemical products are removed, so non-oil manufacturing, as I said, excluding manufacturing, excluding petroleum and chemical products, and again using GDP at current prices, in 2015, the figure was $11.4 billion. In 2022, $15.7 billion, an increase of 38%. And again, pulling away the strongest sector, the food and beverage sector, then $8.2 billion in 2015, and in 2022, GDP at current prices, $12.6 billion, an increase of 54%. 54%. And I don't know how they have the nerve to speak about diversification, because diversification, they don't understand what it is. That is about increased revenue. That's about increased exports. That's about increased export. And we see that in the non-energy sector. We have demonstrated that this is a diversified sector that is continuing to perform. And according to the review of the economy, non-oil revenue is expected to expand by a considerable $5.3 billion in 2024 to $35.5 billion, which will represent 66% of total revenue. And that is diversification. And I'll have more time in the Senate to speak to the services sector, which is a strong contributor as well to the non-oil sector. So that companies in the manufacturing sector, I can tell you that they too are diversifying, because you have now traditional retailers entering the sector and existing ones expanding their product offerings, new products and new product lines, machinery and equipment. And I will demonstrate that later on. We also have a wave of young and new manufacturers whom we are pleased to support through a myriad of incentives, financial and non-financial, and in particular through trade missions, all of which have been proven to be successful. So we continue to work very closely in the Ministry of Trade and Industry to grow and expand Trinidad and Tobago's non-energy sector. And they're clearly reflected in the export performance of this particular sector. But now I now want to examine the non-energy exports minus petrochemicals, which include methanol, urea, and ammonia. I've left in melamine and urea resins, which is glue. And all of these are further downstream products, and that's the reason why they're left in. So that the non-energy manufacturing exports, as I said before, increased by 15% from $15.6 billion to $17.9 billion over the period 2021 to 2022. And that represents 14% of total exports. Now, the main drivers in the non-energy manufacturing sector are the iron and steel subsector, valued at $6 billion, representing an increase of 8% from 2021. And driving this growth were exports of ferrous products, roofs, roofing systems, and so on, frameworks, steel doors, etc. And secondly, the food and beverage subsector, valued at $3 billion, representing an increase of 22% from 2021. Driving that would be our flavored waters or prepared foods from cereals or non-alcoholic beverages, etc. Our basic chemical and fertilizers subsector, notice I said basic, followed strongly behind, valuing $673 million, representing an increase of 38% from 2021. And that would include melamine, which is a derivative from urea, which is used in construction products and plastic products. Carbon dioxide, oxygen, cleaning chemicals, detergents, all of those will fall under chemicals and fertilizers. But there were also noticeable increases in our plastic and rubber subsectors. Again, that showed a 64% increase from 2021 with an estimated value of $65.2 million. And again, these would include exports as urea resins, and urea resins are glues and adhesives, plastic tubes, other plastic packaging, and so on. Our paper and paper subsector also made notable strides, growing from 27% to $599 million. And driving this figure would be our toilet paper, tissue, facial tissue, and various types of paper and so on. And the tobacco manufacturing sector was valued at about $259 million, an increase of 23%. So performance beats all talk. And the manufacturing sector has been doing absolutely very well. And I looked to our key partners, but the first being the United States of America, where our non-energy manufacturing exports, again I go non-energy, have increased by 19%. To $9 billion in 2022. Again, our iron and steel products, melamine, urea resins, bitters, chocolates, scrap metal, cocoa products, etc. And then our second highest trading partner would be CARICOM, whose exports will increase by 11% to $5.2 billion. Excuse me. I should have taken some water. And this increase is a direct result of the various trade missions, and I want to congratulate here Export TT and the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, who have done yeoman service in taking our goods out to the region and extra-regionally as well. So that our country's top export market within CARICOM in 2022 would have been Guyana at $1.3 billion, Jamaica at $1.2 billion, increased by 22%, Barbados at $545 million, increased by 9%, Suriname, $552 million, increased by 21%, St. Lucia, $341 million, increased by 22%. St. Kitts and Nevis, $132 million, increased by 34%. And again, we are seeing the outcome of targeted government interventions in terms of policy and also in the form of missions and wider support under the Export Booster Initiative through Export TT. Again, Madam Speaker, performance beats all talk. And so we ask ourselves, how did we do this and how will we build on this stellar performance? And as I said before, this was as a result of both the private sector initiatives and strategic approaches by the government. Our trade missions have been a huge success. And the TTMA, in collaboration with Export TT, conducted 8 trade missions to Curacao in fiscal 23. Thank you so much. To Curacao in 2023, along with Jamaica twice, Grenada, the DR, Colombia, Suriname, and St. Lucia. And I accompany them whenever I am able to. I try to do most of the missions so that I can actually make the connections a little better, the political, the executive connections as well, and that influences the outcome of our missions. In addition, there were several international trade shows, and through Export TT, there was attendance at the Guyana Basin Summit, the China International Import Expo, the Havana International Fair in Cuba, and Expo Comer trade show in Panama, and the Suriname Energy, Oil and Gas Summit in Suriname. In addition, the TTMA, of course, would have hosted the very successful, I congratulate them again, Trade and Investment Convention in July 2023. So all told, our our business persons, our manufacturers, would have benefited from more than 1,500 business-to-business meetings and more, done through 216 companies. And this is why we have realized all of these export orders. In fiscal 2024, the intention is to do 10 trade missions by TTMA, supported by the ministry and also Export TT. And they have already done the first one, which was Guyana. It has been their largest so far. 39 companies participated in that mission in early October. And then, of course, they're off to Antigua, Belize, DR, St. Vincent, Curacao, Suriname. But they are also now venturing into more extra-regional territories. And on the calendar for 2024 will be Miami, Canada, and Panama. And I'll tell you why. They are also looking at the planned mission for Ghana in March 2024, and that is to look at opportunities, and this is following the visit of His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu of Ghana, where we held several business discussions, with whom we held several business discussions. In addition, under the Fit for Europe number 2 project in fiscal 2024, the EU has hired a consultant who would ascertain the export readiness and do export readiness training for our SMEs, and based on particular criteria, 20 SMEs have been chosen from the food and beverage, from the personal care, the plastics, the ICT, the energy services, fashion and entertainment sectors to participate in trade missions to Sweden and Germany. And underpinning all of this, and as part of its strategic approach to export development, is the work by the Export Booster Initiative done through Export TT, right? And therefore, there's several programs which companies would have benefited from. Again, the International Certification Fund, 13 to date, 3 were done in fiscal 2023. The Export Accelerator Program, 9 were done in fiscal 2023. Tobago Indigenous Sweets Program, 10 companies received support for packaging and product upgrades. Labeling and testing, 7 companies benefited. Good manufacturing practices and food safety requirements, 14 benefited in 2023. Another 15 will be trained in 2024. Co-financing arrangements, etc. 11 companies would have benefited. 7 companies are going to be coached under the Export Development Program. 7 in 2023 and 10 in 2024. 11 firms completed the Tobago Export Assistance, and this is separate from the sweets, and that is Tobago's support, that support for entrepreneurs program in Tobago, and we are targeting another 10 companies for 2024. And alongside that, we are going to focus on new opportunities through expanded market access, and again, this includes the negotiation of new trade agreements, and I can tell you that we have completed the 4th round of negotiations for the partial scope trade agreement with Chile, and therefore the 5th, and we think final round of negotiations will be held in early December 2023. So we are hoping, I'll tell you that the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Chile and Trinidad and Tobago is in 2024, and I think it will be quite significant if we can sign that agreement in 2024. Again, the outcome is to provide access for Trinidad and Tobago exports, preferential market access to 19.5 million consumers. Alongside that, we are still working on this partial scope agreement with Curacao, and that we will continue negotiations in the 2nd quarter of fiscal 2024. And we are working with CARICOM on expanding the CARICOM-Colombia agreement on trade, economic and technical cooperation, and that will secure preferential market access for an additional 308 products into Colombia. And those negotiations are ongoing by CARICOM. But again, I was speaking about how would we further bolster that export performance. And what we've done is that we have reinforced the architecture, the commercial architecture for increasing exports, through the establishment and the appointment of commercial officers and attaches in strategic intra-regional and extra-regional markets, so that we've set up We have already set up 3 commercial offices in Panama with responsibility for Central and South America, in the UK with responsibility for all of Europe and the UK, and in the USA with responsibility for Canada. 3 commercial officers are already established in country, and they have embarked on the process of hiring the deputy commercial officers to be available to the business community in Trinidad and Tobago. Additionally, the 2 commercial attaches, one in Guyana with responsibility for Southern Caribbean with a focus on Guyana and Suriname, and Jamaica with responsibility for Haiti and Dominican Republic and DR, they are now in post as well. And together, they will serve the business community, forge new linkages, find new markets, and fulfill new demand. So that we expect our commercial diplomacy to be at its best with the combined efforts of these personnel and also the existing missions that we have across the globe. And in fiscal 2024, we will give consideration for the appointment of additional commercial officers, and we are thinking of, as I said, I think I may have said it before, the Asian and the African markets. But if we are expanding at the rate we are expanding in the manufacturing sector, it means that we have to prepare the right personnel with the right skills to be able to fill the necessary positions which will result. And so, as we had announced before, we do have up and running the National Apprenticeship Program for the non-energy manufacturing sector. And it is over the period we intend to hire 335 persons, we intend to train 335 persons across 4 operational areas in mechanical engineering technology, electrical electronics technology, industrial maintenance technology, and mechatronics. I want to say that cohort 1, that means the 135 students, those who have completed successfully the first year, they have now been placed in industrial attachments in 73 manufacturing companies. In other words, some of those companies have accepted more than 1 apprentice. And we're very, very pleased about that. Now they're getting practical training, and this again is a true collaboration. You talk about consultation and collaboration. This is true collaboration with the private sector. We expect that cohort 2, which commenced on in June of 2023, with 100 trainees, they would follow the same process. And again, we intend in fiscal 2024 to launch cohort 3. And alongside that apprenticeship program, also within the manufacturing sector, is another sector which we have targeted for growth, which is the wood and wood products manufacturing subsector, which employs, as it is, about 4,000 persons and is already an earner of foreign exchange. So that according to CSO, and these are not false statistics, according to the CSO, at June 2023, the sector contributed 0.02% to the economy. However, I keep saying there's significant potential in the sector as the exports grew from 28 million in 2021 to 37 million in 2022, a 32% increase, therefore signifying the hope that this sector has in terms of exports. So again, as you know, we launched the apprenticeship program for the wood and wood manufacturing subsector. And so they are studying carpentry and woodworking and joinery and so on. And cohort 1 is in progress. And we do intend to bring on a second cohort in 2024 as well. I want to say again that the manufacturing sector could not have been the success that it was without the support of the Exim Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and the FX facilities which had been set up under them by the Ministry of Finance. So there is the facility for the local importers of basic food and pharmaceutical and other essential items, but for the local manufacturing and exporting companies, this is pivotal. So I want to put to rest the false notion peddled by the leader of opposition that the government is only providing foreign exchange to large manufacturers. It's entirely false. And I want to tell you, I got the stats from Exim Bank. 158 companies the majority of which were SMEs, accessed a total of $689 million as of September 29, 2023, under the Forex facility for manufacturers. So a complete falsehood by the leader of the opposition. In addition to that, there are two new manufacturing initiatives. And I'll speak a little bit about the Green Manufacturing Initiative, and then, of course, the other one, the export sales of manufacturing companies benefiting from the exemption of the business levy charge. But going back to the Green Manufacturing Initiative, let us just all admit that the world is experiencing a climate crisis, and therefore it is the responsibility of all industries to do their part. And in fiscal 2024, the Ministry of Trade and Industry will launch the Green Manufacturing Initiative, and really it will largely assist all manufacturers in the non-energy sector, but also particularly small and medium-sized ones, with adopting or improving green manufacturing practices. And these green manufacturing practices would include the reduction of pollutants during operations, a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions, minimization and recycling of waste materials, and the production of eco-friendly packaging and biodegradable products. And this will reduce the negative impact on the environment and improve resource utilization and increase comprehensive benefits throughout all stages of the product life cycle. And it is aimed first and foremost at reducing Trinidad and Tobago's carbon footprint, and it signals the government's commitment to environmental preservation and climate goals. The first component really refers to what we call energy efficiency audit assessments. And what the initiative will do is to fund consultants to undertake energy efficiency audits of companies in the non-energy manufacturing sector to examine their energy efficiency and to identify energy savings opportunities. And we will work with the NEC to develop a list of pre-approved consultants for the GMI. And the GMI will fund 100% of the cost of the audit, capped at $200,000 for small manufacturers, and also 50% capped at $150,000 for medium-sized manufacturers. Component 2 has to actually deal with the greening of manufacturing implementation, so that based on the recommendations of the energy efficiency audit, manufacturers are expected then to retool the production process through the purchase and installation of equipment and technology and so on. And this fund will assist small and medium-sized manufacturers again with a financial contribution capped at $250,000. And this is, again, targeted at them. There's also a component 3 based on training and green upskilling of staff. When we announce the initiative, I'll speak more of that. And we are at this time revisiting and operationalizing other incentives and waivers to promote the use of renewable energy and energy efficiency, including what was on the books before and not implemented, the 75% accelerated depreciation for plant and machinery and another tax allowance and so on. But I will give you details when we actually launch. So again, the manufacturing sector have signaled that they are very much appreciative of the exemption from business levy, and that is for manufacturing companies whose gross receipts fall within 30%. Underpinning all of this is our trade policy, which the Trinidad and Tobago's current trade policy, which is set to expire in December 2023. And I'm pleased to indicate that with respect to the main goals of the policy, with regard to growth in production and export of non-energy goods and services, as I indicated, we have achieved this. Growth in our trade with CARICOM, this has increased by 25% between 2021 and 2022. Growth in market share with traditional and non-traditional markets, again, we have achieved exports to the US, this has increased by 87%. We are even exporting to countries like Ghana and Spain, etc. And all of our main policy goals have been achieved, and so we are this time developing with the ITC. We are now going to begin the development of the National Trade Strategy for 2024-2029, and this is going to take 9 months to be completed, and we are very pleased to see the outcome. As I said, with the ITC, the International Trade Center, doing the project, but of course we'll be working along with them, and we're looking forward to seeing the design of a strategic trade development roadmap, and also the development of indicators of development of sector and functional strategies and so on. I want to go on now to investments, Madam Speaker. I want to say that Trinidad and Tobago continues to attract investments, especially in the non-energy sector, demonstrating continued confidence in the economy. And there's one variable which is indicative of this confidence, and that is private sector credit. And simply put, businesses are borrowing for expansion, and I will explain this. And I go to the central bank report. And in the first 9 months of fiscal 2023, there was steady growth in private sector credit, both by non-bank financial institutions by 17.7% and commercial banks by 6.9%. In June 2022, the total private sector credit was $64 billion, and in June 2023 stood at $68.6 billion, which is an increase of $4 million. Again, that is testament to the strength of the private sector in contributing to the growth of the economy. And I want to say that it remains a fact that the private sector always does very well and grows under successive PNM governments. And data would show the expansions in the private sector credit would be at a sectoral level in terms of agriculture, construction, distribution, hotel and guest houses, manufacturing, and I would say that's 13.4%, personal services, etc. Again, indicative of a healthy, growing economy in which the private sector is identifying opportunities for growth and taking full advantage of it. And that's why I found it to be very disheartening, again, when the former Prime Minister and now leader of the opposition in her presentation, using very disparaging terms and painting with a broad brush the business community of Trinidad and Tobago. They have heard you, and you will feel the brunt of that. So I want to go to investment facilitation and give you the figures. I'm going to speak to closed investments which are not yet materialized. Closed meaning that the companies have signed, they've taken their decisions to set up new operations. And in terms of closed investments not yet operationalized, there were 5 closed foreign direct investments to the extent of $966 million, expected to generate 1,089 jobs. And why are the jobs so high? And it's because of the particular sector. That's the BPO sector, and one of those investors is Nearshore Teleservices. They are currently finalizing negotiations for a site in Longdon and Chaguanas, and their investment is $7 million. They will hire 400 persons. Again, I will say. Let me call out some more as I go along. And the 12 closed local developed investments amount to $582 million, expected to generate 364 jobs. And again, this is all done through InvestTT. There are a host of other private sector initiatives going on throughout Trinidad and Tobago that we are not able to track. But again, it is a hint at, and it speaks to, as a matter of fact, the confidence in Trinidad and Tobago. So those are closed investments. So just to give you the full figure, 17 closed investments at $1.5 billion, generating 1,453 jobs, 5 closed FDI, and 12 closed local investments. In terms of, there are closed ones which also became operational in 2023. And the total for that, the 13 investments which became operational in 2023 amount to 264 million, generating 529 jobs. Some of those that became operational in fiscal 2023 would have been the Anser McCall Chemicals plant, which is an upgrade to the AMCL, the Anser McCall chloroalkali plant at Point Lisas Industrial Estate. That was 67 million. Cans poultry processing, again, another one of their initiatives, 52 million. And of course, there's Cinema One, the establishment of a new theatre in Chagonas, and that is $15 million. But there is also made operationalized foreign direct investment as well, closed in 2023. But the biggest of them all that I want to demonstrate here today is that of the reinvestments, and I go back to manufacturers, reinvestment by manufacturers. Would you believe? There were 40 major reinvestments by manufacturers amounting to $1.4 billion, expected to generate 923 jobs in this last fiscal. And there's no overlap from the former figures which I spoke of. Again, and these reinvestments represent decisions by existing companies that they will expand in Trinidad and Tobago, they will improve their local operations, again signifying investor confidence in our domestic economy, satisfaction with governance under the PNM. Again, I say to the population, businesses do well under the PNM. And I look at those reinvestments and I could tell you just about a few, or else I'll take all of my time. Kaleidoscope Paints Limited, they are now diversifying and will soon reopen in a month or so, and they will open in a month or so, their new beverage manufacturing plant, $65 million. Guiltless Gourmet by John Dickinson, as you know, they have ventured into, yes, they are into paper products and tissue paper. They went into Guiltless yogurt. I had the opportunity to walk the floor recently of their new ice cream brand called Sunday. I'm sure you've seen it in the market, Sundays. And so that's another investment of $30 million, soon to be opened. Then, of course, I also walked the floor 2 weeks ago of the Carib Glassworks Limited plant. There's a new line, and that plant, $200 million in warehouse and plant and machinery. It's a new line expanding its packaging capability from the stage of returnable glass bottles to actually the finished product. And this plant is among one of the more advanced in the world and really represents that company's single largest investment in decades. And we're very pleased to have that. In addition to that, New Wave Marketing would have invested in the expansion of their plant, and they do PVC products as well. TCL would have spent another $15 million in kilns and other equipment. As I said, Vemco would have spent another $20 million. CPI, the Caribbean Packaging Industries, another $27 million in plant and equipment. Associated Brands, an entirely new chocolate factory, $70 million, and so on. Just all of these, and another new beverage manufacturing firm to be opened again. They have diversified into manufacturing, another $95 million. Amcor, who is into packaging and plastic bottles, invested a further $50 million, and I can tell you of a number of pipeline investors. So all I want to say, and I know there was this conversation about unemployment, I keep hearing it ringing through. You've got to take it as it is. Unemployment in this country has declined to 3.7%. Our labor force participants expanded to 609,800 in the second quarter of calendar 2023 from 595,000 persons. And I say this here because there's a clear relationship between investments and the reduction in employment. And I want to congratulate all of those business houses which have chosen to continue to invest in Trinidad and Tobago. But if I summarize as I leave this the numbers, Madam Speaker, $3 billion in investments representing closed, operational, and reinvestments expected to translate into 2,900 jobs all, of course, most of it into the manufacturing sector, the BPO sector, etc. And as I said, there are numerous pipeline investments that I wouldn't want to speak about. But I would love to go to the next chapter of today. I'll tell you why. But in order to accommodate all of these investments, industrial parks and vehicles for investments, they are absolutely necessary. And you would know, yes, the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate is completed and will be commissioned shortly. Now, there are about 49 lots which are leased, totaling 43.3 acres, and therefore 62.8% of the lots, or 64.3% of the leasable acreage is already committed. So to date, and there are updated figures as I've come to you, 18 investments have been committed for PPIE at an investment levels of $458 million and expected job creation of 861 jobs, in addition to a data center which is to be built through the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So 19 companies. But the point I want to make is, because the leader of the opposition said, well, listen, there are 14 investments, that means only a quarter of the park occupied. You will take 4 years now to probably occupy the rest of the park. She didn't do the maths right, because collectively, these investors will occupy 2/3 of the lots and leasable space of the park. All of the 5 factory shells have already been taken. For instance, SM Jalil took 2 factory shells. FCMC will take 8 acres. PriceSmart is taking 10 acres. But it means clearly that the leader of the opposition does not know what is happening within her own backyard, right? Does not know, and no, but what is worse, Minister of Finance, is the last speaker, member in Darsing, is not keeping her up to date because it is in her constituency. In his constituency. So, and I also want to refute the statement made by the UNC chief spokesman on the economy, Jwala Rambaran, that Phoenix Park is not a white elephant. Phoenix Park is not a white elephant. And you know what a white elephant is? A white elephant is the $1.5 billion that was spent on the Beetham wastewater project. That is a white elephant. So, I don't know why he's having a headache over Phoenix Park and our ongoing development of industrial parks, right? So Phoenix Park, as I told you, I don't have the time to give you all the details, but in the Senate, I will regale you with a list, yeah? So there are now 19 investors, including the Ministry of Digital Transformation into the park. One of them, Summit Luggage. The park isn't open, but they are already operating. They have begun with just 1 line so far, but what they are producers of travel products, and they will export to USA and Europe and so on. 22 local persons are already employed at Phoenix Park, right? And again, that's demonstrating that Phoenix Park is a good destination for manufacturers of high-quality products. I want to say to you that we have a delegation of 15 Chinese investors interested in investing in a PPIE, and they come to Trinidad in the next week. And then in November, there is a promotional investment to 3 major cities in China's Jiangsu province. Invest TT and Export TT will be there as well. Well, Jawala Rambaran will get another headache because the Factory Road Industrial Park, I've said it before, is completely sold out. So I don't know what is this issue with industrial parks. Why it's still on the books is because we are completing the infrastructural works, right? But again, with the tenants of that park, is a smaller park. The investment is expected to be about $725 million. Creating 1,191 jobs. Well, he will get another headache because, and I don't know what the UNC, if they have a problem with us developing, maybe the PNM developing Central Trinidad, but that's how we are. We are in government, we are looking after the interests of all of Trinidad and Tobago. So you get your headache. We are building another park in Dow Village Industrial Estate. And why? Yeah, member in Darsing would be pleased. So we will commence development of that 147-acre park in Dow Village, again for non-energy activities, including those, not only manufacturers, but those businesses that provide services, transport services, etc., logistics and juice distribution and so on. And that is expected to be completed in 2 years. And you know what, Madam Speaker? We will continue to build more parks, right? Now I want to go to the Manuga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park. Now that is a different park because that is in a rural area. And I will make the point, and yet they start grinning already. They are against development, in particular the MP for Maruga and Tibulan, right? Because your modus operandi is always to mimic and to stall and to hinder, etc. It's the same thing happening with Lengua Indian Walk, you know. Just look at the action in the court preventing the people from going back to the polls. It's the same thing.
Honourable Minister,
yes.
The original speaking time is now spent. You have 10 more minutes to complete your presentation, if you so wish.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
And the whole point about it is that they are incapable of thinking big. And they do not understand development and how incremental it can be, especially when it comes to rural areas. But we are concerned not just about food security, we are concerned about developing and putting industry in all of the rural areas in Trinidad and Tobago. And when we launch special economic zones, you will understand our intention to really industrialize rural areas, right? We are concerned about the people, not only of Maruga, but all of the people, including the people in rural communities. And so there are 6 closed investments in the park. In other words, those people have signed. They have said, we have agreed that we are going to be establishing there. But it is difficult to transition from a producer to where you are now into full production, value-added production. And therefore, what I would have expected from the Maruga table, and only 2 of those are already operational, I would have expected that she would have promoted the products which are being produced by her constituents in her constituency. Tell us all the jams and so on and processed vegetables that are being produced there. None of that. Right? But we are proud of the work we are doing. I can tell you, I met yesterday with a gentleman from Trinidad Chocolate Factory. He is working with us right now. I am processing a grant for him for the purchase of machinery and equipment to assist with the transition. That is development, P&M style. Right? And so we will continue, and I can tell you by the end of certainly within this fiscal, we will be commissioning, opening the Maruga fishing facility. So for Maruga, it's forever ever, backward never. Yeah, we come in. And so in the time that I have, how much time do I have?
Your time ends at 4:16:30.
Right.
So you have about 8 minutes.
Yes, but I do have the opportunity to speak again in the lower house, and thank you, Madam Speaker. There's one opportunity that I'd like to speak about, which has been growing under us, and that is the business process outsourcing industry. And it is, over the last years, we have developed more than 20 of these BPO industries in Trinidad and Tobago, representing both local and foreign clients. And you have, of course, several major commercial banks that have created shared service centers in Trinidad and Tobago. And the reason for all of this is that Trinidad and Tobago is seen to be an ideal place for BPO nearshoring solutions, and that is on account of our geographic proximity to customers in the Caribbean and into the North American markets and so on, because of our educated population, English-speaking, modern ICT infrastructure, high quality and available real estate, convenient air connectivity, reliable power and utility systems and so on. But in addition to the nearshoring of services for which we have accumulated already operational, we have BPO investments in this country with over 1,865 jobs, right? And that's your ICO and their call center, Port of Spain, Bill Goslin, Teleperformance, Direct One, Ascensus, Equisoft, Nearshore Services, they are all. And we have another 31 million in the pipeline with 674 jobs. What we see the opportunity for is in nearshoring manufacturing, right? And that is an attractive proposition that we've put to the United States for U.S. firms to operate in Trinidad and Tobago. And again, because of Trinidad and Tobago's low-cost energy, low energy costs, right, will significantly boost their capacity and so on to produce competitively priced products. So again, that's something that we have on the table. We do have a plan which we have shared with many of our investment partners, including the US. And what we have done is at the last Quartet meeting, we did put it on the table so that at the upcoming USA CARICOM Trade and Investment Council meeting to be held in Guyana next week, nearshoring, particularly nearshoring manufacturing, it is on the agenda, and that is because of Trinidad and Tobago. We put that there. So we see ourselves as a wider nearshoring territory capable of meeting the demand for nearshoring services and manufacturing. And that has come out because of all of come out as absolutely needed because of all of the supply chain disruptions that you have had, and which many of the larger which all the globe in fact endured. Right? So in the short time that I have, I want to tell you that we will continue with our investments. We do have an India trade mission coming, arising out of a meeting which was held in New Delhi in August. Our High Commissioner, Dr. Gopal, will be leading an Indian trade and investment mission to Trinidad and Tobago during late November to December the 2nd to explore opportunities and joint ventures, mergers, investments, technology transfers, and so on. They will look at our parks. And of course, we are also continuing our negotiations with Ghana for a reciprocal promotion and protection of investment agreement known as a bilateral investment treaty, and that again to encourage trade and investment. And we've completed the first round of negotiations in May of this year, and we will go to the second round in December of this year. When I go, I have about 5 minutes, Madam Speaker.
You end at 4:16:30, so you have 3 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when I go to the lower house, I will speak extensively about our new Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, which will be fully operationalized in the first half of 2024. I will also speak to the special economic zones as well, the regime, which is well advanced and where we have finalized regulations, and these will soon be laid in Parliament, and this too will be fully operationalized in the first half of 2024. I would take the time then to speak about our digitalization agenda and the ease of doing business in terms of the enhancement of the TT BizLink platform, where in July of this year I said we will do it in fiscal 2023, and we did it. We, in fact, enhanced 36 existing services across 7 ministries, so that now as well, most importantly, all users can make payments online for permits and licenses for all e-services that require payments. I want to say to you that we will establish 14 new e-services to the TT BizLink platform in fiscal 2024. Of course, what we'll be talking about, greater time and cost efficiencies and savings. I will speak to you further about the port community system in Trinidad and Tobago, which has started and which will yield several deliverables as we go along. The main focus of my speech in the upper house would be on SME development, as SME is the backbone of our economy, and especially in relation to our diversification agenda. I will speak to all of the products and initiatives that we have done, including the more recent products and initiatives laid by the Minister of Finance in the recent budget. And then I will also attach myself to the services sector, in particular to the yachting sector and the growth which we are seeing already, and also the new marine apprenticeship program, which will be established, where we would in fact hire and give stipends to 150 young persons, and then, of course, I would spend much of my time on the success of the creatives, Madam Speaker, and address as well food prices. So whatever I have not, it's not possible to do everything in this such a short time, and I will deal with those later in the upper house. But again, as I close, I want to say that our economy continues to demonstrate resilience. Today, our non-energy sector is in fact more vibrant. Our businesses, both in the manufacturing and the services sectors, continue to grow, and they are the major catalysts for economic transformation. This government, Madam Speaker, is about vision, it's about development, it's about people, it's about building the economy, when, of course, I know empty rhetoric on the other side. So we will continue to transform Trinidad and Tobago into a new society and a new economy by adopting a very strategic and targeted approach to developing
Minister,
Trinidad
your time
and
is now
Tobago.
spent.
Thank you very much.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this extremely important debate as we look at fiscal appropriations for 2024. Let me first commend the member for Siparia, Leader of the Opposition, for a very well, clean, clinical delivery in terms of her response to the Minister of Finance budget presentation. It was direct, Madam Speaker, and purposeful on the day of the delivery. I also wish to commend all my colleagues on the side who have contributed in their specific way, under their specific portfolios, which they have done so with precision and exactitude. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that it is this side of the House which continues to fight for and defend the interests of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and just not the chosen few. I rise today, Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Miaro, representing the hard-working citizens of a constituency which desperately wanted Budget 2024 to speak to the issues that matter to them. Madam Speaker, issues such as job creation, better infrastructure, better roads, access to reliable water supply, better educational opportunities for their children, flood management, school transportation. Most especially, they wanted to hear what was being done to combat the explosion of violent crime, which has our fellow citizens across our nation living in daily fear for their lives. Madam Speaker, most ministers of finance would judge the success of a budget presentation by how it improves the quality of life for the citizens they serve, but not this one. In Trinidad and Tobago, where a government has inflicted unrelenting hardship over the past 8 years, you would expect the Minister of Finance to ease the burden of living by reducing taxes, taming the cost of food and medicine, and returning communities to safe zones. Madam Speaker, these are not unreasonable demands. Far from it, Madam Speaker. Indeed, they are the very basic items that is being demanded by every citizen here in Trinidad and Tobago, from Miaro to Chaguanas to Charlottesville. Sadly, Madam Speaker, Budget 2024 addresses none of these critical issues comprehensively, which everyone in our nation is concerned about. A national budget, Madam Speaker, is more than just an Excel spreadsheet of allocations to various ministries. A national budget is a blueprint of national priorities. It is a vision that charts a way forward for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not only does it just set the way forward to achieve our dreams, but rather it inspires us in the very act of collectively dreaming for a better nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a national budget should be a fight for a better future for every citizen. But this budget was not a fight for a better future. It was an act of national surrender, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget was a surrender of our national hopes and dreams. This government have surrendered on crime. They have surrendered on flooding. They have surrendered on infrastructure. They have surrendered on the economy. The only thing left to surrender is government by calling the elections now. Madam Speaker, this budget is telling the people of our nation, you are condemned to a sick economy where mass joblessness is normal, where runaway crime is normal, where collapsed infrastructure is normal, where dry taps is a way of life. This budget, Madam Speaker, is telling those who are dreaming of starting their own businesses to give up. The red tape and bureaucracy is not worth it. This budget is telling our young people to forget about the digital economy and the coming revolution of artificial intelligence. Instead, just focus on trying to live day by day. This budget is telling us that our only national dream is to dream of a government-sponsored, issued food box. Madam Speaker, allow me for a couple of minutes just to share a story. I would like to take a moment to share a story that reflects the aspirations and dreams of so many people in our beloved country. Madam Speaker, my parents, like many of our fellow Trinbagonians, started their journey from humble beginnings in Mayaro. My grandfather took my grandmother and their four children from Faizabad and brought them to Guayagorari with 2 grip and $100 in their pockets. My grandparents rented a small house for $5 a month. My grandfather took advantage of the early development of the oil sector and offered himself as a road builder in the Tesoro fields. And during that time, my grandmother opened a little parlor, which she started a little business. Eventually, my father, he too became a dedicated policeman, and my mother continued with the shop, with the parlor and the shop, and it grew out into a successful business. It was their dedication, Madam Speaker, coupled with the opportunity to access the tools to start small business that allowed them to grow and send my siblings and I to school. It was through their efforts that created a dream for a better life for themselves and their children that I was able to continue my studies and form my own businesses. But Madam Speaker, I am acutely aware that my story is not unique. There are countless individuals in our nation with dreams and ambitions, eager to contribute to the growth and diversification of Trinidad and Tobago. The success of my family and many like ours was made possible because they had the confidence in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, they had the confidence that their dreams were achievable, that their vision could be accomplished, that their hard work would benefit their children and their grandchildren. It is my view, Madam Speaker, that this is precisely the role of a national budget, to provide all of our citizens with the tools and the resources they need to pursue their dreams. Our citizens, Madam Speaker, do not want a handout. All they are asking for is for the state to give them a hand up and a fighting chance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must recognize that fostering economic growth and diversification cannot be achieved through top-down policies alone. It requires an unwavering commitment to empowering our citizens at the grassroots level. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of our economy, and they need more than just lip service in the budget. We need initiatives that make it easier for aspiring entrepreneurs to access funding, receive training and mentorship, and navigate the bureaucratic hurdles that often stifle their potential. We need targeted investments in education and skill development to equip our workforce for the challenges of the 21st century, not a Vike approach, Madam Speaker. Budget 2024 should have been a beacon of hope, a blueprint for a brighter future for all Trinbagonians. It should have laid out a comprehensive plan to provide access to the tools and opportunities needed to realize the hopes and dreams of our people. Madam Speaker, over the last 8 years, this government has developed the unfortunate habit of calling anyone who disagrees with them unpatriotic. When my colleagues on this side express genuine concerns over government policy, they get accused of wanting this government to fail. Let me say this today quite clearly, Madam Speaker. As a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago, no one on the sides of this House wants our nation to fail. My children, as well as the children of my colleagues opposite, all have to live in this country together. When this government fails, it means our country fails. It means the dreams of all of our children fail. We on this side, Madam Speaker, will continue to question this government and raise our concerns where we see it, not because we want the government to fail, but because we want the children of Trinidad and Tobago to succeed. Madam Speaker, one might have expected a Minister of Finance to address pressing issues like poverty, failing infrastructure, and economic diversification, runaway and rampant crime, the issues of flooding, food insecurity. Yet, Madam Speaker, the minister seems to define success merely by the absence of new taxes, a view that reveals the disconnection from the needs of the people of this country. The morning after the minister's budget presentation, the minister touted the lack of new taxes as an achievement, ignoring the broader, more complex challenges that face our nation today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this illustrates a troubling lack of imagination and vision in the halls of power in Trinidad and Tobago. The Express newspaper, Madam Speaker, aptly termed this budget lacking imagination, innovation, and respect. The key word, Madam Speaker, to me was respect. They have disrespected the intelligence of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It was a disorganized approach with no clear objectives or accountability, no plans for poverty alleviation, crime reduction, or business improvement were provided. In essence, Madam Speaker, this is a budget without purpose or vision, reminding us of the biblical warning that where there is no vision, the people perish. Madam Speaker, allow me an opportunity now to make a few comments on some items that were raised by members who, on the other side, who presented. And I wish to just raise some issues on some of the comments that were made. The member for San Fernando East Madam Speaker, have two opening batsmen in terms of pieces of commentary that I have heard the honourable member used on a number of occasions. The first one being that Trinidad and Tobago continues to be the best and one of the only investment-grade countries in the Caribbean. Now, I have no argument with that position, but I would ask the question, if we are so, where is the lineup of investors waiting to come into Trinidad and Tobago? And the investors that I am asking about is the ones who can invest serious foreign direct income into this country. Where are them? Madam Speaker, the second batsman that the member for San Fernando East puts out on the pitch is the fact that Trinidad and Tobago is one of the only countries that have not gone into the IMF hands. And that is a good thing. I don't argue with that point. But Madam Speaker, if one were to read the Article 4 report of May 2023, there's a section in fine print, not the headlines. I like to read the fine print. And the fine print identifies certain things that the government must address if they wish to accomplish the projections that have been made in that IMF Article 4 report. Madam Speaker, these are the things that they are asking the government to do. Deal with your revenue authority. That's an IMF suggestion. Deal with your utility rates. That's an IMF suggestion. Deal with property tax. That's an IMF suggestion. Deal with the reorganization of WASA. That is an IMF suggestion. Deal with NIB reform. That is an IMF suggestion. So while we haven't signed on the line for the IMF, these are the precursors that they are following. So we are there across the line, but we're in front of the door. Madam Speaker, this is the only government that I have heard prefers to beat their chest by borrowing money. They borrow money and beat their chest that we get money at good rate. But I haven't heard any chest beating for any business opportunity that would put us back on the map of the early 2010-2015, when Trinidad and Tobago was described by the LA Times as a tiger in a sea of pussycats. Madam Speaker, when we are looking at the NIB, which is a very contentious issue, Madam Speaker, one just has to look at what's happening in Europe, in France more so, with this very same issue of the adjustment to the retirement age. I have to ask honourable ministers of finance if they have looked at options rather than moving the retirement age. Have we looked at increasing the contribution system in the NIB? Because, Madam Speaker, for years, there have been a call to bring in domestic workers inside of that catchment. There are over 50,000 young men and young women who serve as domestic assistants throughout homes throughout the country. Can the NIB look at bringing a classification to bring those people on board? Madam Speaker, what about the option of bringing small business owners? Have a classification for them that we can bring in more contributions into the NIB system. And Madam Speaker, the numbers in terms of the Venezuelans who are in this country, it is well known, it is well far beyond the 17,000 or 18,000 that is registered. Can't we find a mechanism of bringing on what we determine, or what most of these agencies determine, is close to 80, 90, or even 100,000 Venezuelans on this island, get them into the productive sectors, get them into national insurance contribution system, and let's see if we can bridge that gap, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Trade spoke a little while ago, and I want to address one or two items. The Minister used the opportunity to outline a number of improvements throughout the sector. And I have no argument with that data, Madam Speaker. I am happy for the pace of growth, albeit a little slow. I am happy for the improvements throughout the sector. But, Madam Speaker, we must not lose the sight that with all the 5% and 2% and 6% scattered all over, our economy is 17.5% shrunk in GDP from 2015 to today. So we have a lot of catching up to do, Honourable Minister. I know that is a hard-working minister, and she will continue to work with all the players in the sector to drive the system forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the presentation by the Honourable Minister, which was led off by the Minister of Finance in his highlighted component under the trade sector, really was more what I would determine as a wash, rinse, and repeat. Because there was nothing new, there was nothing innovative, nothing inspirational. It was a continuation of a lot of projects and programs that have been issued and continuing over the last couple of years, and nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. But when we are coming to a budget in a critical time that we're in here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the desire of a population who wants to be lifted, there was nothing lifting the population there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated that there was good percentage growth in certain sectors, 17% in some, 21% in some, 18% in some. But one only has to take note that the data is from 2021 to now. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that I believe that that increase that the minister was responding to had very little to do with government policy. It had more to do with the sectors that were in slumber post-COVID. So these industries woke up in 2021, and when you're at the bottom, the only place that you can go is up. So we expect these industries to perform well. And we are glad that they are performing well, Honourable Minister. And again, we look forward to see their continued growth as the months and the years proceed. Madam Speaker, the minister spoke about the diversification drive in several sectors, and Honourable Minister queried the Leader of the Opposition's remark that very little was done in terms of the diversification drive in her delivery last Friday. But it begs to wonder, Madam Speaker, if, according to Honourable Minister, that there is a fair amount of diversification in our economy, which Honourable Minister is satisfied with, then why it is in every international report, be it the IMF, Article 4, World Bank report, ECLAC, why it is every single one is saying and suggesting to the government of Trinidad and Tobago that we ought to be doing more in terms of our diversification drives, Madam Speaker. If, according to the minister, we are doing reasonably well, why are these international agencies pressing in order for us to maintain what they believe is our growth trajectory? We must address these things in terms of our diversification. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister spoke about 60 billion in terms of private sector borrowing. Couldn't recall if you said 60 million or 60 billion. But I suspect there would have been a fair amount of private sector borrowing, Madam Speaker, for the mere reason that this government has held on to $7 billion in VAT refunds. Madam Speaker, you know what VAT refund is? VAT refund is your working capital from your overdraft sitting in the government's coffers. So what you as a business have to do now, if you want to drive your growth plans or your growth policy, you now have to fill that gap in terms of getting that money that was supposed to be in your working capital. So you now have to go to the commercial banks and borrow money if you want to achieve that. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not saying all of it would have been for that, but $7 billion in working capital, not in your bank account, it is a big hit. And if you want to continue your business, you would have had to go find that money somewhere, more than likely in the commercial banking system. So, Madam Speaker, despite a litany of promises, this government has continually failed to implement meaningful changes, be it the Gambling Commission, the agricultural sector, or the National Insurance Board, as I now referred to. The minister's budget presentation, titled Building Capacity for Diversification and Growth, conspicuously lacked any discussion in the Minister of Finance delivery on Friday about key areas of diversification, a glaring omission given our depleting hydrocarbon resources. One would have thought, since the budget was named Building Capacity for Diversification, one would have thought that that would have been the key focus or the key anchor point that all other measures would have been hooked onto for the entire 4 hours and 7-minute presentation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, international lending agencies like the IMF and the World Bank have urged and continues to urge economic transformation, but the government has not acted seriously on these calls. Madam Speaker, this lack of action extends to sectors like tourism, agriculture, which have been discussed for years, year after year after year, with no tangible steps. I'm not saying baby steps aren't happening, but nothing that really changes your line and length as a country to move into some transformational way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the tourism sector in particular, it remains stymied by international travel warnings due to crime. Our agricultural sector, that could significantly reduce our $7.3 billion food import bill. And Madam Speaker, if you juxtapose that to the $5.1 billion projected budget deficit, the government has been equally inert, reversing previous gains made in the food production and farmer support. Madam Speaker, this is a governance marked by a lack of political will, initiative, and enabling the investment environment. Madam Speaker, I thus challenge the government to set clear, measurable targets for domestic food production and import reduction. We cannot afford to continue with the lack of specificity and accountability. Madam Speaker, let me just turn quickly to manufacturing. I know the Honourable Minister who spoke before me went and said quite a bit of manufacturing. We in the opposition here, we commend the non-energy manufacturing sector for its resilience and growth, its quick recovery post-COVID-19, and its increased exports from 2.1 billion to 2.4 billion within a year is very commendable. But Madam Speaker, they do have an ambitious goal to doubling their exports by 2025. and the government intervention or their continued intervention will be essential. Madam Speaker, the key areas for support should include incentivizing the sector further, pushing the trade agreements which the Honourable Minister spoke to shortly a while ago, ensuring equitable foreign exchange supply, and cutting the bureaucratic red tape. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, to the manufacturing sector, this $7 billion VAT refund, and every time this matter is raised and it comes up and we pay $1 billion or we pay $2 billion, by the time the cycle comes around and the payments are made, it goes back up again. So like we're in this never-ending catchment of this $6 or $7 billion VAT refund issue. I do believe, Madam Speaker, that the reforming of the VAT system into a sales tax system is overdue. I know many of the business chambers have asked the Minister to take a serious look at that matter. Madam Speaker, another issue that the Minister of Trade touched on very, very briefly was the issue around the illicit trade in terms of counterfeit products coming into the island. Madam Speaker, that is a severe issue, and it is helped along by the inefficiency in the port operations, the lack of adequate scanning technology. I know the Minister of Finance have indicated a $90 million input into some new scanners. Again, I've heard that scanner issue for the last 2 or 3 years. I do hope and I pray that we get the scanners this time and we could deal with these issues. Madam Speaker, just on the point of the illicit trade, one of the biggest financing for terrorist organizations worldwide is counterfeit items, Madam Speaker. Having spent a month at the Marshall Center in Germany in 2017, Madam Speaker, I was amazed at how simple purchasing counterfeit CDs, shoes, handbags, how that money ends up in the financing of terrorist organizations, Madam Speaker. So it will be imperative not only to help our local business who have agencies for these products in the country, that we will be doing a lot more to arrest the issue of terrorist financing globally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, SMEs, the Minister mentioned SMEs that the Honourable Minister will deal with when Minister goes to the upper house. But they are indeed powerful economic houses of economic growth and innovation, but they continue to struggle under this administration. Again, Madam Speaker, what we're asking on this side for is for targeted support. And this targeted support is necessary to overcome the financial challenges and to spur employment. Madam Speaker, in this country, we need to put people to work. We need to get people to work. I do not think that 3.7% in terms of the unemployment figure is real. I don't know how the data is arrived at, but we feel it differently in the constituencies which we operate in. I do believe the government needs to step up its game to fully harness the potential of our non-manufacturing sector, energy manufacturing sector. Madam Speaker, quickly, ease of doing business. I know, again, Honourable Minister said she would address this in the upper house, but I've been hearing these promises since 2020, when the Minister of Finance himself came to this house and he identified key critical issues in the ease of doing business, such as the 3.5-year wait to enforce contracts and a 254-day to secure a construction permit. These actions, Madam Speaker, remains unfulfilled up to today. Trinidad and Tobago's global ranking, as cited in the World Bank 2020 report, remains a sticking point for our investors or foreign investors. Madam Speaker, the World Bank report of 2020 identified 5 significant challenges that the country must address going forward. The issue of corruption, foreign exchange controls, crime, low productivity, and government bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, they continue to remain unaddressed as of today. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, the only ranking where Trinidad and Tobago is rising under this government, it seems to be crime, and I understand that we are number 6 per capita. Madam Speaker, recently, Mr. Takwe Dax Driver, the CEO of the Energy Chamber, he shed some light on the regulatory hurdles. Madam Speaker, he confirmed that there are 33 sequential approvals that is needed from 8 ministries just to proceed from a bid to first gas production. Mr. Driver, August 22nd, 2023, in the Express newspaper, he called out the system for its inefficiency, stating, we need to get to the bottom of why things are taking so long. So if we can't address those issues, Madam Speaker, how are we going to push for our energy sector to go forward? And if these are issues by any other investor, that is going to be challenging for the country in the long term, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he also highlights the outdated paper-based decision-making process, lamenting that there are missing files and bureaucratic delays. And when we are having this in the energy sector, I can only imagine what is happening outside of that. Madam Speaker, I want to ask a question concerning foreign currency repatriation. And Madam Speaker, this is a key issue that was made by the Minister of Finance in his delivery last Friday. And if I were to draw your attention, Madam Speaker, to page 37 of the budget statement, which reads, we intend to move aggressively to develop strategies to increase the repatriation of foreign exchange earned overseas by local and foreign businesses operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Madam Speaker, I have not heard the Minister explain exactly what that means. So I would ask, and I'm asking, and perhaps when the Minister is winding up, if he can answer one question from my presentation, if he can answer this one. By this move, is the Minister signaling a shift towards state control on capital movement? Madam Speaker, this is a concerning development, given that it has been 30 years since the TT dollar was floated and those types of controls were lifted, Madam Speaker. In essence, this means both organizations and individuals may lose autonomy over their rightfully earned US currency. Now, while the Minister may view this as a solution to increasing foreign exchange supplies, there are those who feel that that approach is just Forex gun talk. But, Madam Speaker, I want the Minister to be very clear on what he means by that. Does he mean that when my supplier or my customer in the United States wires funds to my US account here in Trinidad, will I have control on my US currency to decide what I do with it? Or does the Minister mean that when the US currency comes into the central bank, it is held, and then I will get the TT value and I have no access to my US currency? I want the Minister to be very, very clear on that particular issue. Madam Speaker, very quickly on the issue of foreign direct investment, the Minister's claim that Trinidad and Tobago stands as an investment haven in the Caribbean, it contradicts the stark reality of dwindling foreign direct investments under this PNM administration. And I have the data for that. Madam Speaker, until 2015, our country was the regional FDI magnet. We peaked in 2014 at US $1.5 billion US. However, the situation has dramatically reversed. Data from Microtrends, Madam Speaker, which is an online platform which provides in-depth analysis into various global economic and business trends, they have put us on a downward trend, Madam Speaker. In July 2023, a report from the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean revealed that the net FDI outflow of US $914 million in 2022 worsened to a net outflow of US $778 million in the year after. Madam Speaker, that showed a 174% decline from 2020. But you know, the minister continued to boast about growth in the gross domestic product, but he did not indicate that Trinidad and Tobago is moving at the slowest pace in the Caribbean. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? The latest ECLAC report projects our GDP to expand by 3.2% this year and 2.2% next year. Those two projections are primarily based on our energy product. The very same report, Madam Speaker, indicates that Suriname is the only Caribbean country that would grow slower than Trinidad and Tobago. Every other country, including Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, all of them, according to this ECLAC report, Madam Speaker, is expected to have higher GDP growth this year, according to ECLAC. How we were the tiger in a sea of pussycats, Madam Speaker, and now we are running at the back of the lane. All of this means, Madam Speaker, is that the Trinidad and Tobago economy is sputtering like an old motorcycle. The economy that once stood head and shoulders above all else in the region is now lagging behind. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Trade spoke about market access. And I just want to mention quickly this issue on market access. The Minister mentioned the partial scope agreements with Chile and Curacao, but Minister failed to elucidate on the tangible benefits occurred from prior trade accords with Panama, Cuba, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic. What measurable outcomes all of these agreements have yielded. So it's one thing to come to the House and talk about all these trade agreements, but not place on the record how it has benefited Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Perhaps Honourable Minister will spend some time on that in the other place. Madam Speaker, procurement. The Minister's portrayal, this is the Finance Minister, of the government's procurement legislation as pioneering and effective stands in stark contrast to the empirical reality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the 2015 election manifesto of the People's National Movement, they committed to properly addressing the pressing issues by instituting a modern, fair, equitable, and transparent procurement system. But contrary to this pledge, Madam Speaker, the government had to basically be forced into getting this procurement legislation into action. But you know what is the P for me, Madam Speaker? With the number of issues, and I think the Minister of Local Government referred to it today, with the issues surrounding the stagnation of the workflow because of the procurement legislation. The minister, the local government minister today, Madam Speaker, attempted to throw blame on the procurement regulator and said that it was he who advised them that everything was ready. Everything was ready. Madam Speaker, this is how I does operate in my business. I have some of the smartest people working for me. But when we have to make a decision, I want the reporter, and I want to read the report myself before we make a decision. How come? And this is why I feel a bit disturbed that the contracting environment in the public service is around 35,000 contractors who, in their real mind and real sense, would tell their boss, in this term is the Minister of Finance, that we're ready, when only 1,100 contractors were registered in the depository. Madam Speaker, that in itself was illogical. I don't know who will actually turn a lever knowing fully well that you can have less than 1% of your contractors in the repository registered, but then you will go and you will execute and proclaim the legislation. And then when everything runs to a standstill, we cry and we come and we write up negative and positive resolutions which we brought to the Parliament. And then now today, we blame the procurement regulator himself. Madam Speaker, an editorial in the Express dated July 15, 2023, pointedly noted that the diluted legislation is virtually unrecognizable from the law initially presented to Parliament. Madam Speaker, this too aligns with the observation that we have made here on this side of the House, looking at the fact that the law was being altered to facilitate increased expenditure devoid of procurement standards, effectively creating yet another conduit to evade accountability. And that is where we pass legislation to remove work under the value of $1 million from the eyes of the Procurement Office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to touch quickly on another issue that the Minister spoke on in his delivery on Friday on city redevelopment.
Honourable Member from Yarrow, your original time is now spent. You have 10 more minutes to continue with your contribution if you so wish.
Speaker.
Please proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And the reason why I want to touch on city redevelopment, it is because of the impact it has on business and the issue that crime is having on business, Madam Speaker. While the Minister talked about the redevelopment of Port of Spain, he sidestepped the grim reality that the city itself, our capital city, is grappling with escalating crime. This surge in lawlessness, Madam Speaker, is compelling, long-lasting, and it has caused multi-generational businesses to abandon Port of Spain. Madam Speaker, to emphasize the gravity of the situation, Gregory Aboud, the president of the Downtown Owners and Merchants Association, DOMA, he himself is at the epicenter of this crisis. A newspaper article dated 30th of July 2022, Mr. Aboud is quoted as saying, "The high level of crime in the country's capital is causing businesses to flee Port of Spain." He further added that aside from a handful of major establishments, more businesses in Port of Spain are also situated elsewhere, and many buildings within the city are up for sale. Madam Speaker, we do not dispute the value of modernizing our capital city. However, the safety of those businesses and the investors, their owners, their customers, and the tourists alike must be very important to the state in making a safe environment that will augur well for our city development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will use the last few minutes I have to deal with some of the issues that the constituency of Mayaro continues to be affected with. It is no different from what my colleagues would have said earlier on. Madam Speaker, we continue in the Mayaro constituency to be hampered by water distribution issues. We continue to be hampered by a damaged road network infrastructure, both at the major highways and the secondary road level. We continue to be having to grapple with issues of flooding every time that the rain falls, and it could be for a very quick, high-intensity shower on a morning, and within 2 hours, there are reports of heavy flooding causing damages to people's homes. But, Madam Speaker, there are some other issues that I want to raise that, I think it's important that we talk about. Madam Speaker, I have in the constituency, and we did a table of our requests that we submit for grants and so on for our constituents. And, Madam Speaker, as of today, we have 372 self-help applications that have not been addressed as of today. Madam Speaker, a large amount of that is for fire victims. A large amount is for homes that are sitting on the verges of landslips, that we're trying to do remedial work for some of these families, and these applications have not been attended. For NSDP, Madam Speaker, NSDP, we have 154 applications not attended to. For REAP, we have 100 applications not attended to. For HIG, 63 applications not attended to. For HCS, 15 applications not attended to. For HDC, 491 applications that are not being attended to. For ESR, 25 applications. Public lighting, 110 applications. Madam Speaker, sometimes I wonder if it is because of the distance that Mayaro is, the grant seems to be taking a lot longer to get to Mayaro than some of my colleagues opposite. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges, and I know, and I want to put this on record, that while we do have some serious challenges with water, I want to say that the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities have been very active with myself and WASA in trying to determine some key permanent fixes that over time should resolve the problem. I would like to ask the Honourable Minister to help us in the short term by lifting the water trucking facilities, that we can bridge some of that deficit as we go along. During the Standing Finance Committee meeting, Minister, I'll raise some of those matters and hope I'll get the responses at that point in time. But water is critical, and by the time that the resources that are there in Mayaro, or that is dispatched to Mayaro, by the time they make their rounds to government buildings, schools, the hospital, it really puts people who are off the cycle in a very desperate position. Sometimes I have WhatsApp messages, Madam Speaker, from public officers, nurses and so on, complain that they can't wash their uniforms to get to work. And those are real challenges. We have homes with elderly people taking care of elderly parents, and for some time, a week, 2 weeks, no water. And the challenge to go through St. Joseph to get their numbers and so on, it creates a problem. And now the office of the MP and this MP has now become the 1-800 number for WASA. So people are calling me directly, you know, and that is why I tend to not want to frustrate the team at WASA, but I have no choice but to do that at the end of the day. So, Honourable Minister, I look forward to see some improvement in that as we go along. I've had several complaints lately, Madam Speaker, from constituents who go to the welfare office in Rio Claro. And while there are procedures to fill out for different grants and so on, I have several people coming back to the office to speak about the attitude of some of those officers. And sometimes I want to remind these officers in these public offices that people who are coming to your office, the welfare office, they are not in a good state of mind. They are not in a good place. They need help. And your body language, your tone, it really adds more pressure. And if there is one wish that I could have, is that our public officers be a little more empathetic, sympathetic with some of the constituents when they go to the office to make the applications for various grants and so on. Because strangely sometimes, Madam Speaker, I'm amazed that the public officers in the welfare office send them to the MP for I to get a food card and for I to give them, get a grant for them. And I'm saying, but you're the ministry. You are the ministry. Madam Speaker, in critical times, in critical conditions, we will go out of the way to help. Madam Speaker, at times I pay for water trucking services for pensioners. I pay for medication that is not available in CDAP. When these old pensioners come to the office and so MP, I can't get the CDAP and I'm running out of the medication. So the MP office does make an effort, but we can't be the office of last resort at the end of the day when you have ministries that are designed to deal with those matters. Madam Speaker, in regards to the housing issue, with 400 plus applications, I know I've been asking the Minister of Housing, well, the previous Minister of Housing, we've written the HDC, to consider another, perhaps a housing development in the Rio Claro, Mayaro area. We do have a large middle income pool of professional teachers, police officers, and so on, who are living in the community, and having them housed in the community, it augurs well for the predisposition of those services. Madam Speaker, I can tell you police officers who are living in Eastern Division, when they live in the communities that they serve, we get better work from these police officers, Madam Speaker. And it is evident when you see the statistics coming out of Eastern Division. And as we on that topic, I just want to commend the Rio Claro Police and Eastern Division for the work they've done in terms of capturing the killer of the Lalan family, the young lady and her father, and the quick time that it took to get them to the court system. So they must be congratulated for that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we continue to live in hope. We continue to look after the best interests of our constituents. We will continue to bring the issues up to the parliamentary level. We'll continue to work with all the ministers. I will continue to work with my colleagues across the floor as we continue to serve the people in the best interests of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Davide O'Meara.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. And Madam Speaker, may I say, on behalf of the government side, you deserve an award. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and also my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Education, for their continued confidence in me. I also want to thank, Madam Speaker, my beloved constituents of Davide O'Meara for allowing me the opportunity to continue to represent them and to represent them well. I am truly happy and proud to be part of a PNM administration that cares and truly cares about people. Evidence of this can be seen in this budget, Madam Speaker. I've sat and I've listened whilst opposition member heap praises upon the member of Parliament for Superior, each one of them saying the same thing over and over again. The MP for Superior is the best thing since sliced bread, according to them. In fact, Madam Speaker, I wondered at times if the MP for Superior wrote her own accolades and gave her MPs to read, while she sat there smiling and blushing as they enunciated, she's a perfect individual. But you see, Madam Speaker, we on this side must burst that bubble, that la-la land, which they occupy. The reality is they don't have a clue on the operations on how to run a country. The member for San Fernando East, I had to tell him, stop casting your pearls because they do not understand. They do not have a clue about business investments. They do not have a clue on matters of national importance. They do not even have a clue how to build a party headquarters, Madam Speaker. How can they tell us to run the country? The Minister of Finance, during his budget presentation, laid out fiscal measures to the country during the coming year. And I must say, it was a people-centered budget, given the challenges that we have faced. And I have to agree with my colleague, Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Member of Parliament for Laventille East Mover, that even those on the other side were pleased with some of the measures announced in the budget, but they did not want to admit it. And I want to say to them, confession is good for the soul. It's okay, you can admit in your constituencies, there are single mothers, single fathers, aunties, uncles, grandparents with the responsibility of the role of parent or guardian who simply could not make, and they could not afford to purchase all school supplies. And now they're breathing a collective sigh of relief that they'll be able to access a $1,000 book grant from 2024. And Madam Speaker, because we don't want a repeat of the past where MasterCards were used, it will be based on a means test. Madam Speaker, I must thank my colleague, the Minister of Education, for also ensuring that the textbook system is also fixed, because year after year, by simply changing one word, a new textbook was demanded. I must also say the minimum wage increase will allow, that is $480, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under this administration, the Ministry of Education has developed and implemented a series of concepts designed to fully equip and digitalize schools within Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I've heard it. I sat here in amazement and shock. I said, there's no way possible they could bring up laptops in 2010, but they did. When I heard that the member for Superior say that the People's Partnership were world leaders in ICT in education, I laughed. If their version of an ICT plan is dropping laptops in the hands of students now entering secondary school, well, maybe they're correct. Every year, like a broken record, they sing the same song about laptops. But, Madam Speaker, while it seemed attractive at first glance, it was ill-designed, it was impractical and ineffective, and it led to millions of dollars in wastage of taxpayers' dollars. So many of the laptops became gaming tools to students. Some didn't even last a year because of the poor quality and all the technical problems. And I will always recall in my particular school, Madam Speaker, some were used as doorstops. You see, they gave laptops, but no Wi-Fi access. They gave laptops to Form 1s, but nothing for the CSEC students. They gave laptops to the students and nothing for the teachers. And they also made sure there were no ICT teachers or technical officers in these same schools. I would like the member, the leader of opposition, to tell this country how many of those $100,000 plus laptops distributed to students during her tenure were actually used in the classroom by teachers and students alike. I would like to know, because I know there was no access to Wi-Fi at the time. Aside from filling the pockets of suppliers, there was no tangible benefit. Their laptop program was a failure. But I'm happy and proud to say, under this Minister of Education, we do not do things vikey-vike. As the member for Tobago West said, we are intergenerational planning. We are streamlined, structured, and we do things that make long-term sense. Under this Ministry of Education, the laptop program was revamped. We ensure that the laptop devices are placed into the hands of our neediest students. If you need it, you will get it. And if you don't need it, then you already have it. What is so difficult to follow with that, Madam Speaker? This PNM administration has a top-class digital transformation plan. And in our Ministry of Education, a total of 71,000 laptops and tablets have been distributed to students and teachers since 2020. Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, Form 5, Form 6. That is 71,000 laptops in the hands of the students who need it the most. The Ministry of Education continues to procure laptops for the distribution for staff, students of government and government-assisted schools, because we have facilitated blended instruction, online classes, and e-testing. And Madam Speaker, here I would like to thank our PS Meyer and the PS, Mr. Belfon, and the Ministry of Digital Transformation. You see, Madam Speaker, this is an investment into the future of learning. This will bring benefits to the future of Trinidad and Tobago. we are allowing students to contribute to the formation of a knowledge-based and diversified society in the very near future. Our district and head office staff are also facilitated via this program. During the fiscal 2022 to 2023, the Ministry of Education worked towards acquiring 8,000 laptop devices for the MOE staff and teachers. You see, Madam Speaker, in addition to this, 2,476 high-performance laptops are being acquired to facilitate specific specialty subjects. Because in CXC, we are now moving towards e-testing. We also know the importance of having Wi-Fi in schools. Our students and teachers are equipped with laptop devices, so now we have to make sure they have reliable internet access. The majority of our schools are now Wi-Fi capable. 49 primary schools have been provided with internet connectivity under the TT Wi-Fi program. This is being executed in collaboration with Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. A further 19 primary schools are outstanding and will soon be completed by the first quarter of 2024. Upon completion of this major project, all primary schools would have a reliable internet connection. The Ministry of Education is currently conducting the procurement process to install the solution, which comprises of switches, routers, access points, structured cabling. Efforts are well underway to upgrade the internet services in secondary schools. This project is being executed in collaboration with iGovTT. The upgrade of the internet bandwidth of all secondary schools is currently ongoing, and the scheduled date of completion being November 2023. You see, Madam Speaker, our ministry is always working. When this is completed, the wireless solution for secondary schools will facilitate e-testing, access to the ministry's digital platforms, and other ongoing digitization efforts. Madam Speaker, we cannot underscore the importance of information and communications in the 21st century, especially in the education sector. Our ministry's digital transformation range of programs have not only made learning and life easier for our students, but also for our teaching staff. The Integrated Human Resource Information System, IRIS, is one such initiative. This prototype was developed to digitalize the application processing and approval of leave for teaching staff. As a former teacher, I'm aware of the hassle of having to commute to the Ministry of Education district office to submit paperwork, ask for the clerk for your school, and waiting for weeks, even months, for them to be approved. Madam Speaker, no more, because thanks to our minister's vision, our PS, you can now apply and instantly get a reply. Human resource managers and other decision makers require up-to-date and accurate data. For instance, on the current number of workers. Madam Speaker, very often a teacher would retire and find out the hard way that they did not apply for X amount of days, and then it is reflected on their pension plan. What we have now is that you would know immediately how many days you have inside and how many days you have to apply for. They'll also get to know what their salaries are, as well as information on vacant posts. And currently at the Ministry of Education, this information is stored in a combination of paper files and electronic databases that do not link together. This makes it extremely difficult to locate employee records or to combine all this data for analysis. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, the size of the education workforce is tremendous. The high probability of records taking a long time to reach to that one clerk is high. This is why the ministry took a decision to leverage unutilized modules of the IRIS system to increase our HR effectiveness. Now teachers can get leave approval within a day or even minutes of submitting the applications. In 2022-2023, 14 human resource processes were automated and implemented via a pilot project in 187 primary and 26 secondary schools. The IRIS absence management module was activated and used to record and maintain leave accessed by 1,741 teachers. These teachers submitted 4,026 online leave applications for processing and approval. Over 56,000 human resource transaction entries were inputted on IRIS. 17,676 employee records were amended or updated. 11,949 leave applications were processed. Madam Speaker, this would normally take years, and it took days. And for that, we thank our digital transformation team. The Ministry of Education is moving full speed ahead to develop a more resilient, robust, and scalable IRIS platform that will meet all users' requirements. This upgraded system will process all forms of leave for all categories of staff. It will provide a complete digital end-to-end solution that does not require manual paper-based processing. Moving away from the manual record-keeping system to a digital system is critical to modernizing the education system. In our 2023 to 2024 fiscal year, the Ministry will continue to work towards digitalizing all employee records using the IRIS modules and onboard all the staff on a phased basis. In addition to this, employee discipline, performance management, leave management, time and attendance modules will be activated. The Ministry's e-portal will be so integrated at the click of a button, monthly paid staff can access items such as pay slips and job letters. So, Madam Speaker, they will not even have to call the Ministry. It will come straight to their laptop at home. Madam Speaker, over 18,000 Ministry of Education employees have accessed the e-portal since it came on stream, and we have issued 15,000 job letters and 24,000 pay slips. Again, the e-portal is user-friendly, it's efficient, and it completes all requests in seconds. In fact, the Ministry of Education is doing so well, a number of other ministries and government departments have shown interest in acquiring the platform. And as the Minister of Education will say, they are more than welcome to join us. Madam Speaker, there's also the Student Management System, SMS. Through SMS, for instance, school and ministry staff are able to access real-time data on how often students are attending school, student performance in examinations, overall performance, biodata, and even disciplinary records. This system will also feature a portal so that parents can easily access their children's awards reports. I'm sure all parents will know whenever their child hides the report book, it'll be nice to be able to access it on your own. 395 schools have currently been on board to the system. This includes student and teacher records at each school. Given the large data set that was generated, SMS will act as a primary source of data for downstream applications such as the National Child Registry System and other social interventions, because that is how our government works. Each ministry is connected. It can provide insightful, high-quality, and real-time information to executive management to facilitate data-driven decision-making. We now will have digital records of all our students spanning their entire academic history. Madam Speaker, you can imagine seeing a child's progress or fall back simply by accessing their records, and this way we can work on our interventions earlier. We will see the diverse forms of analysis, the trends that can be undertaken to facilitate early intervention if required in a school and an individual. It is projected, Madam Speaker, that in the fiscal year 2023 to 2024, all remaining primary and secondary schools will be added to the system. The system will be upgraded as required. Student discipline and teacher modules will be added. Madam Speaker, I now turn to electronic textbooks platform solution. We are in the digital age of education. Across the world, students are accessing all the knowledge they need right in the palm of their hands. The Ministry of Education is keeping up pace with this technological advancement. Our ebook project provides electronic text support for teachers and students that matches the content and skills to be taught in a non-traditional classroom, as well as your traditional classroom. The use of e-textbooks will better prepare our students for life in digital age, as our students will learn to use different electronic tools and develop critical thinking skills. Madam Speaker, this system is currently subject to procurement exercise jointly facilitated by iGovTT and the Ministry of Education. During the fiscal year of 2022 to 2023, tenders to the ebook platform were issued and closed, and the evaluation process is ongoing. Madam Speaker, again, we progress because we have a school learning management system. This is yet another pillar of the Ministry of Education's digital transformation drive. The COVID-19 pandemic thrust our education system into a new reality, which was online learning. We had to keep up, and we had to ensure that our children were not left behind. Throughout the world, different countries also implemented similar learning systems. The Ministry's School and Learning Management System is an online portal which allows teachers to live stream classes and students to access education material. Our teachers and educators continue to add content to the SMS. So there's a full online repository of accessible content for all students, from the early childhood care and education, primary and secondary school levels. This project is constantly being upgraded, Madam Speaker, to facilitate the establishment, development, and management of 4 main subcomponents that are meant to work together. You see, if we have all these 4 components, we'll form a supportive and resilient framework that will enable citizens to not only access educational opportunities, but to also participate meaningfully in the education process. And these components are: 1, e-classrooms to each teacher at the ECCE primary and secondary levels that will be used to facilitate teaching, learning, and assessment. 2, an e-platform for the National Open School, through which the Ministry of Education continuation classes can be facilitated and other educational opportunities can be provided. Madam Speaker, imagine at any point you can access this platform. So you can work an entire day and come home at night and take part in a math class while preparing your children for school tomorrow morning. An online repository through which all MOE stakeholders can access developmentally contextually appropriate educational resources. Forums through which MOE stakeholders can access and provide support. Over the fiscal year 2022-2023, the SLMS was transferred to a new single virtual machine, along with over 4,400 primary school courses. This was done for us to realize cost savings, benefit from increased flexibility, and improved security. The ministry conducted live and face-to-face tutorial sessions for over 283 staff members and completed the first draft of a self-paced tutorial for teaching staff. Additionally, we at the ministry completed the setup of e-classrooms on the SLMS for all 70 Phase 1 schools as other site preparations. Madam Speaker, the ministry is going forward. We also made sure there's a digital calendar. This system grants real-time, immediate access to educators, offering access to all professional development opportunities hosted by the Ministry of Education. By the end of last year, we had over 42,000 interactions. These are our pages viewed, clicks on links, as well as all the participants from throughout the Caribbean. We had a new teacher orientation, a 9-month program which equipped new teachers with skills and modern teachers' schools. This was held virtually, Madam Speaker, with the ICT development as key components, virtual learning spaces and learning communities, All groups who participated in professional development had the opportunity to join and contribute to relevant groups. Collaborations with the TTSEC, partnerships with TTSEC to enrich teaching resources through financial literacy online, as well as with videos. Our professional development toolkit, as well as we allow the teachers to share their lessons plans so that each one teaches one. Madam Speaker, I also want to just, before I move on to my constituency, I want to speak about the scholarship selection system. Our digital platform is now to automate the selection process of scholars based on the ministry-defined criteria. This was successfully used for the first time in the 2022-2023 academic year. It reduced the administrative overhead and the time taken to identify and select eligible scholars. Ongoing maintenance and code-based upgrades are scheduled for 2024. The special concessions platform for primary and secondary school enables parents to apply for special concessions online. It eliminates the need to physically deliver documents to the ministry. In 2024, we'll be working on the processing and investigative process, so the platform will be fully digitalized. The School Infrastructure Management System, SIMS, a digital platform to report and track infrastructure-related issues at all schools. Ongoing maintenance and upgrades are scheduled for 2024. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education would start at 5 a.m. every morning going through SIMS and making sure that it's tracked online with our team right on WhatsApp, because we are definitely using the technology for good. The upgrade of the ICT infrastructure at the educational district offices to facilitate secure and reliable internet connectivity. The upgrade of the Ministry of Education's corporate core networking devices, which comprises of switches, firewalls, and servers to remove any single point of failure. We have a new PBX solution, which added soft phone features to lower operating costs of the Ministry of Education. We're also implementing a backup and data protection server. Tender evaluations have been completed and will be executed in the first quarter of 2024. Finally, Madam Speaker, implementation of a disaster recovery solution for the Ministry of Education corporate network. This will allow increased resiliency, availability, and security. This project will be executed in collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. It begins in the first quarter of 2024. Madam Speaker, this is how the Ministry of Education plans and will continue spending taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. We're investing it in our children. This is what a real ICT plan for the education sector looks like. This is performance. This is performance under PNM government, Madam Speaker. This is performance under the astute leadership of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, we at the Ministry of Education have been directed by our Prime Minister to put the children first. And with my senior minister, I can say we are definitely doing that. Just recently, Madam Speaker, we had a family day with our neighboring constituency, La Hokata Talparo, where I had to teach the member a couple things about all fours. But unfortunately, the member taught me a few things about cricket. And we had a family day without any matics, without anything being lit, and simply we had a good time with persons who understood that in the PNM, it is family first. And because the member for Diego Martin Northeast is so very kind, Madam Speaker, the constituents of Dabiri Romero asked me to express their excitement about the soon-to-be commissioned $11 million pool, the Dabiri Malabar Community Swimming Pool. And the Minister for Sport, we would like to thank her also, because that pool is to be commissioned next month in November 2023. And I would like to invite my neighbors for a swim. You see, the Honorable Minister of Finance indicated in his budget presentation that the swimming pool will provide new recreational activities to the surrounding communities. Madam Speaker, after life sport, we take in what we could get. It is so wonderful to have something that is positive in my community. Another project that we are looking forward to is the O'Meara Road Upgrade Project, and I would like to thank the Minister of Works and Transport. I was very proud to join His Worship Baliram Miraj, Mayor of Arima, to officially turn the sword for this project. Madam Speaker, if you know Arima and you know O'Meara Road, you know that this project is a long time in coming. And I'm so very happy to say it's not stopping there. We're also going to get a new road network plan for Tumpuna that I'll be sharing with the member for La Hokata Talparo, and also in Andrew Lane. You see, Madam Speaker, good things comes to those who wait. And after the gentleman from the other place, W. O'Meara, deserve some good things. As I close, it would be remiss of me not to address other matters raised by my colleagues in opposition. Madam Speaker, we listen while member after member praised the member for Superior. I must confess, Madam Speaker, I wasn't surprised. I was impressed that each one parroted the same thing with a straight face, attributing wisdom to someone who left out the Y in bullying. You see,
okay, so Member, I'd ask you to just sort of and I'm just asking you to watch where you're going with that, okay? Please.
I could spell. So, perhaps the letter Y reminds her of questions posed to ensure accountability. Why, Madam Opposition Leader, would you call on your MPs to put party before country? We all saw it. Why place party before country? Why you cannot acknowledge the sheer brilliance of the member for Diego Martin Northeast? As well as the Prime Minister, who in his wisdom decided it took an engineer to fix what they broke. You see, when you talk about patriotism, you have to back up with proof that you have love for this beautiful country. You must not oppose for opposing's sake. And you must not, when you cannot get your way, become a petulant child. You must not make a mockery of independent institutions. You see, this is not a eat a food, hook up, or cook up government. You see, this is not a government tinged with corruption. It's ingrained corruption. It is saturated corruption. It is drenched corruption. It is EMBD. Oh, sorry. I didn't spell it correctly. It's EMBEDDED, embedded in the UNCNE. I could not believe the audacity that someone brought up the Children's Life Fund. How could you forget the thousands of dollars that went missing from the fund that was supposed to help children? Madam Speaker, on July 7, 2015, an article in the Trinidad Guardian newspaper written by the reporter Radhika Sukraj says, Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa has admitted that she and the Health Minister Dr. Fuad Khan were notified by letter that thousands of US dollars had allegedly been embezzled out of the Children's Life Fund last year, 2014. Speaking to reporters after touring the $1.3 billion Couva Children's Hospital yesterday, Prasad Bisesa said the alleged theft was now being investigated by the fraud squad. When asked whether she was concerned about the allegations, Prasad Bisesa directed questions to Khan. She said, however, that she was heartened that the lives of 221 children were saved under the fund, which received $25 million in donations. This is what the opposition leader does. And this is the message that is out there. It's okay to be corrupt if some people are being helped.
Madam Speaker,
Was that the message?
Please, 48.6. The members imputing improper.
Okay.
Finds comfort in seeing the good in corruption by attempting to justify such cannot and should not be trusted with governance or near treasury. And any general secretary that does not have headquarters for their party should not discuss finance. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that truly cares. And even when we think, Madam Speaker, that persons are not paying attention, I know there are persons who are. There are children watching us and the way we behave. And just also, Madam Speaker, I've listened to opposition member after opposition member complain about what they didn't get. I would like to ask, what did they do? In Dabity O'Meara, we have a theater arts group. In Dabity O'Meara, we have a children's choir. In Dabity O'Meara, we have youth night every single Friday. In Dabity O'Meara, we have movie nights. And in Dabity O'Meara, we are developing our sportsmen and women. And also, again, let me thank the Minister of Sports because she forgot to mention Young Stars from Malabar, which for the first time was able to access government funding, and it has made a very strong team even better. And the Minister for Public Utilities for giving them lights in a place that was once filled with darkness. And if you ask, and if you wonder why these things are necessary, Madam Speaker, it is necessary because of the damage that they did to my constituency. But thank you for my colleagues because we are fixing Dabity O'Meara. And very soon, Madam Speaker, Dabity O'Meara will see the excellence that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to contribute in this very important debate as we discuss the affairs, the significant affairs of our country, as we discuss not just our policies and the money that we're allocating for 2024, but the overall development of Trinidad and Tobago that within 2 years will see a decade of PNM governance. Madam Speaker, you would not have understood the importance of the debate if the only speaker you heard was the speaker that just preceded me. The MP for Dabity O'Meara, who is one of our 2 ministers of education, has that sector has been given the largest allocation by the Minister of Finance. And that contribution was the least substantive contribution we've had here today. And I'll explain why. And I'll explain why, Madam Speaker, as I go through exactly what the member presented. And I'll have to come back to my introduction because I find it almost offensive that for $8.022 billion, we can get an opening remark about a laptop program and how dare the members of the opposition bring up a laptop program in 2023. And, you know, it reminded me of a quote. Somebody here said, you're big and you have sense. And clearly, Not everybody has sense in this house, Madam Speaker. Clearly, not everybody has sense. When they were elected into office in 2015, they met a laptop program. According to the member for Diego Martin Central, and now according to the member for Dabadi O'Meara, the laptop program, according to them, was rife with issues. Problems abounded, and that I think they referenced whether or not the laptops were properly utilized, etc. Rife with issues. What would a responsible administration do? What would a responsible administration who believes in a knowledge-driven economy, who believes in including technology in school, who believes and understands the difference between getting past the digital divide and moving from an analog world into a digital world, what would a responsible administration do? They would then take what they found, refine it, optimize it, and make it work. What did the PNM administration do? They scrapped it all together and then expect us to believe that they're big and they have sense. But it could never be like that. It could never be true that you could find students in 2015. There is a laptop program that says what the UNC administration, the People's Partnership Administration, believes in. We believe in equitable access to education. We believe that in 2010 to 2015, in 2010 you could have recognized the importance of ensuring that every student in Trinidad and Tobago, once you're entering Form 1, must have access to technology. It does not matter if you are from a rural community, if you are from any space in Trinidad and Tobago, that you have a right, a human right, to be able to access quality education in this. And you see that, and you say, you know what? We don't want this. We do not want this for our children. We do not want this for our country, because at the end of the day, according to them, the laptops weren't good enough. So you couldn't find some, and you found them now, and you found them in 2020 during the pandemic. And so, Madam Speaker, as I come into this debate, and we are coming to the end of day 3 on the debate, and it's on a very rare occasion that I enter the debate this far along. And so I've had the distinct pleasure now of listening to several government speakers, and the irony of Dabadi O'Meara referencing a script for members of the opposition, when I could give you the opening for every government member right now. And it starts off, we thank our constituency, very good, happy that you've recognized that you're a member of the House of Representatives. It's followed by congratulations to Diego Martin Northeast, congratulations to the Prime Minister, and right, one after the other, right? Well done. And I understand the importance of a narrative shift. I understand the importance of a rebrand and a makeover for this PNM government. I get it, right? Because what you have is 2015 to 2018, we saw a particular type of narrative. In 2015, we were told things are very bad, terrible, tighten your belt, problems. We were then told that based on our work, things are getting a little bit better. Madam Speaker, I entered public life, active politics in the other place in 2017. And at that time, my maiden contribution on October 24th, 2017, it was in response to a budget called Changing the Paradigm. We were promised by same member for Diego Martin Northeast, same person that they are congratulating ad nauseum at this point in time, that the paradigm was going to change in 2017. Then we were told in 2018, same Diego Martin Northeast, that there is a turnaround. I remember it very clearly because that was the year Diego Martin Ortiz told us he could see clearly now. That was the year. He said the dark days were done, things great, we could see clearly now, perfect. By 2019, we were told there would be stability, strength, and growth. At this point in time, some of my colleagues here, the member for Budgetary, Sanon, and myself, we were in another place, very, very young, very enthusiastic, in a space contributing to our conversation on national development, contributing to the conversation on our appropriations, on what this money that we are talking about in the people's house, in the parliament, what would that do? What would that mean for the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? So we went through the paradigm shift. And I recall then, 2017, in another place, talking about the cuts to gate, talking about the fact that when you practice cuts and you consider it savings and you take money out of the education sector, that what you will reap in the future is you will face the consequences for your actions then. And I warned the members of the government, this is in 2017, and the Hansard would play out the contribution that I made then. I said if you practice slash and burn economics on the education sector, within the next 5+ years, you would face more problems than solutions by trying to save this money then. Here we are now discussing an education sector and discussing a space that is facing the consequences of ill-conceived, poorly considered policy decisions by a PNM administration. Here we are today when we are discussing what is happening in every sector, national security, health, social services, every sector, we are seeing persons now try to make excuses for the consequences for their actions. In 2020, when we were looking at the fiscal 2021, we were given resilience in the face of a global pandemic, and last year we were told tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. So they had the pandemic years. And in the pandemic years, for an administration that is so comfortable in its incompetence, so easy to give the population excuses instead of actions, the pandemic years served to be a gift to an administration that is incapable of acting in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so what we got in those years is that anything that happened, anything that we faced, we'd blame it on the pandemic, right? And so I sat here last Monday and I listened to the Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance says we are building the capacity for diversifications. Sounds good, right? Now, mind you, if you listen to people talk about building capacity for diversification, what you are going to think is that the persons that are talking to you, that they've now found themselves here, that it's not almost 9 years of governance plus decades altogether of PNM administrations in a post-independence Trinidad and Tobago. You would believe that the last 8 years was the only 8 years they had to make a contribution and that it wasn't enough. But all right. So here we are, Madam Speaker. We are told now that they are going to put more money into things, $8.022 billion in the education sector. And I've said it time and time again, that what we've been facing in the education sector is not a resource problem, because the Minister of Education herself, who I guess in this debate will shadow me because she has yet come into the debate, but in this space now, has said in the contribution and in the last fiscal that the education sector has, for the past 7 years, been in the top 5 in terms of allocations. And listed that meant that it is a priority for this administration. But giving money in, putting money into the space, but not measuring or seeing or having any actual results, that does not make it a priority. So we don't have a resource problem, you know. We have a management problem in the education sector. So that you could put $8 billion, you could put $10 billion, you could put $15 billion. If you don't put innovation, ideas, creativity, and political will in the education sector to act on behalf of the teachers and the students, you are going to get the same thing. You are going to get the same thing. So as I look through the budget documents, the Minister of Finance said to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we are now living in a knowledge-based economy, and that we are pursuing an education system that is modern, relevant, technology-driven, and accessible to all. This is a discovery that the Minister of Finance made in 2023. And I would like to read into the Hansard. Budget time, when you are in the budget debate, is a very reflective moment. You think about Trinidad and Tobago over the years and what we could have done had we had proper management over time. And something I said to myself as I prepared, you know, we usually look back a couple years and whatnot. And I said, let me see what was the discussion 20 years ago in Trinidad and Tobago. So that is 2002. In 2003, as they discussed fiscal 2004. And at that time, different persons would have sat here, and the then opposition leader would have been one Mr. Basdeo Pandey, a former prime minister. And in his response to the budget for fiscal 2004, he spoke about the United National Congress, the years that the UNC would have been in government before, as in 1995 years. And Mr. Basdeo Pandey at that time would have said, when the UNC was in government, we presented 7 national budgets. Each budget was an overall plan for the economic development of Trinidad and Tobago. Each budget is built on its predecessor and laid the foundation for its successor. There was a continuity from budget to budget. Each UNC budget was informed and based on a clear vision that the UNC had for Trinidad and Tobago. That vision, this is 2003, October 14th, 2003. That vision to transform Trinidad and Tobago into a knowledge-based society with a globally competitive, technology-driven, diversified economy that will sustain full employment, growing prosperity, equal opportunity, a secure life, social cohesion, and the highest standard of living for all of our citizens. I emphasize all, end quote. Members on the other side like to pretend that 2010 to 2015, and I think the Prime Minister would at some point in time called it lost years. But if you look at the reality of Trinidad and Tobago, and if they could come out of their delusion, they would realize the lost years are the PNM years. The lost years are the PNM, because in 2003, October 14, 2003, a person could sit, very delulu, a person could sit in this house and say to a PNM government in 2003, let us do the work then, 20 years ago. If I tell you, in 2002, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was in my uniform in secondary school. We were reading about it. In 2003, right? And I was preparing to choose my subjects for CXC. I come and meet some of the Diego Martin, Northeast, was in the parliament. He heard this speech. Diego Martin, Northeast, heard the knowledge-based society in 2002 and thought it wasn't a good idea. But come in 2023 now to tell us something that had the foresight 20 years ago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I encourage every right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to take a look at the discussions that have obtained in Parliament, that we've gone through here, and realize that there are years for action and there are years for rhetoric. And the years for action are all the years the PNM are out of office. All of the years that they are out of office. And so that what you have is a constant need for a reset. And so while I sat here and I listened to my colleagues, and I listened to some of the younger members of the PNM bench contribute to this debate, I'm going to tell you the truth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It broke my heart to hear the contribution for the member for Laventille East Morva, and I'll tell you why. As the member contributed, there was a sense of a genuine desire to help the people. A genuine desire to help the people of the community. And so the problem wasn't the desire, the problem was the execution. In that the people of Trinidad and Tobago deserve more than parliamentarians coming to them and saying, let us be happy that we're getting $1,000 for school books. Let us be happy for the latrine eradication program. Let us be happy for subsidized spaces where we can try to make life a little bit easier for you. And I'll tell you why. Because what the people of Trinidad and Tobago want and deserve is an opportunity to make a life for yourself. An opportunity to succeed and to thrive. And that the idea that the policies that the government have implemented over the past 9 years at least, but certainly the 46 years overall that they've been in office, that those policies have created a dependent Trinidad and Tobago citizen in an independent nation. It breaks my heart, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It breaks my heart because the thinking, the political philosophy across the floor is that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago must be happy with us giving them $1,000 as opposed to giving them the opportunity to never need that $1,000. To never need that $1,000. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you take a look overall, and you listen overall across the board, speaker after speaker, we as citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago are being told to say thank you for measures that are digging us out of a hole that the PNM created, and that is not what we are supposed to be doing. It is not what we are supposed to be doing. We are not supposed to be saying thank you for back pay, that is money you've earned. You are not supposed to have to be saying thank you for a market food box. You are not supposed to be saying thank you for food support. You, as the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, you are supposed to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in the last 9 years, we've done this to put us on the path for success. This is where we are at now. This is where we're going. Where we are going is nowhere fast with you. And you must know that. And you must know that. And stop coming here and telling us time and time again that we are painting a negative picture of Trinidad and Tobago. If you live in Trinidad and Tobago, if you exist in Trinidad and Tobago, you know the reality. One of my friends, a very good friend of mine, who works in the marketing space, has always said to me, a lot of people, a lot of advertisers or persons who work in PR and marketing, the ones who are not very good, they believe that the trick is to fool the consumer. say something over and over and over, say things are good, things that the opposition is trying to be negative, and we are creating this impression. And so that if you say it over and over, somebody will believe you. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they know exactly what exists here. They know what the issues we are facing are. We cannot come here and tell anybody anything that they don't already know. And so what you are doing, instead of using the opportunity, using the resources of the country to make the lives of citizens easier, you have instead decided that you'll take a propaganda campaign and you'll tell people that the opposition is negative rather than you have been incompetent. That is the strategy. And so I want to get to the education sector, looking clinically at some of the things that we would have been promised, some of the things that would have been discussed over time, and certainly some of the things that we have not seen. Very amazingly, in the budget statement by the Minister of Finance stated to the public that the SCA examination data, that the data from the SCA examination from 2010 to present, even before, this is a quote from the Minister of Finance, reveals consistent and troubling percentages of students who do not achieve 50% or more in the exam. The question of success rates at the SCA level has been one that has plagued us for the last few years. But this blatant attempt at revisionist history for information that is publicly available, easily accessible, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is insulting to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I have, and I would like to put on the record very clearly, that if you look at the statistical data and you look at SCA results in particular, that you saw massive improvements between the years 2012 to 2016, and that is as a direct result of interventions made by a People's Partnership Administration. That when the People's Partnership entered office in 2010, you were looking at the percentage of persons scoring below 30% was somewhere around 11.6%. Persons scoring above 50 were 67.5%. This is 2010, so I'm using it as baseline because that is a change in administration. By 2014, and I am using 2014, but we can look at the other years, because that is where you start to see the results of policy changes. Logic will take you from point A to point B, because I hear the member for San Fernando is suggesting that things may not be but it will. But by 2014, you see students scoring below 30% reached 4.4%, that is from meeting it at 11.6%. Students scoring above 50, 70.7%, that is after meeting it at 67.5%. Students scoring above 90% in the highest percentile, 8.9% in 2014, that is after meeting it at 5.9%. The SCA results for 2015, the last year the People's Partnership was in office, the SCA results is before the entrance of the PNM administration of 2015. You had the percentage of persons scoring below 30% was 1.1%, with 91% scoring above 50, with 40, and so that, and I want now to be very clear. By 2017, this is 2 years of a PNM administration, just 2. You had scoring below 30%, 11.9%. Scoring above 50, 68.5%. That you got to 2018, all of this is before the pandemic. Before the pandemic. You had persons scoring below 30, 13.6%. By 2019, you had 13.7%. And then you get to the pandemic years and you saw the result of the learning loss. But what can be demonstrated clearly by these figures is that the problem was not COVID. The problem was the PNM policy. And so to come in and say data from the SEA exam suggests that from 2010, things were not looking so good and that we must now do what we must to increase the level of student achievement. That, I think, is disingenuous. I think it is the PNM trying to make another excuse for what their failed policies have done to our children, and that you coming in now to use the vacation remedial program and to use different interventions to fix a problem that you created is problematic, because you cannot be the problem and the solution at the same time. It just does not make sense. I want to get to the very important point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of school infrastructure. And this is a situation that is near and dear to my heart. At the close of the last session in Parliament, which is just September of this year, last month, I came to this house to ask an urgent question. The urgent question was on the state of the Gasparillo Secondary School. I came from meeting with parents and students of the school. I came having looked at photos and the state of dilapidation in the school. The school is about 5 minutes, if so much, away from my office. I came here and with all the goodness in my heart, I asked the question to the Minister of Education so that it could be on the record to the parents that this is the timeline for the issue to be fixed. What I actually got was that I was told that there was no issue and I was wrong. That there was no issue and that Block B had been fixed. So now I'm wondering, well, I ought to be mad because I just came from there, right? I've seen the state of affairs going on in the Gasparillo Secondary School. So then you come in and I said, right. Then I started to get messages, a slew of messages from students, from parents of students in Princeton West Secondary School, from students in a school in Barataria, and students that these students are without furniture. And this is from a ministry that has $1 billion allocation, $8 billion, and that we are facing the students of our country, and we cannot fix infrastructure concerns. So if you cannot fix small problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you cannot fix basic level problems, brick and mortar problems, you cannot tell me anything about digitalization, you can't tell me anything about the curriculum, you cannot tell me anything about carrying our students forward, because brick and mortar is stumping you. Brick and mortar is troubling this PNM administration. And so I want to go to the budget debate for the appropriation, because again, the Minister of Education is yet to speak in the debate. So I cannot assess the statements given at this point in time. So I'll assess the statement given last year and we'll see where we came to it, right, Mr. Deputy Speaker? So in 2022, as we discussed the financial year that just ended, we were told, and I'm going to directly quote the Minister of Education here. So school repair is always ongoing.
Just quote the source. Let's identify the source for the records. Right? Yeah, that's for the records.
The Hansard Appropriations Financial Year 2023. The date is September 30th, 2022. It is on page 177. Yes? And the speaker is the Minister of Education. So school repair is always ongoing every day. Every single day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have an average of 5 schools where we have emergencies that need attending to, plumbing, sewer, electrical. etc. But the time has come for us to sink some capital expenditure into school repairs, and therefore you will see this budget allocation, an increased allocation for school repair, so that we can take care of more of our schools. So I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that if in 2022, September 30th, you are telling us in the budget debate that we are giving more money to school infrastructure and school repairs, and then I could come at the end of that financial year, September 2023, after having inexplicably trusted you the year before to fulfill this promise of ongoing emergency school infrastructure needs. And I could come here and tell you that a school is one, and I'll go to the others, but one of the schools in my constituency has dilapidated conditions. I am talking about railings falling down, the whiteboards peeling, severe dilapidation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that it was not fixed in 1 year, in a full year. Then I'm telling you, that is why we feel sometimes like we are wasting our time in this budget debate. Because if you could stand up in 2022 and say it will be done, and then 2023 you still stand up and say something else, I mean, at what point in time are we going to call a spade and say this? You are not making sense, because you'll come and say the same thing. I could also identify the repeated speeches. I could identify who came and said the same thing last year and brought it back this year. I can identify. But as I stand here, as the representative for the constituency of Tobago, as it stands right now, the students of the Gasparillo Secondary School have had to embark on a shift system, because despite what the minister would have said in answer to my question in September, the very next day, a letter was sent out to the PTA advising them that the students have to come to school on a shift basis because of repairs to the school. That I have the Happy Hill Hindu School that is currently, they are not in physical school because of repairs to the school, because the roof fell down during the repairs. And that is in my constituency. Everybody here, on this side and on that side, despite what they are going to do, can tell you about issues with school infrastructure. And I started with school infrastructure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because if you had listened to the member for Dabadi O'Meara, who spoke about what was coming online and what records they were digitizing and what spaces they, and patted themselves on their back and said congratulations to themselves, when they know for a fact, if you looked at photos, if you just open your eyes, you will see what our students are going through, and you cannot be pleased with that. And that is not a question of being negative, it's a question of being absolutely factual. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every member has gotten up thus far and praised the $1,000 grant. They have said this is a great thing, that they have almost anointed, given Diego Martin Northeast sainthood for $1,000 for students who would, and persons who would in the future qualify via means test for this $1,000. We are all members of Parliament here. A number of persons have acknowledged that they do book drives and back-to-school drives, etc. I want to know from the Diego Martin Northeast, what was the data, what was the calculation you used to arrive at $1,000 being what is required to maintain that social safety net, to get our students out to school? I want to know, because I have a feeling that their polling data Their insights show that they have negative feelings from the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And somebody across there, because thinking is a little hard, they say, you know what, if we get them $1,000, if we say, okay, $1,000 for needy students, everybody will feel good and we'll get some accolades and they can't say we are uncaring government. But if you calculate the actual cost of back to school, if you calculate and if you know the realities parents are facing, but in particular low-income parents, in particular parents of students, parents who are from a rural community, when you look at textbooks, stationery, school uniform, and the cost of school transportation, I will tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of people will be hard-pressed to understand how you came up with $1,000. And so I want to raise the issue of school transportation in the context of what our citizens are facing every year. Every year without fail, I bring it up. It is something that plagues persons in my constituency, and I am sure several others. Increasing fuel prices over the past few years, the dilapidated state of our infrastructure has taken the cost of school, physically getting your children to school where they can go if the school is open. Physically getting your children to school has become onerous for people. It has become out of the reach for some ordinary citizens. And people will think we are making this up, eh? But if you have to pay $70 one way for one student to get to school, and then the school transportation buses that were provided before have now gone away without explanation. And that every year when I ask about it in standing finance, I am told it is happening when it is not really happening. What are our citizens to do? What are they actually supposed to face? What are persons in rural communities supposed to do? If there are no PTSC buses where the children can come for free, if there are no school transportation options, what are people expected to do? And then they're supposed to say thank you for $1,000. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think is an indefensible space to stand from, and I cannot congratulate Diego Martin Nortis for doing something, the barest minimum to help our children stay in school. The member for Chaguanas East, in her contribution today, has said that in looking at the school dropout rates, and in her contribution, she was asking about this all-of-government approach that we keep hearing. She was asking about whether or not the Minister for Social Development and the Minister of Education, if anybody's working together to figure out where our children are going if they drop out of school, or why they are dropping out of school, or how many students are dropping out of school now to help out their families with meeting the economic circumstances facing Trinidad and Tobago. Can you believe that is a conversation we're having in 2023? In 2023, we have to accept that there are persons who have to choose between their education and being alive and feeding yourself, and so that you have children going out to work. You had a Minister of Labor talking about child labor policy, and you have the member for Dabadi O'Meara coming here to talk about all manner of sports day, right? About a sports day and all fours and cricket, and could never tell us of the 46,000 students who never accessed online learning, and then in the information coming from the FOIA of the 2,800 students who have dropped out of primary and secondary school, can't tell us anything about these children, but come to tell me about our sports day after receiving $8.02 billion. It is unacceptable, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yes. We have yet to hear from the Minister of Works. I don't know what difference that would make, but at the end of the day, there are schools within my constituency, the Caratal RC School, that remains inaccessible based on the road network. And every time I ask about it, we are told, okay, it's a secondary road. When we wrote to the Rural Development Company, and I'll come to the member for San Fernando West, Minister of Rural Development shortly, but when we wrote and we said, okay, it's a secondary road, but the cost of the road cannot be met by the corporation, and therefore somebody in this billion-dollar government could find something to do to make sure that these communities remain connected and accessible, and then we get no answer. But then the Minister for Rural Development here came today to tell me about value for money when I have students breaking their foot going to school in Caratal, RC. I mean, it is unbelievable. And so when I say we are existing in a space of absolute delusion, I'm being very serious, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And when we look all across this budget, every space within this budget, and every member of the opposition would have shown you different pockets of the same delusion. But I was going through the budget documents and I looked on the space under agriculture. And they were talking about that we are rehabilitating 240 kilometers of access roads. And that
you just have approximately 2 more minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 10 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Go ahead. Thank you. And on the very next page, after we are rehabilitating the 240 kilometers of access roads, on the very next page in the budget document, the Minister of Finance told the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we are revitalizing the cocoa industry, which is already employing almost 2,000 persons from production to value-added activities. In my constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, exists the Montserrat Farmers, the Cocoa Farmers Association in Montserrat in the Grand Couva area. In November of 2022, the rains at the end of November of 2022 led to the collapse of the Grand Couva Road, the absolute collapse of the Grand Couva Road. In December of 2022, the Prime Minister announced $100+ million emergency allocation for the roads and spaces that were damaged in November of 2022. I am standing here in October of 2023. The road is the same. The road is in the same state. It's probably worse right now. And then they stood up in the budget that said we are building capacity for diversification and growth. And we're supposed to believe this. But the cocoa farmers that in your budget, the cocoa industry that you are revitalizing, they cannot access their spaces because of the destruction of the roadway and money you promised in 2022. And we're supposed to believe anything that's going on here? And you are talking about agriculture and creating space, and we're discussing the spaces that you are going to look to diversify. And I can tell you how I know for a fact as a mama guy. I know for a fact. Existing within the Tobago constituency, there are a number of very profitable farmers. They have kept Trinidad and Tobago fed during the pandemic years. You have the Tipperary farmers, you have the Lightbourne farmers, you have Caratal farmers, you have the farmers in Grand Couva. In the central range, where the Tobago constituency lies, there's arable land, there are places that produce hundreds and thousands of tonnage in crops. And that we would be asking for years now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, years, in the same market box that we are told to say thank you for and congratulate them for. The farmers that are carrying the produce for the market box are literally begging for a bridge in the Bacchus Trace. The farmers in Tortuga had their produce tipped over because of the state of the roadways, and that you are talking about diversification, but in reality, the persons who are doing the hard work of diversifying, the hard work of bringing in agriculture into the productive sector, they are not being brought into the development of Trinidad and Tobago because you can't fix brick and mortar problems like roads. And so that when you have to consider things like curriculum development, knowledge-based society, etc., and things like how to patch and pave a road stumps a government for 9 years, you understand exactly why we are facing what we are facing. That you understand that when we talk about the interventions, the things that we are told to say thank you for, so the social safety net, the $1,000, the governance by grants that we are seeing right now, that what we've had is a lack of acknowledgement by the People's National Movement, that all of these expanded social programs that you have to put in place, all of the grants that we are seeing, that they are symptoms, they are as a result of failed policies that have created a nation that is more dependent than independent in 2023. That what you have created in the last 8 years, with your last 8 budgets, are not citizens that are more resilient. You have not helped the entrepreneurial spirit. You have not created any of the things to grow and create a nation that will thrive. You have made us more dependent and expanded the facilities of the government to say that we will give you and we will help you. That is not what your job is. Your job is to create an enabling environment so that we can help ourselves. And so, when the member for La Hokata Talpara spoke very early on in this debate, very, very early on, talking about all of the things, the opportunities that we are providing, the skills training, etc. And the member for Point-a-Peer pointed out that several of these things existed before. You know what was any things that have been scrapped, Mr. Deputy Speaker? One of the things that in Trinidad and Tobago, again, it's very important for politicians, persons who do policy, who set policy, to be in touch with the people of the realities that people of Trinidad and Tobago face. In communities in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a large apprenticeship culture. So if you live in certain communities and the mechanic, you could become a trained mechanic without the certification, right? Because you served as an apprentice. Same thing with air conditioning, refrigeration, etc. We have a large expansion, a whole conversation on TechFOC and the importance of reintroducing TechFOC. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this PNM administration met in 2015 when they entered was a workforce assessment center. And I'm bringing this up because under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Tertiary Education, if you had the skill set, you had the competency, and you could demonstrate the skill set via the examination and the prior learning assessment recognition process, you were able to get the certification and put yourself into the world of work as an entrepreneur, as a person who can enter the service industry, as a mechanic, as a mason, and all of these important things that they are now trying to reinvent the wheel. Like they did not scrap this program in 2015. Thank you. And then the Minister of Finance came in and said, you know, they're looking at spaces to train more TVET, more technical vocation. Because the fact of the matter is, all of these programs depend on there being instructors. And they met a program that had a training system for technical vocational educators. They met an expanded TechFOC and CVQ system. They met all of that and they destroyed it completely. So much so that MTES, it was so far advanced that by 2014, the Ministry of Tertiary Education had a TVET Masters at UWI, that UWI launched the Masters in Technical Vocational Education and Training Program because we were so advanced with having instructors that had they just not been bad mind and petty, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the conversation that we could have been having today would have been remarkably different. Remarkably different. And so I listened to different members come here and talk about programs to expand TechVoc, programs to expand digital education, the e-book system, etc. And I wonder, when you came in 2015 and you saw the programs and you saw the policy documents, did you decide that you would rather shelve it, see if you could come up with something slightly better or better, and then come 2023, between 2022 and 2023, realize nothing's coming to you. So you take it back out the shelf, dust it off, and trying to reinvent it and put it as P&M policy. Is that what you're doing now? And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, you
just have over 2 minutes.
Yeah, yes. As I conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 1983, a P&M government led by George Chambers, they got a report, Imperatives of Adjustment, right, that discussed all of these things, the recommendations to remedy the problems that Trinidad and Tobago could face. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the years, what we have seen is a P&M administration that has been unwilling to fix the issues facing Trinidad and Tobago. That a functioning, equitable education sector that produces world-class innovators and so it does not benefit a P&M administration. And so that we will keep repeating these problems, we will keep facing these issues, because what we are facing is not, as I said before, a resource problem. It is a management problem. It is a political philosophy problem. It is an issue that the People's National Movement, this is the type of Trinidad and Tobago that they enjoy seeing. They enjoy seeing a Trinidad and Tobago where people are hoping that the government is the savior. Nobody wants a government to be their savior. What they want is a government to be functional, to create an enabling environment, to do your job, do your basic job, and we will be okay, right? And so that until the P&M understands that your role here is to create a Trinidad and Tobago that allows our citizens to thrive, we are not ever going to come out of this hole until the P&M changes its political philosophy or finds itself out of office completely. And I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
I recognize the member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, after listening to the Honourable Member for Tabaquite, I am convinced that the honourable members on the other side, they do not care about the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They are out of touch with reality.
Members, please, right? The previous member would have spoken in silence, so let's keep it that way. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The truth offends. Imagine, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member for Tabaquite had the temerity to lecture this government about technical vocational schools. I asked Trinidad and Tobago, under which government was John Donaldson Technical Institute started? Under which government was San Fernando Technical Institute started? Speak to Justin Paul and you would know. And it is now transformed into the University of Trinidad and Tobago, yet they have the gall to speak to us about technical vocational schools. They are out of touch and they do not care. Three things I would like to address relative to the contribution of the honourable member. The first thing, all the members on this side apparently were derided, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for when they commenced their speech saying thank you to the constituents. Since when is saying thanks to be derided? My understanding is that saying thanks is a manifestation of gratitude. And if you are properly brought up, the first thing you say when you are grateful is thank you. So if everybody here says thank you, it means that manners maketh man and manners maketh the PNM. That is what we say when we do thank you, and we say thank you to the constituents. The second, the honourable member said that in 2002,
Member for Barataria, San Juan, you're leaving, leave in silence. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 2002, that the honourable member was in his school uniform. What she didn't tell the country, because she wants to say that the PNM years were the dark years, that in 2002, in order for her to be in a uniform, it came from a PNM policy from 1956. In 2002, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me edify the honourable member. I was now setting up a shingle in 112, 114 Duke Street, the product of a PNM-driven education that enabled a single-parent domestic worker to send her son not to one, but 2 university degrees. And that is the product of PNM policy from 1956 to now. Those are the golden years of this country. But thirdly, and this was the unkindest cut of all, the unkindest cut of all, most egregious snub. The honourable member proceeded to snub the grant, the school grant, the book supply grant of $1,000. Firstly, convoluting it with transportation. The $1,000 is not for transportation, it's a grant to purchase uniforms and school supplies. And it's not for all, but it's for those who are qualified under a system that has a criteria, a means test. The honourable member for Diego Martin North is not saying the $1,000 will cover all, but in some cases it will. But it will cover most, and it certainly will fill a hole. To snub that, and not say, well done, that is something that we on this side cannot do. But I wish...
Silence, members. Silence. Proceed.
It is a grant, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is provided for those in need. And in every country in the world, including Trinidad and Tobago, there are those who are in need. And what the honourable member for Diego Martin Northeast has done is to make a provision for those who are in need to ensure that their children are able to go to school and come in this parliament as the honourable member for Tabaquite and make a contribution. Because without that education and without that assistance, it may not be possible. So I would ask, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would ask, are they really in touch with reality? Do they really care about the people of Trinidad and Tobago? Pinch yourself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this year, as a nation, we have celebrated 61 years as an independent country, 47 years as a republic. This is undoubtedly a proud achievement. But this journey, as we continue, cannot be successful without a collective effort from all of us as a people. That is why the theme and the budgetary theme this year is building capacity for diversification and growth. Because as a government, we recognize and appreciate that the importance of partnering with our citizens is paramount. We recognize that we are here at the behest of the people, and I am here at the behest of the people of Port of Spain South, and I say thank you. We are the stewards of the people, and the concerns of the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are the concerns of this government. And this budget demonstrates that the government understands that your aspirations, your goals are our aspirations and our goals. And the call to build capacity and diversify for growth is an action call, a call to action, to deliver. It is a call to devise and implement policies and continue policies that leads to improvement in your standard of living, your security, and the security of your children and their future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, I say to Trinidad and Tobago, together, let us build on this budget. Let us build on preceding budgets in order to have a safe nation, a sophisticated nation, a nation that has technological and entrepreneurial skills, which is well endowed to meet the challenges of this generation and beyond. That is the vision that I have gleaned from this budget. So I say join with this government in building capacity for diversification and growth. This budget recognizes that the only way to achieve that goal is through our people. The honorable members on the other side do not have that history or that tradition of putting people first. The only persons they put first is their cohorts. So they had the audacity to coin acronyms for the People's National Movement, one of the longest existing institutions in the Western Hemisphere. But I have an acronym for the UNC. Under no circumstances, should the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, take sanity and sobriety out of their consciousness and put the honorable members opposite back in to rule or to lead this country. Under no circumstances will we tolerate Rishmi. Under no circumstances will we tolerate Section 34. Every Monday morning when they were in government is some embroilment. Every Monday morning you are scared, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to open up your newspaper and read. So we say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in the coming months, remember the name of the UNC, under no circumstances. When they come to your door in the next months, years, say to them, not no one lives here, we said that already, under no circumstances will we have you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in crafting the budget for fiscal 2023-2024, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honorable member for Couva North is really being, uncollegiate. I may have to coin...
Members, please. Again, nothing was heard on my end here. Again, you all know the necessary standing orders.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-6, and I ask to be asked Hansard whether they recorded what the member for Couva North just said.
No, again, members, please. I need no follow-up information. Kindly leave the chamber, please, Karani. Who just made the remark? Who just made the remark? Caroni East. That's now, hold on 1 second. Caroni Central. Kindly exit the chamber, please. And again, no, you proceed. Second. Again, honorable members, whatever was said and has been mentioned by the member for Port of Spain, West Sintans, Port of Spain, North Sintans, West, did not reach the ear of the chair. It has been said that it's the member for Couva North. So again, as directed, right, Hansard will be asked to produce the necessary information, and we'll take it from there unless the member for Couva North has anything to say. Do you have anything to say?
Mr. Deputy.
Okay, hold on. Based on what was said by this, with regards to the standing order, yea or nay?
I will seek your guidance.
So we'll wait on the information from Hansard.
I will seek your guidance, Mr. Deputy
Okay,
Chair.
fine. Well, we'll wait on the information from
and you
Hansard.
can advise accordingly.
No, again, it was not heard by the chair, so I'll have to depend on Hansard whether it was said or not. Right? I'm asking you, I'm giving you the opportunity in order to say whether you made a statement and you want to retract, you want to, whatever the case may be. Other than that, we'll wait on Hansard and we'll proceed accordingly. Fair enough? Sure, thank you. Right. Port of Spain, South, continue.
Oblige. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in crafting the national budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has made a resounding recommitment to its people, continuing to emphasize the principles of inclusivity and social and economic progress. At the forefront of this budget, we find a steadfast dedication to inspiring the youth to explore and realize their full potential, and ensuring that those who face seemingly insurmountable challenges in their daily lives can have readily access to resources that can help them to combat and thereafter elevate themselves. As we embark on this journey, it is clear that the theme of putting people first, nurturing our greatest assets outlined in our Vision 2030 development plan is just not words, but is something that is tangible, and it's being worked on by this government, and it will be fulfilled. In a world, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where there are economic challenges and uncertainties persisting, this government recognizes that the pivotal role of our young people will continue to be integral in re-engineering the future of our nation. Hence, the budget stands as a testament to our commitment to partnering with the entire of Trinidad and Tobago, but particularly our youth, by providing opportunities and support for these young citizens. Simultaneously, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it underscores our unwavering pledge to uplift and empower those who find themselves in vulnerable circumstances. As we delve into the details of this budget, it becomes evident that this is not merely an exercise in fiscal management, but a reflection of the core belief that the true measure of our nation's success lies in how we take care of and treat our people. This budget is a reflection that this government cares and will continue to care for all of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have listened to the honourable member who presented before the honourable member for Tabaquite. And I would like now to engage the young people of Trinidad and Tobago to show them, to demonstrate the tangible benefits available in this budget. And I would want to implore them to take advantage of these benefits and not listen to any naysayers who do not have their best interests at heart. The young people, you can't just go to them anymore, you know. You have to engage them. And they tell you things in different ways. What you could do for me now. Tell me what to do. You cannot just tell them to do something and they do it. So I want them to listen carefully, because this government recognizes that the engine room of this country and the engine room for building capacity for diversification and growth lies with the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. And for that reason, there is a lion's share of the budget for the Honourable Minister of Education, the Ministry of Education. And I want to say to the Honourable Member of Tabaquite, she soon come. She soon come. The youth development, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government has shown its resolute belief in the potential of our young people. And this be granular, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is estimated that our young people, that is, those who are, like me, ages 0 to 35, account for 40% of our population. Some 436,000 persons of our national population, almost 500,000. As such, from the outset of our term in office, the Honourable Prime Minister astutely established the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. This demonstrated the government's commitment to holistic growth and the empowerment of our young population. Since its inception in 2020, this ministry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been at the forefront of transformation, channeling over $1 billion into a plethora of initiatives designed to create opportunities and to nurture the young talents amongst us. The driving force behind that success was first started by the indefatigable Honourable Member for Laventille West Fitzgerald Hines, and continued under the capable hands of the Honourable Member for La Hoketa Talparo, whose, and both of them, their outstanding leadership have paved the way for countless individuals to show success in Trinidad and Tobago and to realize their aspirations. And for that, I wish to commend the Honourable Prime Minister for his vision and the two ministers, particularly the incumbent, for their tenacity in this ministry. There's an important ministry in Trinidad and Tobago. First time, under the guidance and under the policies in this ministry, the fiscal year, the Minister of Finance, in alignment with government's unwavering drive, has continued to bolster the prospect of our young people through an array, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an array of initiatives that were outlined in the budget. This was not old talk. Why didn't the Honourable Member for Tabaquite take up the budget and go through these programs? These endeavours not only reflect our belief in the capabilities of the younger generation, but it also highlights our determination to shape a society where every young person is equipped with the tools and opportunities that they need to thrive and contribute meaningfully to our nation's progress. Meaningfully. Instead of encouraging them, what the Honourable Member for Tabaquite has done is to try to discourage them. I say to the young people, carry on, and ignore those who do not have your best interests at heart. Through the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, this government is taking strides towards creating avenues for employment amongst young people and empowering them to become their own bosses and business leaders. I want to pause here because in direct response to the Honourable Member for Tabaquite, this is not a handout. This is a policy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is geared towards empowerment. People who will be able to stand on their own feet and have their own businesses and not go knocking at the door seeking employment. Isn't that independence? Isn't that paving the road for a greater and better future for our young people? One noteworthy initiative is the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, which is set to launch its second cohort in February 2024. The Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. This program offers both part-time and full-time participation options, and it equips young individuals with the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in the agricultural sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I pause on this. What it means is this, that the young people of Trinidad and Tobago are now getting an opportunity to go into agriculture and develop their own business, to be employed by themselves. They can do it full-time if they are not employed now, or they can do it part-time. But what it does, it equips them for the future whilst enabling them to contribute to the food basket of Trinidad and Tobago. How could anyone say that this did not have a plan? How could anyone say that this was not well thought out, Mr. Deputy Speaker? More so, in June this year, 2023, the figures show that 168 young persons were awarded certificates for successful completion of level 1 of this program. That means that there are 168 would-be farmers who have a long lifespan, who will be able to contribute to the food basket of Trinidad and Tobago. Why is the good news not being said to the nation? Why aren't the young people being encouraged to access that program instead of being discouraged? In addition, the government is introducing the Youth Aquaculture Project, a year-long aquaculture training program targeted for nationals aged 16 to 35. Newsflash: young people aged 16 to 35 who are not employed and not doing anything at this time, take the opportunity, seize the moment. Sign up for the Youth Aquaculture Project, which will enable you to be a meaningful contributor to the aquaculture in Trinidad and Tobago, ages 16 to 35. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is 2. 3, the Youth Agricultural Shade House Project further enhances opportunities for young entrepreneurs because it is dedicated to youth entrepreneurial hubs, and it signifies the commitment to nurturing innovative retail activities among the young people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have moved from traditional agriculture to aquaculture. Now we are going into the establishment of an entrepreneurial hub exclusively designed for the young people. To support the budding entrepreneurs, the Ministry of Youth Development is developing the Young Business Incubator Program. This offers valuable resources such as guidance on intellectual property, product development, marketing, and legal services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the young people, they are becoming more creative. The access to the World Wide Web and to devices and to technology is creating a generation whose creativity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is being accentuated. What this project does is that it puts at their feet resources in intellectual property. In other words, if you come up with an idea that has some worth, you can guard your idea so it's not manipulated or you are not in any way taken advantage of by others. Product development, you will be getting guidance as to how to develop your product in a business-like manner. Marketing, if you have the best product and it is not marketed, then your product remains not known to the world at large. Marketing is important. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, my pet peeve, legal services. You must have the lawyer on board in order to guide you as to the quagmire of legal challenges that young businessmen will face. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we want to commend on this side, this project, to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. And more importantly, they say to us, put your money where your mouth is. Well, I tell them, this proactive approach is underlined by an allocation of $6 million geared towards this program alone. $6 million. Furthermore, the government envisions the creation of youth business parks where young people can engage in light manufacturing and trade-related activities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we started with traditional agriculture, we expanded to aquaculture, we then moved on to the homestead program, and now the Shade House project and the business incubator. It means that this government has a plan for every young person in Trinidad and Tobago once you're willing to get up and get. You have a choice. And the choices, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are very attractive. This youth business park, which helps light manufacturing and trade-related activities, that is for persons who may not be inclined to do agriculture. They may not be inclined to be artistic and creative, but they may have practical skills in trade and manufacturing. And by developing these spaces, the government is not only fostering entrepreneurship, but is providing employment opportunities to enable the young people to become self-reliant. When the young people are self-reliant, they will contribute to the nation's economic growth. That is why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the budgetary theme is building capacity for diversification and growth. Let me break it down for the Honourable Member for Tabaquite. When you talk diversification, you say agriculture. But if you don't want agriculture, we say aquaculture. If you don't want aquaculture, we say let's go into trade and industry. If you don't want trade and industry, we say let's go into creative exercises. If you don't want that, we say let's do a combination. Isn't that diversification? And what would the diversification do? When you are able to be diversified, when you utilize the projects outlined and paid for by this government, you will build your capacity. Having built your capacity, having had all the things put in place to allow you so to do, to develop your business, to be self-reliant, you will then contribute to the nation's economy, and that will lead to growth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, isn't that Budget 2023-2024 101? Therefore, this government is committed. When we say diversification, a synonym for diversification is multifaceted. And this government is committed to a multifaceted approach that showcases our commitment to creating thriving young entrepreneurs in an ecosystem that ensures their economic empowerment. And once they are economically empowered, this country will see growth. Let no one tell you different, young people. Therefore, the government says that we are steadfast in our commitment to empowering the youth through the myriad, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a synonym for myriad, diversification, plenty. The myriad of training programs through the Ministry of Youth, and these initiatives ranging from the National Leadership Program to the Bridging the Gap Program. The Bridging the Gap Program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me spend a little time on that. It provides courses in areas such as refrigeration, air conditioning, auto mechanics, social media management awareness. Let me repeat. The range, the diversity of programs that are being sponsored and paid for in this budget. Refrigeration, air conditioning, auto mechanics, social media management and awareness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that respectfully reflects the government's dedication to diverse avenues for skill development for our young people. That is why the budget is themed as it is. Capacity for diversification and growth. The government is just not satisfied with having the potential of the young people restricted to being job seekers, as the Honourable Member for Tabakit wanted to peddle. We are saying empower yourselves and become business persons in your own right. We envision the young people as more talented, more bold, and we want to challenge and channel and challenge them towards becoming Gen Z entrepreneurs. That is what this budget is all about as it relates to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. In fostering these diverse skill sets, we are nurturing a generation of innovators, a generation of thinkers. We are channeling their energies, which they show now, they show it. We are channeling it to make them dynamic professionals. The intention behind these programs, Mr. Deputy Speaker, goes beyond mere training. It is about cultivating a mindset of entrepreneurship, of self-reliance, and most importantly, of adaptability. By exposing our young people to various technical fields and alternative career paths, we are not only emboldening them for the demands of the modern workforce and the economy, but by doing so, we will also bolster the nation's economy by nurturing more talents in all the sectors. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my respectful submission to you that this is an integral part for the growth of Trinidad and Tobago, and it will bolster our economy with respect to the world economy and make us more competitive in the world economy. It will make us more competitive in the financial market. It will make us more competitive in the creative market. It will make us more competitive in the trade and industry. This is what this budget is all about for the young people. It's a comprehensive approach that ensures that every young person, regardless of their academic inclination, has an opportunity to excel and contribute meaningfully to society. How could anyone not recognize this? Finally, in the upcoming fiscal 2024, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is continuing its thrust towards the enhancement of the youth development centers through a comprehensive and concerted strategy. The government will persist in the refurbishing of these centers. The locations, Malik, Point Fortin, the one closest to me, Basilon Street. Furthermore, there are ambitions to expand the footprint by constructing new youth development centers, strategically placed in areas such as La Horquetta, Enterprise, Belmont, Sandy Grande. And I will speak to the Honourable Minister to ask for St. James, because we must have one in the capital city. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an investment in the future of Trinidad and Tobago. And just to cap it off, so that the nation will know that the government is putting the resources where its plans are, 20 million was allocated and has been allocated in fiscal 2024 for this project. Honourable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, thank you. I now turn to the most vulnerable. So, Deputy Speaker, it is a fact of life that in every society there are those who are vulnerable. In every country in the world, they are the vulnerable. And a nation's, the yardstick, the barometer of measuring a country's, a government's commitment to its people is how it treats the most vulnerable. In this year's budget, the government remains committed to support the most vulnerable segments of our society. We recognize the importance of being inclusive. We recognize the importance of social justice. We recognize that the budget must allocate resources to address the need of those who require assistance. What is wrong with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? That is sober policy. These measures reflect, the measures that I'm going to go into, reflect the government's unwavering dedication to creating a more equitable and caring society. How could anyone snub that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Is it that you are saying that there are no vulnerable persons in Trinidad and Tobago? There are. And we are not burying our heads in the sand. We are taking them out of that situation by tiding them over. One key initiative in this year's budget is the proposed school supplies book grant for $1,000. When I heard the Honourable Member for Tabaquite, obviously she doesn't go to her constituency office, because all the members on this side will know that come August into September, we have to assist some of our constituents who can't afford to send all their children back to school. That's what we do. on this side. And if we are getting help from the Honorable Minister of Finance, we say thank you and we will utilize it. And we do not want the families to stay in that position. What we want them to do is to send the children to school so that when the children get educated, when they access the government programs, they will be able to lift themselves and to lift their families out of the vulnerable category. That is the philosophy behind this. And this is the key. It may potentially affect 6,500 homes, 6,500 families, 65,000 will benefit from this. I hope that the Honourable Member for Tobago will take the magnanimity of this government, the caring government, and assist her constituents who are vulnerable. It underscores the commitment of this government to partnering with families, providing opportunities for these families' children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not a heuristic creation that is dealt with in some ethereal sphere with metaphysical subtleties, you know. This is real. This is real. This is families who may not be able to afford shoes, books, food. They're balancing. And the help of $1,000 will go a long way. It will fill up a hole. And it's per child. It is per child. It means that we are providing opportunities, just not for families, but we're providing opportunities for the future, for the education of the children in those families. When these children go to school, you know what will happen, Mr. Deputy Speaker? They will be able to build capacity. And when they become contributing members to society, they will contribute to the growth of Trinidad and Tobago. Hence the budgetary theme, building capacity for diversification and growth. This initiative...
Member, please, you have just about 2 minutes in your initial speaking time. You have an additional 10 minutes. Care to avail yourself?
May I please have my additional 10 minutes and the time mortgage?
Proceed, member, that's 10 minutes.
This initiative demonstrates the government understanding of the financial challenges that many families face when preparing their children for school. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is real. It's a real challenge. By offering this grant, the government is not only easing the financial burden on parents and guardians, but ensuring that students have access to the necessary supplies and textbooks in order to go back to school. It reflects a caring and inclusive approach by this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Market Box Initiative, the success of that is multiplied. Because what it does is encourages agriculture. It gives the farmers a ready market to sell their crops. And most importantly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it provides for those who are unable to provide for themselves. The issue of street dwellers in the city, in the capital city, it's a thorny issue. It's not an issue for simple minds because you're balancing constitutional rights with those of the rights of persons to have access to the city freely without being impeded. And the $23.2 million allocated for the assessment center and temporary shelter facility, which will be in Port of Spain at the bottom of Old St. Joseph Road. It has started to be built. Come, journey with me in the city. It has started to be built, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and this will establish transitional living facilities for socially displaced persons. And more importantly, it will just not be headquarters, but there will be a plan for 8 million allocated to other shelters throughout Trinidad and Tobago. This government is working for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the 196 units at Citrus Green. I attended the meeting this week. Yes, citrus growers, where citrus growers used to be, we are building 196 units with local content. And we don't deal with ghost gangs. We deal with people. I was at the meeting, Honourable Member for, well, Aruka Maloney at first, and also Honourable Member Leons. We attended the meeting with the stakeholders. And may I announce now?
Let's see the records. We using titles, proper titles.
Laventel East Movar, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We signed the document. The contract has been signed and sealed. And it will begin in 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the adult literacy program. What I want to say about this program, yes, I have to move on. My time is limited. The adult literacy program, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That program now has been expanded to include persons who may not be fully normally and traditionally educated, CPEP workers, URP workers, and those of the like, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What it brings to the table is an ability and an opportunity for persons who may not in their formative years have achieved a traditional education because they have common sense, and we appreciate that, but it will enable them to have literary skills, and that is something that must be lauded. This is something that must be applauded by this government. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now move, there's one other issue. One of the honourable members said that there's no digitalization and there's nothing for AI. That is not so. There's the establishment of 30 ICT access centers by the end of Q4 in 2023. How is that not AI? Come on. Port of Spain South, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The revitalization project, spearheaded by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, has paramount significance in the rejuvenation of the city of Port of Spain. The development of the community assets along Arapita Avenue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you drive along Arapita Avenue, you will see the new terracotta tiles. I chose the colors. There's terracotta and gray. We are developing our capital city. It marks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this project marks a significant milestone. The Piccadilly Street Urban Regeneration Project represents a commitment to providing housing solutions to low and middle income households. The construction of 61 apartment units at Piccadilly Street in Port of Spain serves as a testament to this. And it will be at a cost of over $53 million. It underscores the investment and the government intention of bringing the capital city into a rejuvenated state. The Port of Spain shopping complex is actively engaged in the transformation of key commercial spaces, Eastside Plaza, New City Mall. Many an entrepreneur wet their tea, they wet their feet in those areas, and they're now contributing to society. They're building capacity and growth in Trinidad and Tobago. We recognize the importance of these spaces, and we will take them and we'll modernize them and we will empower people. Not to mention on the 11th of August, when we celebrated World Pan Day, it recognizes the talents of the steel pan day. It is, listen, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was a moment of just great. It was just great. Yeah, they will claim it as Basgio, but don't worry, Mr. Deputy
Silence,
Speaker,
please.
I say to you this: when the Desperado Pan Theatre was opened, I couldn't tell you the immense feeling of pride and achievement that I had for Port of Spain South. And on the 2nd of August 2023, when we welcomed King of the Asante Hene, Otumo Osei Tutu V, you had to be there. We were transformed into something, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was out of this world. It was as if you wouldn't say that, you were in the heart of the city. It was like you were elsewhere. The spirit of the city is lifted by that project, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is lifted by that. In 2022, 2023, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we concentrated on having a conscious decision to improve the roadworks in Port of Spain. It's 80% completed. From Desperately Crescent, Independence Square, George Street, the Western Main Road, you can drive now and you can see that the roads have been repaired. This is what we are doing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in concluding, I say to the people of Port of Spain South, stay with the PNM government. Partner with us as we continue to build a nation together. Port of Spain South is a labyrinth of tapestry that more than any other constituency represents a microcosm of Trinidad and Tobago. From Beverly Hills in the east to the top and Picton, you overflow with people with vigor and enthusiasm, like Sister Levi. Beverly Hills, we're repairing your roads, Desperately Crescent, one by one. To the heart of the city of Port of Spain, St. Paul Street, Duncan Street, Nelson Street, George Street, East Dry River, Sealots, Pioneer Drive, Production Drive, and Katanga. They don't like it to call them Katanga, they like it to call them Sealots by the lighthouse. There's the epitome of hard work and resilience, and it is embodied in somebody, Thunderbolt Williams, a citizen there, Thunderbolt Williams. We will provide you with opportunities for employment.
You have 2 minutes.
Done in the last 3 to 4 months. We'll continue to provide employment opportunity. That is the middle. St. James, it represents, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the area that demonstrates the diversity of our culture. St. James East, St. James West, from Husay to Mandela Park, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We recognize the contribution of Mr. Rishi Lakan, a recipient of a Shakonia Award from Port of Spain South, a former councillor. Pelham Goddard on Agra Street, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and then Woodbrook. Woodbrook, we are attacking the noise. We have a memorandum of understanding coming with its rich historical sites like Seagate Square, which on the 1st of November 2020 will celebrate 112 years in existence. Work out where Seagate Square is. You have to be in Port of Spain South to know that. And the talented people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Len Bugsy Sharp, Ray Holman, Carl Beaver Henderson. That is what we produce in Port of Spain South, and that is what we want to bring to this nation. So I say to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, here's what I say. This last 3 years have been challenging. Good friends we had, good friends we lost along the way. But in this great future with the PNM government, don't forget, under no circumstances. So I say to all those mothers, we are tackling and we are conquering crime. It's a curse. And with the will of this government, we'll conquer it. So no woman, no cry. What we say to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that in this great future, we'll not forget the past. And I end by saying, everything's going to be all right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Everything's going to be all right. In Trinidad and Tobago, with the PNM government, everything is going to be all right. I thank Port of Spain South, and I thank you.
I recognize the member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to contribute in this debate at this critical time in our country. I want to begin by congratulating, first of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Siparia for her thorough and clinical analysis in her presentation. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition spoke truth to power when she said inter alia that there can be no prosperity without safety and security. I wish to also commend my colleagues who have contributed thus far in this debate for their thoughtful and well-presented arguments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On this side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we all represent the people and we are the voice of the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, listening to the minister's speech comprising some 139 pages, something that the Honorable Prime Minister might consider a voluminous document. Like many of my colleagues, I found myself drifting away at times into Never Never Land, or that magical place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, described during his 4 hours plus presentation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister once said that Trinidad and Tobago, being referenced in certain proceedings, could not be a real place. We share the same view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we consider the instant budget. But before I return to Never Never Land, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me rebut a few statements made by previous speakers, as well as the last speaker. I start with the last speaker, member for Port of Spain South first. And I want to say that you really know when the PNM administration has accomplished absolutely nothing in the last year and has no real drive or purpose for the upcoming year, when they can go back and start referencing success of John Donaldson Institute, and they can start talking about Sandotech, institutions of decades ago. So if you're coming here today to talk about that, to say that that is the mission moving forward for the next year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, please. I heard an acronym for UNC. The acronym for the PNM is please, no more. Please, no more. And if I want to be as graphic as member for Port of Spain South, Mr. Deputy Speaker, please, no more. Please, no more. Mr. Deputy Speaker, really, what I heard from member for Port of Spain South, and he seemed to be going on this, very vociferously and vigorously trying to lecture our young, brilliant member for Tabaquite. Really and truly, is this the same member who in the last budget, his substantive contribution was to come riding down the road in a cocoa Benz and telling people to roast breadfruit in a coal pot? Is that the same member really lecturing the young, brilliant member for Tabaquite, who has her fingers on the pulse in terms of her own constituents and what is taking place in the education sector in this country? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that after taking away laptops, taking away school feeding, refusing to open certain schools, allowed certain schools to run dilapidated, you have issues with the school feeding program in the last couple of years. You come here to talk about Port of Spain South, a $1,000 one-off grant? That is what you come here to boast about? We are not saying no to it, I will not advise my constituents to refuse that. But that is what you come to boast about and want to lecture us on this side about that? You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and this is really for member for Port of Spain South, this is the problem with the PNM education that he received. And the problem with that PNM education, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that this is the problem with member for Port of Spain South and his colleagues. They love to take credit, but they never take responsibility. Every day, every week, and it is not a matter of us saying that you are the fault on the other side, members are the fault on the other side, but members have a duty to perform. They have a duty to ensure that ministries are running effectively. They have a duty to ensure that what the ministries have been established for, that they are functioning properly and the services are trickling down to those who need it the most. You have schools being disrupted. One particular college in my constituency, they have had over 9 bomb scares. I was told yesterday to mention that in the parliament, that they have had over 9 bomb scares in the last week alone, disrupting the school. Something that I will have to raise with the Honorable Minister of Education. Yes, and I was told in our, no disrespect to the chair, of course, and to other colleagues, but I'm sure Minister of Education is aware of it. And this is it. I'm making the point that these disruptions are really matters. When you look at the discipline in schools, all of these are matters that we have to see that whatever initiatives are being promulgated in this fiscal package, that it can actually deal with those types of situations. Otherwise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the school system itself, we are going to see the society falling apart. We have already been dealing with, and I will be treating with it, the issue of crime involving youths. That is something that I'll be going to. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just prior to member for Port of Spain South, we had a member for Davide O'Meara. And if I may just reference something that I heard San Fernando West say this morning, don't mind the irrelevance of member for Davide O'Meara. That is part of the democracy. That is simply part of the democracy. But what I would add to that is that the incompetence of a lot of the members on the other side, that is where we on this side must stand for democracy. Now, I want to go very quickly to Honorable Minister of National Security. And as I seek to do so, one of the previous speakers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the government said that we have to look to the future. But I have seen successive members on that side focus their entire presentation, or almost their entire presentation, on the period 2010 to 2015. This seems to be the common theme running through speakers' presentations on that side. Blame the UNC with reference to those years. They don't seem to think that the last 8 years of indecision and incompetence at the helm of our nation's ministries has anything to do with successive budget deficits we have been enduring. And when I go quickly to the Minister of National Security, my colleague member for Naparima, and also today member for Couva South, spoke to certain aspects of the failings of the budget insofar as national security is concerned. And also, they responded to certain aspects of the Minister of National Security member for Laventille West. I will not be treading on what they have said before. I will be referencing other aspects which they have not mentioned. So I want to say that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard what was offered as an apology by the Minister of National Security in this House yesterday. Maybe I am wrong, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe the minister's apology is part of a master plan. Maybe he thinks that by apologizing on behalf of the criminals will give up crime because they will not want to be associated with the minister. Maybe that is the real plan behind the apology. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know he referenced border security, and one of the things that he said is that how the ministry had now completed a policy for consideration of cabinet. Now, in 2021 budget, the government promised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, upgrade of coastal radar system. In 2022, they promised upgrade to coastal radar system with improved surveillance equipment. In 2023, the government promised electrical upgrade to Coast Guard facilities, upgrade shore power supply system in Tobago. Now, here we are again, with most of these promises, if not all, remaining unfulfilled. Minister of National Security mentioned scanners. He promised to deliver scanners to ports, something we have been hearing for some time. We will recall a former police commissioner curiously and suddenly having to leave office after telling the nation that scanners were not operating at the ports. They were not being used at the ports. Human trafficking initiatives. The minister spoke about partnering with the judiciary and that now someone is actually being prosecuted. Is this the same Minister of National Security who at a commemorative outreach event held by the Ministry of National Security, he's made some empty pronouncements on what different countries understand of the definition of prosecute under the human trafficking legislation? The minister stated that this was the reason why we, Trinidad and Tobago, continued to be on the Tier 2 category of successive U.S. Department of State trafficking in persons reports. Has that definition now been resolved by the minister? Unilaterally resolved? Because that is what he told us before. You see, Mr. Deputy, Madam Speaker, you see that the minister gave no assurance that we would soon be taken off the Tier 2 list. But referencing certain things very quickly in his contribution, we are left to wonder whether we are moving forward in terms of national security. The fact remains, Madam Speaker, we have received a failing grade from the Americans for our obvious lack of progress in bringing bills, appropriate legislation, and the existing legislation has ground to a halt. Let's be real, Madam Speaker. No amount of backtalk will whitewash this government's failure to make a dent in human trafficking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also heard about CCTV cameras. The minister still has not owned up to the country as to just how many functioning CCTV cameras there are. We have the issue of repatriation. Minister of National Security spoke about returning nationals who are presently in conflict zones. The government sounds, very respectfully I say this, but the government sounds like a stock recording when it comes to this issue. The fact is that in 2018, the government established a repatriation and reintegration committee called the Nightingale Committee to develop policy, legislative framework, operational plans for repatriation and reintegration of people returning to Trinidad and Tobago coming from conflict zones. An official of the Ministry of National Security stated on affidavit in 2020 in court proceedings that a policy and draft legislation were at an advanced stage. We also had media reporting in January of 2023 that the government was drafting a returning bill. I myself asked questions of the Honorable Prime Minister earlier this year during a Prime Minister question session. We have on this side, we have encouraged all families who are seeking return of their relatives from conflict zones to provide their information and cooperate with this 3-member repatriation committee. But this, Madam Speaker, has proven to be an exercise in futility, and the government still delays and or refuses and or simply fails in its duties to get on top of this situation. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we have some 70+ children languishing in the conflict zones, running greater risks of becoming hardened by extremist behavior. Now we have yesterday, the minister comes to offer an apology. He seems to have partially shed his previous arrogant tone, but it is too little, too late. I want to say on behalf of Chaguanas West, a constituency which I am not saying it is special and it is in any way being overridden over and above any other constituency, but I can say on their behalf that they have been victim to an uptick in home invasions. You have had murders, you have had other crimes being committed, and I'm saying that on behalf of those constituents, I say that the Minister of National Security's apology is an insincere one, Madam Speaker. I detected no remorse, no regret. What we heard from the Honorable Minister is actually likely to lead to further resentment and anger and worst, distrust by constituents, and I fear other citizens in the society. And I now want to endorse what Member for Couva South said, that the best apology would be his resignation. You see, and I want to put it on the record, you know. I want to put this on the record, Madam Speaker. I want to make it abundantly clear that we on this side, we are willing to work together with the members of the government to combat crime. We have to regroup. We have to refocus, rethink, and re-strategize to deal with the runaway crime scourge. But, Madam Speaker, however, in laying the critical foundation, the critical groundwork for moving forward, we cannot afford to put square pegs in round holes. We cannot have incompetent personnel being a part of now forming this new plan moving forward. And that is why we hold strong to saying that no apology will suffice. Minister of National Security must offer his resignation. I want to say that on that note, we on this side commend the police service and all personnel belonging to police service. I want to say that I have seen myself where members of the police service, they know that they are going out there in the line of duty, in the line of fire, and it is not rubber bullets coming in their direction. And they are holding their ground, they are standing their ground against the criminal elements, and I want to commend them. I want to say that what I have seen for myself, Madam Speaker, is that you have members of the police service that they themselves are networking in a way where you have one policeman or one policewoman with her family actually being the godparents for another police family. And it is like this that they operate. They check in on each other, they text, they have their own network where they communicate to ensure that when off duty or coming off duty, they are actually checking in on the other person to make sure that they are safe. And that is something that we have to foster in the communities. I want to commend the police service, again, members of the police service, members of the armed forces, because when I saw this, it is something that encouraged me. It inspired me to see that level of camaraderie, that level of unity in the police service. I'm not saying that they are 100% perfect, but for what I saw, Madam Speaker, I must say full commendations to members of the police force who are battling the criminal elements. So we say that from this side. I want to say that in terms of the prison service, we heard absolutely nothing from the Minister of National Security when it comes to prison service. We have, and there are reports, numerous newspaper reports coming during the months of July into August, where we had reports of daily drone drop-offs of contraband, of pieces that could be utilized to fabricate weapons. We had a situation where it was said that approximately 7 drones flying into the maximum security prison day and night. A Tobago businessman, Jerry McFarlane, has described the prisons as a mecca of criminal activity. We have been hearing about the jammers again, not functioning. Issues of drone tracking technology and cell jammers is something that we thought we would have heard from the Minister of National Security. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that there was also a report of one Frank Fishy Bartholomew being attacked in his jail cell at maximum security. We did not hear about countermeasures to ensure that these things don't happen. He was someone in maximum security where he was stabbed several times. So these are things that we would have liked to hear from the Minister of National Security as to whether steps have already been taken, and if not, well, what steps are being proposed, and therefore where that funding, how does the budget assist in this regard. We also have, if we move away from that, we also have the Prison Officers Association President, Gerard Gordon. He said prison officers are being neglected. He compared the relationship between prison officers and the state to that of a battered wife, noting that they had nowhere to go for protection and were forced to endure abuse. One newspaper article of 21st September 2023 reported, and I quote, "Officers are baking." Prison Officer Association complained about electrical supply issues in the maximum security prison building. They had no AC. So, Madam Speaker, these are matters which we thought that we would have heard. And it is against this backdrop that I maintain that we do not accept the apology offered by the Minister of National Security. We view it as an insincere one. Too little, too late. You see, Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, should have had comprehensive plans that address the root causes of violent crime. It should provide adequate resources to our law enforcement agencies. That is something that we need to be convinced of, especially when you're battling what is taking place out there. It should engage in community-based initiatives to build trust and cooperation between the police and the public. So instead, what we have Budget 2024 is a virtual wasteland, devoid of ideas, devoid of plans, devoid of any hope that this government intends to restore safety and stability to our nation. I want to put it on the record that the people of Chaguanas West and the entire nation are looking for leadership, action, and hope. They are looking on the government to provide these factors or these qualities. Any government, Madam Speaker, that can willfully ignore or negligently ignore the cries of the vulnerable has forfeited any right to be called a responsible government. The fact that Budget 2024 fails to make the safety and security of our citizens the cornerstone of its agenda is itself a moral failing so big it should be considered itself as a national crime. So, Madam Speaker, I make those references to deal with the former speakers who I felt, I should respond to. And I would like to, as I indicated earlier, Madam Speaker, quickly return to Never Never Land as described by the Minister of Finance. And according to him, this is a place where the economy's growth rate is now 2.7%, per capita GDP has gone up, where unemployment is 3.7%, and the labor force participation has increased, where inflation is declining, where the non-energy sector's contribution to the national economy has increased, where astonishingly crime rates, or at least reports of crime, have declined from last year with the exception of murder, and where we are moving toward a cashless society and the widespread use of electronic payments and new technologies. This Never Never Land, Madam Speaker, which was described again by Minister of Finance, is where the government had implemented the IMF's data access framework and a new statistical institute was coming. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we say that place could not be Trinidad and Tobago. None of what the Honorable Minister said is evident to even a prima facie inspection. Neither is it evident upon deeper inspection, assuming you could inspect more deeply using government-provided data. But as the Minister himself admits, such a society is just a figment of his fevered mind, because as he talks about a connected, cashless society, in the next breath, he tells us 72% of businesses do not have a bank account. 88% of businesses do not accept digital payments. And half of the population do not have the ability to use the technology these platforms use. Madam Speaker, is this an example of what George Orwell called doublethink in his book called 1984? Madam Speaker, that is the ability to hold two contradictory positions in your mind simultaneously. You see, in 1984, Orwell writes that people are conditioned to believe that war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. This budget wants us to think that burdensome debt is prosperity, that payment of outstanding wages is a gift and not an obligation on the government, and that handing out food boxes is food security. If members of the government have never read Orwell's 1984, I recommend that they do so, Madam Speaker. But first, I would recommend that they read another paper which was released in 1983, titled The Imperatives of Adjustment, by which the then PNM Cabinet appointed task force formulated a multi-sectoral development plan for Trinidad and Tobago. The heart of that plan, Madam Speaker, included elements of economic diversification, which the PNM is still talking about today, some 40 years later. The PNM administration, by ignoring the imperatives of adjustment, kicked the can further down the road, leaving it up to other political entities to fix the problem. No doubt, Madam Speaker, it will be left up to the UNC to substantively implement diversification measures and strategies. But let me follow the Minister and continue on the theme of magical places, Madam Speaker. Allow me to take this House to a land far away in a time long ago. Let us visit a place the Greek philosopher Plato called the Republic. Of course, this is a book, and a long one, which I wonder if my colleagues on the other side have read. But to return to the present, Madam Speaker, Plato proposed a continuum of 4 types of government in the life of a state. 1, aristocracy. 2, oligarchy. 3, democracy. And 4, tyranny. In that order, Madam Speaker. His statement on oligarchy, a form of government designed to allow a few rich people to become yet richer, is of interest to us here. I believe this might be of particular interest to the Honorable Prime Minister. He is on record as saying that the rich becoming richer is a pursuit of his government. And as the many recusals of members of his cabinet and the many contracts awarded attest, his government is also eager to bring the politically ambitious into the ranks of the rich. But what about the rest of us, Madam Speaker? And this is what Plato says in Book 8 of the Republic. States grow out of human characters, and as the dispositions of human minds, the states will be. Oligarchy comprises a government resting on a valuation of property in which the rich have power and the poor man is deprived of it. It is a state where the accumulation of gold in the treasuries of private individuals is paramount. I know Member for St. Joseph appreciates this type of, contribution. It may not, and he's reading Daily Creativity. There are other parts of the Republic which go on to, people's foot being cut off and things like that. But for now, I will leave that part. I'm dealing with the aristocracy, the oligarchy, and the continuum. Madam Speaker, those individuals in control of the state, according to Plato, invent illegal modes of expenditure. And I say note the phrase illegal modes of expenditure, Madam Speaker. Plato said it first. In such an oligarchic state, as the rich grow richer and richer, the more they think of making a fortune, and the less they think of virtue. For when riches and virtue are placed together in the scales of the balance, the one always rises and the other falls. In other words, Madam Speaker, you can have a society where the rich get richer, or you can have a moral society, but you cannot have both. And such a state of the rich getting richer then becomes not one, but 2 states, the one of the poor, the other of the rich men. And they are living on the same spot and always conspiring against one another. Madam Speaker, oligarchies have both extremes of great wealth and utter poverty. But there is more to it than mere poverty and wealth. Plato continues, whenever you see paupers in a state, somewhere in that neighborhood there are hidden away thieves and cut purses and robbers of temples and all sorts of malefactors. Madam Speaker, let me repeat, this was about 2,500 years ago, yet he has described our present predicament perfectly. I put it to this House, Madam Speaker. This is the Trinidad and Tobago PNM economic policies have created. A state where, let me quote Plato one final time, in such a state, nearly everybody who is not a ruler is a pauper. Such are the dangers of oligarchy, Madam Speaker. But we in Trinidad and Tobago know that. We live it every day. And the question is, can such a state be fixed? Of course it can, but not by the make the rich richer policies, which this budget continues to promote. My colleagues have dealt with the policies and will do so after me. Today I want to make a contribution to this debate here, one concerned with the human factor of the economy. Last year, Madam Speaker, in responding to a budget which sounded much like this one, except at tad bit shorter. I spoke at length about the components of effective reform. I spoke of the creation of social capital, of the use of state resources to build trust and amity among our citizens, of lessening economic inequality, and the strategy of using small, potent interventions to create big change. Of course, this bounced off the PNM government money machine, which has just kept rolling on. So this year, Madam Speaker, rather than reiterating theoretical and macroeconomic interventions, my friends across the aisle will probably not want to hear or hardly understand, much less implement. Let us go the other way, Madam Speaker. From the government's budget statement, with delusionary plans for tourism and cultural industries, agriculture, the electronic transformation of society, and improving the ease of doing business, I want to focus on a single issue at this time, which affects all other issues. And this issue is the economic effects and social costs of crime. You see, the minister repeated the same platitudes we hear every year about national security. In particular, we hear over and over how much money the government is spending on fighting crime. What we don't hear from the member for Diego Martin Northeast and the Minister of National Security is the voluminous number 600. The 600 plus persons who were murdered in what was the bloodiest year in our nation's history. Madam Speaker, what we do not hear is what crime is costing us in economic terms, in dollar amounts, and the dollar value in itself is useless unless it is connected to a human value. And this is my intention here this evening, to bring more of the human cost of crime alongside the economic. Currently, Madam Speaker, there are 455 murders, I believe, reported for the first 9 months of 2023. This is an increase from about 436 murders for the same period last year. This means 2023 is on track to be an even bloodier year than our worst year on record. And Madam Speaker, why is that important to this debate? It goes without saying that crime is the single largest impediment to the economic and social progress of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition said it first when she said that there can be no prosperity without safety and security. Whether it be home invasions, brazen daylight robberies, attacks on women and children, or gang killings, violent crime has metastasized under this government to become a malignant tumor, threatening every part of our society. And returning to the human cost of crime, Madam Speaker, calculating the economic impacts of crime has been of special importance to economists all over the world, maybe not in Trinidad, but all over the world, especially within the last 20 years. And of interest to us here, the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, produced a report in 2017 titled The Cost of Crime and Violence in Latin America and the Caribbean. The British Home Office, 1 year later in 2018, produced a report titled The Economic and Social Costs of Crime for the UK. And several organizations like the Institute for Economics and Peace and the US government have produced similar reports. The RAND Corporation has a cost of crime calculator. While the circumstances in different jurisdictions may vary, these reports have several things in common, as I will get to in a moment. But before I get into the generalities, first of all, Madam Speaker, what is the actual cost of crime in Trinidad? The British Home Office report tells us the cost of crime includes costs incurred in anticipation of crime, as a consequence of crime, and in response to crime. This means money spent by government and businesses, the loss of earnings by victims or the incarcerated, and the medical, psychological consequences on the victims and how they manifest socially. These costs in Trinidad and Tobago, according to the IDB, Madam Speaker, the IDB report, come to 3.52% of the GDP. With a GDP of approximately US $29 billion or 200 billion TT, This means crime costs us about $7 billion per year. Madam Speaker, last year's allocation to national security was approximately $5.78 billion. This means that for every dollar we spend in security, it still costs us more in crime losses. And I ask the question, how do you like that in terms of the minister's economics? Clearly, our money is being spent in a fashion that feeds rather than solves the problem. You see, Madam Speaker, per capita crime costs each citizen of Trinidad and Tobago approximately US $1,189, which is about TT $8,000. The cost of homicides is 0.25% of GDP. These are, of course, 2014 figures going back to the IDB report. I do not imagine they have declined in the interim given the dramatic increase in crime under this administration since 2015. But, Madam Speaker, these figures do not show the full extent of the costs to society. They hide another massive price that we pay every day without even recognizing it. The trauma of victims and the behavioral changes in their everyday lives and business, family, and social context. Let me repeat a casual, almost throwaway line the minister included in his presentation. In addressing social development, the minister said, "We seek to ensure the population can reach the highest attainable standards of physical and mental health, quality of life, and productivity at every stage, every age." The good minister and everyone in his government, Madam Speaker, has no idea what this means, or perhaps not. I recall this government saying in desperation that crime was a public health issue. Some time ago, all of a sudden you heard towards the tail end of the pandemic, and then more recently, which led to a symposium. So it is. But what they did not say was that the PNM government is the source of the public health malaise. The late Professor Selwyn Ryan's report, No Time to Quit, published on the Parliament's website, revealed as much. Professor Ryan revealed what all knew at the time was happening. Government policy was directly fueling increasing crime, and he made mention of the URP program, which I will not get into, Madam Speaker, but what it says was that you had where crime was being fueled. The source of our criminal malaise, Madam Speaker, is where we have the administration of the day funding activities which go to some of these increased criminal activities. And we are seeing it again. I have just outlined, Madam Speaker, the financial costs, but not the complete costs. Certainly crime has health consequences, but the physical injuries are probably the easiest to treat. You see, Madam Speaker, it is the mental harms done by crime that are by far the most serious, which result in a slow degeneration of our collective lives and the economy. Madam Speaker, mental health, and I do believe either yesterday or today is Mental Health Day. Mental health is one of those categories of everyday life which has become prominent in the last few years. It's become almost fashionable to talk about wellness. I heard Minister of Health talking about wellness yesterday, albeit in a different context, and we support those kinds of initiatives. And we have a number of small cottage industries have arisen to provide these services, from yoga to massage and even motivational speakers. But this interpretation, Madam Speaker, makes light of the very real mental health problems faced by an increasing number of our population, the victims and survivors of crime. These social costs of crime, Madam Speaker, are not broached in the IDB report, but have been outlined in other studies on the issue. And according again to the British Home Office report in 2018, Madam Speaker, violent crimes make up the largest proportion of the total cost of individual crime, almost 3/4, but only 1/3 of the number of crimes. This is mainly due to the higher physical and emotional cost to the victims of violent offenses. These costs are particularly high for crimes that are more likely to result in emotional injury, such as rape and violence with injury. The offense with the highest estimated unit cost is homicide. Rape has the highest estimated unit cost of non-fatal offenses. So, Madam Speaker, according to the UK estimate, each murder has an economic cost in excess of £3.2 million, of which the emotional component is £2.08 million. Each rape has a cost of £40,000. And this is the point I want to make, Madam Speaker. An interesting difference between the UK and Trinidad and Tobago is that since 2004, the number of violent crimes in the UK lowered, whereas ours rose here at home. It started to rise, Madam Speaker. So this is where we reach an important point of our economic malaise. The very nature of this society, which initiatives or lack thereof in these budgets, successive budgets of this PNM administration has created, is one where noise, violence, and I dare say, in local parlance, stink and dirty have replaced the watchwords of discipline, tolerance, and production. Madam Speaker, it creates a situation where crimes are no longer crimes of prosperity, or what some people call the Robin Hood type equalization. What we see are crimes of revenge and rage, and these actions have heavy consequences and economic costs. Madam Speaker, I make a final reference to the British Home Office report, which gives a general outline what these costs entail, which is physical and emotional harm to the victim, lost output, health services. These include, you have the reduction in the quality of life of the victim from the physical and emotional harm suffered as a result of the crime. You have lost output estimates, the lost productivity from time off work, and reduced productivity whilst at work for victims of crime. The health costs include ambulance costs, medical procedure costs, counseling costs associated with emotional harms. And this, Madam Speaker, is now becoming the norm in our society. So we have the human factor, Madam Speaker, and we have what is the social cost of crime. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the Criminal Injuries Benefit Scheme. Madam Speaker, the amount of monies which persons affected by crime are able to access under our laws, the Criminal Injuries Compensation Act, suffered at the hands of criminals is a maximum of $25,000, regardless of the egregious nature of and the heinousness of the type of crime. So this only needs to be stated to make the case that these monies can hardly compensate victims of crime. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, the time has come for a reconsideration of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Act to review the awards upwards, which the Compensation Board can actually determine in favor of victims of crime. Madam Speaker, I do believe that under the Act, you can have where the Cabinet can actually increase that $25,000 in certain instances they deem fit to $50,000. But under the Act itself, the normal position is that you would have $25,000 being the maximum award. I unwillingly point, Madam Speaker, members of this House to confront the growing number of home invasions which involve the assault of the female members of the family, the crimes against children, the particularly horrific ones, and the ones of statutory rape which have become normalized in the horror story a lot of people live in. From the studies, Madam Speaker, I have cited, these crimes have an enormous financial cost, but an uncalculated cost, an emotional state which slowly strangles any type of progress, be it social or economic. The victims are trapped in their own private hells, endlessly reliving the brutality. The rest of us become inured, Madam Speaker, and lose even the capacity for outrage, something that my colleague, member for Appropriation East, had mentioned. Where is the outrage? Madam Speaker, children who have seen their parents brutalized and who have lost their parents now have trauma from which they will never recover, which they will carry all their lives, and which, like a contagious disease, whose symptoms they will spread. Need I remind everyone, Madam Speaker, that most victims in Trinidad and Tobago have little or no access to any form of intervention or care. So these poor, broken victims, these women, mainly who are our wives, daughters, sisters, mothers, have to face the rest of their lives carrying this trauma. Their families have their own trauma of helplessness and rage, watching their loved ones suffer and being unable to help. Permit me, Madam Speaker, to make a rough estimate of how many people we are dealing with here. These are my own estimates, of course, for each, but I heard the Minister of Health did give an analogy as well in the health sector in another context. You have, Madam Speaker, a shock radius of 5 to 10 people, and comprising children, spouses, siblings, and parents. You also have a secondary radius of friends, relatives, and business associates, which could number about 20 people or more. So for the 500 average, I use that as average murders per year, you have 10,000 people affected, Madam Speaker. This has been going on for 20 years, since 2003. This is 200,000 people. Madam Speaker, if we do the same for rape, violent assault, and other crimes of violence, imagine the number of people, hundreds of thousands, walking among us every day with these open wounds. These poor souls, Madam Speaker, are in constant pain. They are less productive, less trusting of others. They are more prone to violence themselves in myriad ways, directed towards those subordinate to them or even in contact with them. Naturally, Madam Speaker, this malaise, when it spreads through the society, leads to a decline in productivity, a decline in the service industry, a weakening of the intangible bonds which hold our society and economy together. The poet, Madam Speaker, W.B. Yeats, describes it perfectly. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. In such a state, Madam Speaker, the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity.
Honourable Member, your ordinary time is now expired. You are entitled to 10 more minutes to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is this is the life that we have and most people live every day. Madam Speaker, if I achieve nothing else today, I hope that I can force the Minister of National Security, I can force the Minister of Finance and his government to stare directly into the face of the misery they have wrought and feel a little bit ashamed. But the question that confronts us then, Madam Speaker, is simple. What to do? Madam Speaker, this is a question which has bedeviled the best and the brightest of humanity for millennia. Plato himself, which I quoted very early in my contribution, changed his mind more than once. First, he contemplated a class of persons to be trained as guardians. But then in his old age, Madam Speaker, as he became more jaded about human beings, he turned to religion. But that is not the answer, Madam Speaker. We have plenty of religion in Trinidad and Tobago, and it has done us no good so far. The situation has become so dire that even our esteemed police commissioner has been compelled to ask citizens to pray. Ironically, there has been a recent spate of incidents where temples, churches, and other places of worship have been vandalized and desecrated. So Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, might be asking us to live on a prayer, but even the act of congregating to pray in Trinidad and Tobago is dangerous. Madam Speaker, recently in Chiguana's West Constituency, we have had a series of robberies even in the schools. We have had Monroe Road Hindu School, Monroe Road ECCE Center, Monroe Road Government ECCE Center. And in all schools when they were broken in, you had valuable items being taken away. And outside Monroe Road Hindu School, you actually had a person who was gunned down. So, Madam Speaker, the point I am making is that if we do not deal with this situation now, Madam Speaker, it will be too late. We will not be able to turn back the clock, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, We have in this country where you have had a lot of talk coming from members of government. First, we heard that it is an all-of-society approach. We agree. We heard that if you see something, say something. We agree. The population agrees. When we had the record-breaking number of murders last year, what did we have? We had the Honorable Prime Minister saying we will have to have some discussion. That was in December. Talks had to be held. And then now we have an invitation to meet and treat as the case may be. Madam Speaker, we need to get serious about this situation of crime. Everything that we have heard in this budget debate so far and we are yet to hear will be of no purpose, of no use. It will be of no developmental value to this country if we do not arrest the crime situation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, hence the reason why I went the other route, rather than the normal route in my contribution today. We must ask ourselves, where is the government's commitment in this budget to safeguarding our citizens and protecting our cultural and religious institutions? Our people deserve to live in an environment where they can go about their daily lives without fear of violence or intimidation, and our religious spaces must be respected and guarded. Madam Speaker, I ask this question: how can a national budget, which should serve as a national blueprint, completely ignore the reality of what everyone in our nation is facing today? Madam Speaker, as I conclude, the simple answer is that we do what we can. And to paraphrase Samuel Beckett, you must go on. I can't go on. I will go on. Madam Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, to merely get up and go out into the world every day is achieving the impossible for many people. I am pointing out that these cynical statements made by the Minister of Finance in what has been presented as a fiscal package for 2024, made by the Minister of Finance, are merely lubricants greasing the slide to perdition. I wait with hope, Madam Speaker, for the next election when the population will have their one chance in 5 years to change their own destinies. Madam Speaker, may I ask how many minutes again?
Your time ends at 8:34.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I want to just ask a couple questions in crunching the numbers. I will want to say that, Madam Speaker, when I have looked at all these glossy booklets that we have received, Madam Speaker, what I saw, and I will ask just very few questions. Madam Speaker, I saw adjusted general government debt will increase by 6.4% by the end of fiscal 2023. That is 137,209.6 million from 128,986.7 million. The population, Madam Speaker, and this is specific reference to the review of the economy booklet, page 18. I am saying, Madam Speaker, what it suggests, the population is therefore saddled with increasing debt, and what would happen at the end of fiscal 2024 with more borrowings. Is it getting any better? In the 2024 revenue projection estimated at 54,012 million, the following amounts are included. And this is what is critical as I end, Madam Speaker. 2 billion repayment loan by UDCUT, I refer to page 36. 1,750 million sale of government assets, page 31. This is the revenue projection booklet. Profit from public financial institution increased from 594 million to 1,394 million. And I say, Madam Speaker, that the Minister needs to explain what government asset is to be sold apart from CLICO. Where is the 2 billion coming from UDCUT? That is page 36 of the draft estimates of revenue document. If these revenues expectations, Madam Speaker, are tinkered with or manipulated, the population will suffer even more, just using those items or figures. Madam Speaker, I end by, of course, saying to all of my colleagues that the population is becoming desensitized, but that desensitized state that they are in will soon reveal itself into a bold anger, and it is all going to turn on each and every one of us, and that is where the society will break down, Madam Speaker. I cannot say it better than that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Member for point 410.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was of the belief that I was the only pilot in the House. But today, the member for Chaguanas West took us to Neverland and to ancient Greece, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while we were in ancient Greece, we heard a lot about Plato and a lot about his teachings on oligarchy and all that the member would have said. But I want to correct him on one point that he would have made, where he erroneously quoted our Honorable Prime Minister. And he said that the Honorable Prime Minister, that the People's National Movement is interested in only in getting the rich richer. The PM's actual statement was that while there is nothing wrong with the rich getting richer, the poor must come out of poverty, and one does not have to go down for the other to come up. And Madam Speaker, he also went on to say that there is a target of ensuring that no one is left behind and that everyone has an opportunity to move up. So when we get in it, we must get it right, Madam Speaker. Also, the Honourable Member went on to heap and throw water on the boxes, on the food boxes that will be provided to the constituents of this entire country, Madam Speaker. And I would remind the UNC that despite their claims as a rural and agricultural party, it was the PNM who introduced agricultural programs for the youth, ensuring future sustainability of this sector. The UNC has failed the farmers, Madam Speaker, who supported them in the past, while the PNM has continued to make a positive contribution to the farmers, especially their income, by the introduction of these vegetable boxes. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for the opportunity to speak on this Fiscal Appropriation Bill 2023-2024. And firstly, it must be said that the Minister of Finance was in extraordinary form, Madam Speaker. For 4 hours plus, he gives us great substance. And we say that class is permanent, and he is indeed a man of class. As he delivered this budget, Madam Speaker, to the team, building capacity for diversity and growth. And as I dive into the presentation, I would indicate a few of the many areas that shows growth and diversity. Madam Speaker, before I delve into the presentation, I must reiterate that out of the $59.2 billion budget, the focus of this government, based on the allocations, is education and training, $8.022 billion, health, $7.409 billion, national security at $6.912 billion. And this can only mean that the government is invested and investing in the safety, security of all its citizens, education and training for the youth, as well as those who are seeking training opportunities. And Madam Speaker, the health and well-being of all its citizens. That, Madam Speaker, does not mean that the government is not invested in agriculture, local government, housing, public utilities. What that says is that as a nation, we are building capacity for development and for diversification, which is the mantra of this government. Madam Speaker, we have been treated to a plethora of PNM ministers and MPs who have given this country a good account of themselves and their stewardship over the last year in government. And we also heard of the implementation of policy and upcoming projects. Madam Speaker, I sat and I listened to both the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries and the Minister of National Security, and was very encouraged, as I believe that we would bear fruit with the policies that have been outlined by both ministers. From the gun retrieval program to increasing the police recruitment exercise from 300 a year to 1,000 per year. Madam Speaker, the government is doing what it has to do to rid this nation of crime and criminality. However, the support of every man, woman, and child is necessary on this journey if we are to make a significant dent in crime and criminality. Only recently, Madam Speaker, in Point 14, we saw the injury of one man and the death of two others. One who is said to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Madam Speaker, I dare say, after the Minister of National Security, is that if they would have been alive if someone had said to the police that there was a presence of an illegal weapon. And Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that we have a long way to go, but the minister cannot do it alone. Crime is everybody's business. And the member for Shogunas West also said that they are willing to work with the government. And I say, let's put that talk into action and let's get to work for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the record of the Minister of Energy speaks for itself. He has been getting results for this country time and time again. Imagine after a senior union official said to the people, take your platform and go, causing hundreds of jobs to be lost in the Southwestern Peninsula. Our Minister of Energy had to go to negotiate with the same people in various boardrooms of multinational companies. And Madam Speaker, he was still getting the job done. And I am saying, Madam Speaker, this afternoon, that he has done this country proud. Madam Speaker, the property tax, no one wants to hear about taxes or wants any increase in taxes. But as a former practitioner of local government and for the implementation of local government reform, we need the property taxes. And these taxes, as outlined in the budget, for annual rental value of $24,000, the taxes generated on that property would be just $54 per month. So we have our members opposite, fear-mongering and riling up our country as to no property tax, when this is actually going to benefit each and every citizen in this country. Madam Speaker, for Point 14, we'll have a lot of properties above and below that benchmark figure. And when that money is given to the 14 municipal bodies, it will then be used to enhance goods and services offered by that corporation. And Madam Speaker, and even as a member of Parliament, I get complaints about many local government issues. And we can all acknowledge that the system does not work. Some of the many complaints include roads, drainage, whether it be built or drainage to be clean, recreation grounds, play parks, or the lack of it. And the message is clear, Madam Speaker, that whether you live within the borough of Point 14, Warden Road, Captiville, Egypt, or the right-hand side, which is now the borough of Superior, goods, service, and reliability would be afforded to all, as the required resources would be available once we collect those property taxes. No longer, Madam Speaker, would you be given a run around after you're submitting a building plan because it's too much work for one building inspector? The resources will be there to hire the required staff. Madam Speaker, the member for Naparima raised a point about the average response time for fire tenders. And in response to that, when the local government reform is fully implemented and the trend of progressive development continues, not only will the time of response get better, but we will be able to expand and have fire substations in more rural areas to assist those main stations. And as a constituency in Point Fortin is poised during this fiscal year to receive a state-of-the-art fire station. And as Member of Parliament, I'm already in discussions to have a substation placed in Bona Cedros, some 33 kilometers away from the main station. So you see, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Naparima does not understand that vision precedes strategy. And hence, he could not see what was clearly defined in the budgetary allocations. Via the Ministry of Health, the new Point Fortin Hospital continues to provide necessary service to the people of the Southwestern Peninsula. Some leaving as far as Port of Spain to Point come seeking health care. Additionally, we are also seeing the improvements of infrastructure where the insect vector control unit is housed, which would mean physically we are in good stead. And we are seeing that the Southwest Regional Health Authority rolling out many programs in terms of health and wellness for the entire family, which would help us live a stress-free and healthy lifestyle. Agriculture, Madam Speaker, has been given an allocation of 1.442 billion. And for the constituency of Point Fortin, we have a few agro-communities, namely in Erin, Buenos Aires, Chatham, Cedros. With this, Madam Speaker, we can look forward to the upgrade for agricultural access roads, upgrades of some of our fishing depots, so the constituents of Point Fortin can look out for a considerable improvement in our agricultural infrastructure. Public utilities, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities had a tour with my office staff and I sometime in 2022. And coming out of this tour, we were able to map out the water challenges and come up with strategies to treat with these challenges. Since that visit, Madam Speaker, we can say that over 6 kilometers of pipeline is being laid in the Captiville area, which would benefit over 8,000 people within the network. And Madam Speaker, added to that, we had improvement in the La Fortune water treatment plant, which was recommissioned. New wells will come on stream very shortly and alleviate some of the water issues that we have been having. If you look at the daily news, Madam Speaker, a couple of days ago, you would see some protests in the Cedros area, Granville to be exact, the junction. And that protest is being led by the councillor and a few of his cohorts, because he has a protesting team. And he gathers the protesting team every time he feels as though there's some political benefit to it. So imagine they are burning tires and rubble in the road, but there's no water to out the same fire that they are burning. Madam Speaker, what is even worse is that coming out of the visit with the Minister of Public Utilities, we actually set up a WhatsApp group, and the councillor is on the WhatsApp group, and he gets daily updates from the officials at WASA as to what is taking place with regards to the water situation. Yes, there are challenges in that area, but the challenges are being managed. And with the management of that, Madam Speaker, we have water trucks that are trying to meet the demand of those areas that are not receiving the adequate supply of water. And his problem, and the problem of those residents, is that they want a 24-hour supply of water, which they had, and they don't want WASA to meter the water into other areas that is being affected. And that, Madam Speaker, is very, very, very unfortunate. And that's just the UNC and how they deal with issues and how they treat with things in this country. Nothing is fair, Madam Speaker. But I want to read out a list of things that the Minister and the Ministry of Public Utilities is executing at present in point 14. This is a slight brief. So far, we have over 6 kilometers of 8-inch PVC main along the Guapo-Captiville Main Road. That's from KFC all the way to Captiville Junction. At present, the second phase is broken up into 4 packages, package 1, 2, 3, and 4. And those packages would take 90 days to complete, Madam Speaker. And right now, we are ahead of time. We have no issues reported, and we are getting road restoration done immediately after we speak, and we have no complaints whatsoever on those packages. No inconvenience, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the impact of that is that it will benefit over 10,000 people within the direct area, and indirectly, more than 15,000 people would be affected positively. We'll have a reduction in the loss of the distribution network as leaks and disruptions will be minimized. We will be upgrading the age pipeline infrastructure within the Captiville community, the improved reliability of the portable water supply to customers, of course, leading to better road conditions. Customers will receive an improved water supply as long as the service connections will be removed and the mains installed to facilitate connections. The pressure management within the Captiville area will be better monitored by the use of PRVs, which is pressure relief valves. This will further prevent disruptions in the pipeline network, and customers within the lower areas are receiving a 24-hour supply of water, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is no small feat. This is no small feat. So while some want to burn tires and create mayhem, we are working the plan in point 14. And I dare say today, for all those in point 14 who are listening, in a couple months, once you turn on that pipe, you're getting water. Madam Speaker, to add to that, there's a couple wells that are going to come on stream. Rehabilitation of well number 7 in Chatham, rehabilitation of well number 14 in Chatham, the drilling of new wells, Granville well number 18, Granville well number 19, the refurbishment of the Chatham water treatment plant, the drilling and development of Chatham well number 15, the development of 10 new wells within that catchment area, Madam Speaker. Plus, Madam Speaker, some modular plans that will go on to ensure that that entire area is serviced well. And I dare say that, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Public Utilities is a man of action, and that is PNM in action, Madam Speaker. We don't protest, we act. Madam Speaker, further to that, some of the affected areas that I would have called out already, Cedros, the Southern Gardens, Warden Road, East Street, and New Village, all these areas are sure on the commencement of this project that their water supply is going to be affected in a positive manner. In Tisha Village, Madam Speaker, when we did the site visit in 2022, there was a wastewater treatment plant. It was covered in bush. And the minister said that is unacceptable. And I could report today to the House, Madam Speaker, that that wastewater treatment plant is up and running and servicing the people at Tisha as we speak, Madam Speaker. The work does not stop here, Madam Speaker. We We are going to continue changing out the worn water lines and improve the water content and quality with the aim that all the troubled areas could have 24-hour access. That is our aim, that everybody could have water 7 days a week, Madam Speaker. But we're going to improve it slowly but surely. This coupled with the Utilities Assistance Program, one of which some constituents can receive a free water tank from the government, would go hand in hand in totally alleviating the water situation, Madam Speaker. Additionally, under the same ministry, we intend to use provisions provided for in the budget to electrify those constituents who are not close to the electric grid utilizing solar power, assisting these constituents with basic human needs and allowing them and their children an opportunity to take advantage of what a PNM government has put in place for them. Madam Speaker, I turn to sport and community development within the constituency of Point Fortin. And we all know that some of the biggest and brightest stars hail from Point Fortin when we talk about sports, Madam Speaker. We have the Jerome Richards, we have Marshall Sidano. Basketball, we have Victor Voot Ogaro, Alvin Daniel, Warren Archibald, Steve David, Leroy Dillon, Doyle Griffith, Tony Douglas, Wilfred Bongtoscore Cave. Madam Speaker, the list could go on and on and on and on. And all of them was cultured generally in Mahaika Oval. And what did the PNM government do, Madam Speaker? The PNM government delivered Mahaika Oval to the people of Point Fortin on October 8, 2022. PNM in action, Madam Speaker. And today, Madam Speaker, we can be the beneficiary of numerous professional league games playing at the establishment. Now we are in talks to upgrade our professional team, have a women's team, and have various youth teams that will be the feeder to the professional team, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a strong footballing community in Point Fortin means a stable and robust national team. Because we all know that once we have 4 or 5 or 6 footballers from Point Fortin on the national team, it means that the national team is going places and is going to win. We're leading both regionally and internationally. And we can look forward, Madam Speaker, in this upcoming fiscal year to the development of Coronation Park. As we turn that area in Point Fortin into a regional complex where athletics, football, tennis, swimming will take major focus, and the ability to hold national and international games right in the sporting and cultural capital of the world, Point Fortin, is something that we look forward to, Madam Speaker, and I say thanks before to the Minister of Sport and Community Development for continued work and presence in the constituency of Point Fortin. Madam Speaker, presently after 40 years wait, the people of Buenos Aires are going to finally receive their long-awaited community center. Thank you again, Minister. It's PNM in action. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Education, the constituency of Point Fortin was a beneficiary of 4 schools, with the Minister of Education now turning emphasis on the Point Fortin East, Guapo, Government, the CJUS Composite, and consideration for a new school within the constituency as we have been growing at a rapid rate. Education has always been the bedrock and foundation upon which our twin island republic was built. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that both our ministers of education are doing great service to the people of this country. Further to that, Madam Speaker, we have seen the establishment of a Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. This ministry came in, Madam Speaker, and placed youth programs that was on life support in full focus. Now we have a plethora of courses available to young people. They can choose HYPE, MOS, NASC, and all other training programs. And many of those programs come with a stipend, and there are many new programs where young people can participate in. execute a productive career once completed. Everything is happening right here in this country, right now, under the leadership of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, for our Honorable Prime Minister. Not to leave out the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, we are going to be the beneficiary of this program where our food stock would be increased internally as our young farmers would have the tools necessary to take on not the country, but to take on the entire world. Permit me, Madam Speaker, to list a few projects that have been executed alongside my office and in conjunction with the several constituency groups and ministries. In Point 14, we hosted the first annual Kennedy Richards basketball and netball competition. And one might think that this is just a competition where people come together and throw a ball to each other and score and stuff like that. But it's more than that, Madam Speaker. This assists in terms of our community development. This assists us in turning the minds of young people to something productive, Madam Speaker. This was indeed a success. We look forward to the second phase of that at the ending of this year, the fourth quarter of this year. We have several community outreach programs where we bring services from various ministries, from the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Community Development, and all the other ministries, Ministry of Social Development, very, very close to the doorstep of the constituency. You could walk out your house and you could apply for a grant. You could walk out your house and sign up for a youth program. We have done many hamper distributions, drives, the Adopt a Child initiative, something that I'm extremely proud about, Madam Speaker. This Adopt a Child initiative, we literally full book list for a child, whether primary school, whether secondary school, your book list, and with the government's trust to assist with $1,000 per child once they pass the means test, we can now expand our Adopt a Child initiative because some of the other children fall under the ambit of the government. And I say thanks to our Minister of Finance for seeking it necessary to ensure that our young people are well taken care of. Madam Speaker, I was also involved with a group of ladies, very, very creative. And the program was the Hunter's Nest, Adam, You Are Man. And that program, Madam Speaker, really dealt with young men, Madam Speaker, and how they carry about themselves. That program is for young men and how they should behave in society, for young men to express their feelings in words, for young men to be able to know how to treat a lady, Madam Speaker. And those elder ladies in our society, Madam Speaker, I was glad to be a speaker at that program, and I look forward to that subsequent programs where we can actually teach young men how to behave, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another project I am indeed proud about is the Housing Village Improvement Program. We have been touching the lives of the most vulnerable in Point 14, and I say thanks to both ministers of housing for ensuring that we get houses under the HVIP program that would assist our constituents in their living conditions, Madam Speaker. And that is no small feat. Some other projects. Some other projects. Some of the completed projects, as I said before, was the Mahaika Sporting Complex. We have paving done at Warden Road, paving at the Box Street, East Street, 8th Street, G Street paving, the Chatham landslip. We have about 19 landslips in that area going down there. We were able to do about 4. The North Trace Bridge and paving, the Fanny Village School, Cedros Anglican Primary School, Chatham Primary School, Southern Central Anglican Primary School, which is in Coromandel, the Bailey Bridge at Chinyankee Street, Chatham landslip is another one. That project is still ongoing. The Bernice Aries Community Center, the fire station, the Guapo River drainage, Granville Pump Station renovation, the parafocal building, WASA pipeline projects, and the many other projects that WASA is having. And we have some other pending projects that we should have coming on stream pretty soon. Civic Center, the Point Fortin Academy, Coronation Park, Egypt and Warden Road Community Centers, the upgrade to the fishing facilities that I spoke about. And one I'm indeed proud about, and I'm hoping that we get that going pretty soon, is the administrative building, where we put all government services in one building. So you could get in. You go into one door, Madam Speaker, you come out with a passport, an ID card, a driver's permit, come out with everything that the government, all the services that the government offer in that one building, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we propose also to put a TT post in CJUS and an ATM in that TT post as well. Building at the Guapo Government Primary School, refurbishment of the various community centers, and lighting of the Guapo Play Park. Madam Speaker, we are poised for development in Point Fortin, and I say under the People's National Movement government, Madam Speaker, we are indeed, and we are not the children of a lesser God in Point Fortin. We are well taken care of, and we will continue to be taken care of, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there's a saying that goes, they say, leave the best for last. You know, but the Point Fortin to San Fernando Highway project, a long-awaited project, Madam Speaker, that was completed by sheer brilliance of our Prime Minister and our Minister of Works, Madam Speaker. Sometime in 2016, Madam Speaker, they made a decision to split the highway into packages where the local contractors could have an opportunity to build this nation, where the money could stay within this country, Madam Speaker. And I dare say today that the local contractors did human service, and they developed and they delivered quality. They delivered quality befitting the greatness that is Point Fortin, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the PNM has delivered yet again and will continue to deliver into 2020, Madam Speaker, with the development plans to ensure that every citizen in this country is well taken care of. With that being said, Madam Speaker, on Saturday, Saturday the 14th, we open the highway at 11 a.m. And I take the opportunity to invite every constituent in the Southwestern Peninsula, or anyone who wants to be a part of history on Saturday. And if you want to witness greatness, come to Point Fortin, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I dare say that the Point Fortin you see today under the PNM and my stewardship will be further advanced in the very near future. This highway will be the catalyst for development, and I thank every member of Parliament who went before me, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Works, and most important, Madam Speaker, in this equation, I thank the Prime Minister for his astute leadership. The extreme benefit of this highway would continue into generations. And Madam Speaker, the only thing I can say that the PNM has done sometimes to its own detriment is that it makes governance look easy. In this multicultural and multi-ethnic society, governance is very sophisticated. But under the stewardship of our Prime Minister, even in tough times, it looks easy, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I look around this Parliament, and whether it be the honourable members on any side of the divide, the clerks, the police officers, the architect here, Madam Speaker, I see the presence of PNM policy, whether one might agree or not. I, Madam Speaker, am a proud product of the People's National Movement. I, Madam Speaker, used to work on a construction site for $60 a day. I, Madam Speaker, made a conscious decision to take the opportunity provided by a PNM government. I, Madam Speaker, am a living PNM success story. Today, I dare say, Madam Speaker, that without a PNM government in this country, we would be the model of chaos and confusion. Right? I urge every young person in this country, regardless of your financial situation, your geographic location, to grab hold of the opportunity that this government is providing. Today you walk, tomorrow you run. And under the PNM government, like the Member of Parliament for Point 14, the opportunity will be yours to fly. I thank you.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 11th day of October 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 11th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, October 11, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.